Hey, thanks all for joining this Frame Architecture and Administration Level 100 training class. It's a pleasure to be here and spend time with you all for today and tomorrow. So 2 days, a couple of hours each day. So in 5-6 hours, you'll get like a complete 360-degree view on the technology, how it works, with a lot of demos, including hands-on lab, a lot of content to share. So an exciting event for sure. Again, welcome. I can see many people all over, I would say, the globe, mainly EMEA. I see some people from Asia Pacific as well, 2 people from US. So yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thanks for watching live or watching the recording if you watch the recording later. Hey, I want to introduce you to the team. There are 5 of us. Right now, there are 2 of us online, Stefan Buschmeier and myself, but we also have Stefan Gagic, who is not presenting today or tomorrow, but it's worth sharing his name here because we prepped the content, but he just is recovering from hospital, so he couldn't make it. So last notice that he could make it, I will cover it. And Dominic Conrad, he will be here tomorrow, covering interesting content as well. Stefan is product manager, so if you have any product-related questions, Stefan G. We have Stefan G and Stefan B. Stefan G is here, and I'm here to help with that. And Dominic is a solution architect, also part of the EMEA team. And Stefan Buschmeier, well, he introduced himself in a couple of seconds. Dragan will be here tomorrow, covering like the support topics. And myself, I'm the Dutch guy. I'm field CTO, original Frame core team member, and active in the end user computing space for quite a while. My background is technology, so public cloud, on-prem, GPUs, remoting protocols, benchmarking, Frame, of course, but also I would say partners/competitors on the Citrix side, Microsoft side, VMware side. On this side is what I cover. Stefan, maybe you can introduce yourself. Would be nice.
Yeah, sure. Stefan Buschmeier. I'm from Germany, located in the northwest, small city called Osnabrück, very close to the Dutch border. So not so far away from where Ruben lives, actually. Yeah, I'm head of international sales, so carrying a sales role right now, but my technology background is also something that I couldn't hide. So it's always fun to do these trainings. So I will, after these introductions, do a quick overview of Dizzion and Frame. And tomorrow we will meet again, and I will talk a little bit about single sign-on and FSLogix integrations and more technical stuff. And that's always fun for me because I like great technology. So that's one of my hobbies as a sales guy, and I'm happy to join these 2 days.
Nice. Yeah, what I like about these training classes, well, it is fast-paced, so a lot of content. Normally we have like multiple presenters, like Stefan and myself will present, and tomorrow Dominic will be added and Dragan will be added. So there's like a lot of like interaction, different voices, different tones, and a lot of content. So yeah, I like that type of format. If we look at like day 1 and also day 2 agenda, so Stefan will cover introduction to Frame, just an overview, but also like an end user demo. Then I will cover all the topics here: architecture, hierarchy, cloud accounts, managing and creating Frame accounts, persistent and non-persistent Frame accounts, like the master image sandbox, good practices, capacity management, LaunchPads, like the interface to access apps or desktops from an end user perspective. I will talk about Frame App, demonstrate Frame App, account settings or sort of policy settings, persistent Frame accounts, and a brand new topic as well, like Streaming Gateway version 4. I will do demonstration and explain how it works and what you can do with that. And then at the end, I will have some questions around hands-on lab. In the instance, the simple question is, how do you want to have access to the hands-on lab? If the answer is yes, just drop me a note, ruben@dizzion.com, or in the chat directly to me. Just share your email address, so not in the group, so that everyone can see it, but just in direct note, Ruben, RUBEN @dizzion.com, so that I can prepare the hands-on lab in the evening, so that you can get started tomorrow. I see on the list of people who are attending that many of you already have Frame running. So that's great. So if you want to use sort of your environment for the hands-on lab, you already are hands-on and have hands-on experience. But if you want to use your environment, that's fine. But you're also like totally fine to use our hands-on lab and environment with the hands-on lab guide. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit later at the end of day one. And on day two, there is a complete section around authorization and authentication, user roles and role-based access control, reporting, monitoring, and auditing, user profiles, Frame enterprise profiles, personal drives. We talk about FSLogix profile disk and private containers as well. Then Dragan will talk about and show Frame support and like support tools and practices. And as Stefan mentioned, he will talk about Frame single sign-on, auto logon, and also FSLogix application masking in combination with Frame. I will go a little bit deeper with Frame Remoting Protocol 8 or Frame Remoting Protocol, also about graphical processor units and Frame, about capture, encoding, transport, decoding, NVIDIA GPUs, vGPUs, AMD GPUs. That whole picture is part of that chapter. Then what's next? Like some next steps, discussion topics with Stefan and myself, and then also the actual hands-on lab. If you have any questions, there's like open microphone is like a separate topic here. But if you have any questions, feel free to share them directly in chat or in QA. Right now, when I'm speaking, Stefan will take a look. And when Stefan is speaking, I will take a look and incorporate these questions or feedback into the training class. With that, let's stop sharing my screen and give control to Stefan. I think you should be ready to roll, Stefan. Yep, yeah, there it is. Exactly.
Perfect. So, if you have any questions in the meantime, so you have two options. There's the chat available, and there's also the Q&A section. So as we mentioned, Q&A section would be the place to place the questions, so we can answer them on the fly, and everything is good. So, introduction to Frame. So Frame is a product. Frame is technology. But let's talk about our company first, Dizzion. So not well known specifically in the European market, but Frame is part of Dizzion. And what happened? Why is that the case? So many of you may know Frame from the past as a standalone company or later on as part of Nutanix. So we started in 2012 in public cloud, and the idea was very simple: to bring workloads, bring desktops or applications into the browser of the end user. That was the main idea. That's where we started. We added a couple of platforms since 2019 when Frame was acquired by Nutanix. And this was a big acquisition. It was not only a technology acquisition, it was a product acquisition. Frame was then sold mainly by Nutanix sellers. So out of a sudden, we had thousands of sellers, and that made Frame a little bit famous all around the world. But also it was a technology acquisition in the kind that Nutanix has used the Frame technology to enable their own platform product, AOS AHV, the HCI stack, to be multi-cloud enabled. Like what we are doing with Frame, spinning up machines in public cloud for single users, is what Nutanix is doing today to spin up Nutanix clusters on bare metal servers called NC2. And that's exactly Frame technology below it. So very successful engagement there. But last year, we decided that we separate out Frame again for different reasons. So Nutanix want to position themselves as platform vendor, not solution vendor for end user computing. Maybe also not to compete internally against Citrix and or Horizon with Frame. And from our perspective, we think we can do much more outside Nutanix, not only targeting Nutanix customers. And after now a year of separation and integration into Dizzion, that's exactly what happened. So who is Dizzion, or who was Dizzion? So Dizzion was founded at the same time mainly and started without an own product, like an own broker, like Citrix, Horizon, Frame, whatever, just as a service provider. So that was the approach of Dizzion, to just use VMware Horizon and start up as a service provider, using Horizon, adding services, selling those services to a customer. So mainly partnering with IBM. It was a good business, and it became a huge business at the point when VMware decided to step back from IBM Cloud and hand over the whole business to Dizzion. And at that point, Dizzion was the biggest customer of Horizon worldwide at that time. So you can imagine that we still carry a lot of customers using Horizon on IBM systems. And yeah, so full of expertise from the service provider and management approach, come together with technology and the approach to run your own DaaS-based solution, your own broker. And these two companies were combined last year, and now it's Dizzion, and the main product to sell is Frame. That all comes together, and now after 1 year, we can say the integration is, I would say, almost complete. There are always some bits and bytes, but we are one company now and selling not only licenses, but also the full stack. Gartner is recognizing that as well. This is the, I have to say, very old Magic Quadrant. So maybe the last time we show it, because the new one of 2024 will be released tomorrow.
I think today or tomorrow, yeah, depending which time zone you're looking at.
Right. So tonight it will be released. And you can imagine at this stage, Gartner has seen us as two different companies still. It was before or in between the merger. And yeah, do your math and imagine where we can be positioned this year. It's a very interesting read. We got the pre-version already. No, we can't share it. Please wait until tonight, and then maybe we can talk about it a bit, not in depth.
Yeah, there will be another event where we will share our view on like the Magic Quadrant and the position in the DaaS space. So stay tuned. Probably in a couple of weeks, somewhere in October is what I expect.
Yeah. But let's go back to the product itself, to Frame. So yeah, what is Frame? So different by design. We started from scratch with the approach to build a DaaS solution, and a real DaaS solution. So not something that was on-prem for decades and is becoming something like a DaaS solution, a real multi-tenant DaaS solution with all the flexibility and all the benefits from an as-a-service solution itself. So of course, we took care that there is no vendor lock-in to a specific cloud, and main topic here is simplicity. You will see a lot of these technology pieces in the following 2 days, so I don't want to elaborate spend a lot of time on all these topics, but most important difference between Frame and other solutions is that from the beginning, we created Frame as pure DaaS model. That means the whole backend, the whole server pack, and the whole services are ran by us in the cloud. So you won't see, many of you might know Citrix or Horizon, so you won't see like Citrix Director, Citrix Studio, license server stuff on your environment, whether it's public cloud or if it's on-prem. We run it, we keep it up and running. You don't have to take care about it. And that makes life really simple if you have to use or administrate Frame technology. And so today we support these 4 public cloud vendors like AWS, where we started, of course, and GCP was added, Azure was added, and most recently IBM Cloud was added for VDI infrastructure as well. As a logical consequence, many customers of Dizzion running Horizon on IBM Cloud. And guess what? Right now we're starting great migration initiatives to bring those customers to Frame, and we invented also a lot of migration services and packages around it. So great stuff happening there. And then, because we were 5 years with Nutanix, of course, we support on-prem VDIs with Nutanix's own hypervisor AHV. So if you have a Nutanix cluster and it's running on AHV, not ESXi, what we don't support, that could be used for VDIs as well. And so we also support hybrid scenarios and whatever you can imagine between those 5 platforms. So Frame is also different when it comes to integration and technology. So you will see all this in the next 2 days, but one super important example, we can also run VDIs without integrating them into Active Directory, because when we started in public cloud, there was no domain controller at every corner. So it works fully without Active Directory, but of course we can integrate. So Also from an identity perspective, it's super modern. We're talking SAML 2, so we can integrate into Entra ID, Okta, whatever you want to bring as an identity provider. And even a Google account or just email and password would be good enough in some cases. So yeah, don't want to talk about image management and application service. It's super easy to set up. So you will see that in your hand-on labs, or if you know it already in your own environment, you know. And most important, it's flexible as well. So as a customer, you can create your own structure. That's not a technical thing, it's more an organizational thing. So you can build organizational units, maybe different regions, different use cases, different type of whatever, right? And all of these, each organization can have one or multiple frame accounts. And a frame account basically is a full-blown VDI environment on one of those platforms. Access rights, there will be a slot tomorrow morning regarding that. So role-based access support here to give the right people the right rights to administrate this stuff. And then a frame account basically looks the same on all the platforms. You will always find a master image. We call that Sandbox. And you will find a couple of production pools. And third component here is a LaunchPad. That is the most common method to give users access to their VDIs or applications. And it's kind of a web page that is displayed to a user after logon, and then they can start whatever they can. And optional, Active Directory integration or not. You can use a profile management disk that we have included here as well. So many options that makes it really easy to use this product on all of these different platforms. And the good thing is, once Frame is connected to the platform of your choice, you don't have to use any management console of a Nutanix cluster like Prism Central or an Azure console again, because Frame is your working console, and that's where you manipulate the infrastructure in the backend. So we see all what we do right from the end user computing lens, and that's super easy to consume and super important to know. Yeah, different offerings. As I said, in the past, Frame at Nutanix was just a license, and we still have that model. We call it Dizzion Flex. So that will just provide you a Frame license, and you can basically do with it whatever you want. Install it wherever you want, manage it however you want. It's the same offering than before. And then we've got a second option called Managed. That means we take over a little bit of responsibility of the environment, depending on which platform it's installed and which components do you want us to manage, maybe including operating system patching, maybe including security parameters. So that's possible. And then it ends up with our complete offering. The difference here is complete runs fully on our infrastructure. So that's basically you throw in some coins and you get a ready desktop. We do the rest. That's basically the conclusion here. A little bit of a description here. We'll skip that a little bit. You will get the slides. So if you want to read it back, you have the option after the training, of course. There's a little bit of a description, what is included and what not in the different offerings. Important to know, if you have requirements for certifications like HIPAA certification for medical workloads or PCI certification, if you need to do credit card transactions, we do support that in these offerings as well. So not with the flex model, but we can do that in the managed and in the complete offering. So very specific, very interesting topic for some customers. So if you have that requirement, please talk to us. We can help you as well. Yeah, super important. The product is super simple. And as well, our licensing model is super simple. So you just have to take the decision, do I want to count users, named users, or VMs? So these are the two models. Some say concurrent users, but that is an old term. So we don't count the users that are logged in at the same time. We are counting the deployed number of VMs. That's our metric. That's important to know. So it's just one or the other. No gold, silver, plutonium stuff. It's just named or concurrent, and that's it. And super important, we also have a great partner program that will be rolled out very soon. 1st of October this year is the assigned date. So that will, I'm pretty sure, make a lot of noise in the market, because just to give you a sneak peek idea, we have invented an of course, we are selling a subscription. You know that. So you have a start date, you have an end date, maybe 1 year, 3 years, whatever, and then a number of users. But the difficulty here is if you have a seasonal workload or you don't know exactly how many users you really will need over the time, it's not flexible enough. And so we invented a new model of licensing, and we call that user credits or VM credits. That means just imagine it's a kind of a phone card, a prepaid phone card. You charge that card with a number of users, and then every month we will just reduce the number of users from your card, from your account that you really have used. That's the easiest and also the most fair option to do a licensing for a solution like this. So there will be no waste in licensing that you paid for but never used. It's coming. It's available right now, and if you have interest in this, just talk to us. Demo, yeah.
Hey, Stefan?
Yeah, please.
Quick additional note on that on the previous slide.
Yeah.
There also is an influencer program, which is handy to share. It's also brand new. So if you're maybe self-employed, you have your own sort of small company, and you are well connected to your customers. There's also an influencer program with a lot of benefits, like financial benefits, product benefits, insights, things like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to know more about that influencer program, feel free to reach out to Stefan or myself or to any other like Dizzion colleagues, so we can talk about that as well.
Yeah, that's mainly interesting for folks that are, as the program name says, influencing decisions and bringing Frame into the game, but not being willing or able to resell our solution, but still want Ruben to spend some beers later on, right?
Yeah, or earn some real money as well. So it's
yeah,
not
of
only
course,
some pocket money, but like
that will be part of that. Yeah.
Yep.
Money and beer. So let's have a look how it really looks like. So that will be a really quick demo just for those of you who never have seen Frame in action before. So as I said, the main approach was to bring applications and desktop into the browser of the user, and that's what I'm doing here. So just using my Chrome browser on my Mac, I will log into to our demo customer called Dizzion Frame. And here you see the second level of this 3-tier approach, a couple of organizations. So I've got my own organization. I put 01 in front, so it's always on the top. And a couple of colleagues have others as well. And we have our showcase environment. And that is mainly what Ruben is administrating. So many applications installed, different use cases, and a couple of servers around the world so that every user, regardless where he is located or she, can start a session with low latency and great user performance. And I'm in Germany, so I will now go to the third level into the administration console of one single Frame account, and you will learn all about the menus and settings later the 2 days. We have a couple of machines up and running here, not many, but they are equipped with a GPU, what is great. And we have LaunchPads. And LaunchPads, as I mentioned, is the website that will be presented to users, one method of accessing Frame workloads, among others. And so this is a full desktop Launchpad on a machine on AWS, including a GPU. And of course, a user won't see this Frame console, but a user will see a Launchpad. And this would just look like this. Any background that you can define. And I can see that in this case, one machine is up and running at least, and I can start a session. And if I do so, my Mac, my Chrome is now requesting this access to this machine, talking to the Frame backend, and I will be redirected to this machine in Frankfurt, AWS. And I will always have a direct and encrypted transport protocol channel with our FRP protocol to that machine. And the next thing I should see is a full desktop inside my browser. And now I can go to full screen. I can use multiple displays, what is not really comfortable in a Zoom session, but you get the point, right? So I've got everything here in the browser. And just to give you an idea, I can start another browser on that machine in Frankfurt to show you the performance here. So our transport protocol is doing a great job here. This machine is around 400 kilometers away from where I live, and I can still do all this graphical stuff. And I hope that the Zoom session is not consuming too much of the quality here. So this is usually the best discipline you can do in desktop remoting, like doing all this graphical stuff and without any flickering and with a great quality. And there are a lot of benefits that makes life easy here as well, like printing, what also always causes a lot of support requests. That all is solved almost perfectly here. So just a first view of how a user session in Frame could look like. Of course, yours would look otherwise, and everybody can do his own workspace design here. But running applications or desktops in the browser is what we do. Maybe for those of you who know Frame from the past and haven't seen it yet, so there's no frame bar on the bottom here in my environment. So we have a new front end, what we call terminal version. So there's a new menu here on the top. It should be here on the top. There it is. And all the functionality that you had before in the frame bar below are now sitting here in that new terminal bar. And if I quit from here, I close the session and I can go back to my console from here. But that should be enough technology and whatever I need to show here from that end. Yeah, good in time. Back to you, Ruben.
Yep, thanks. Alrighty, let's share this screen. So the purpose of like this introduction indeed is introductions, right? So an overview of like the offering, a little bit of history, a little bit of like the platform itself, an end user demo. So whole story is there. So let me go into presentation mode and make it full screen. Makes it easier as well. You should see my full screen, right, Stefan?
Yeah, it's great.
Good. So let's talk about frame architecture, cloud accounts, and hierarchy. That's like the theme here. Stefan already sort of highlighted that in the introduction, but it's good to go a little bit deeper where it applies, and also go a little bit deeper with demos as well. So Frame is true multi-cloud desktop as a service platform. So it's a platform we operate. It's not software you can download and install in your own sort of environment. That sort of Frame service, that sort of Frame icon in the middle, is the platform we operated and is designed from the ground up as multi-cloud, multi-tenancy, simple to consume from an admin perspective, and also from a user perspective, simple to use as well. The public cloud, like the cloud service, communicates directly with AWS, Azure, Google, and IBM sort of APIs. So there's no sort of proxy or component required. We can communicate directly with like the four major cloud providers. I would say 90% of the customers will bring their own Amazon, Azure, Google, or IBM subscription. It is possible, as Stefan mentioned in the complete offer, that we are also reselling that subscription, but like 9 out of 10 or maybe 95 out of 100 customers will bring their own subscription. But there's no sort of extra component needed to make the frame control plane, the frame backplane, communicating with sort of your cloud subscription. That is different in the Nutanix context, because the Nutanix like infrastructure is not sort of designed to communicate with a control plane by design. There is no sort of API component. Well, there are APIs on Prism Central and Prism Element, but these are not exposed to the outside world, and they should not be exposed to the outside world without any sort of, I'll call this like middleman or secure middleman. And that's what the CCA, the Frame Cloud Connector Appliance, is doing. So that's a component, a very small Linux VM running in your infrastructure. If you're using Nutanix HV, you can have multiple CCAs. They will do load balancing on their own, so there's no need for additional load balancer cost for that. So have multiple CCAs running in your environment, and that CCA will be like the proxy, so the gateway, the cloud connector between the frame control plane in the middle here and your Nutanix environment. It's outbound traffic, so there's no inbound ports required. It's WebSocket, so it's outbound, then initiated, and then there's bidirectional communication between the control plane and the environment to create VMs, to power on VMs, to power off VMs, to reset VMs, to delete VMs. Like all these type of tasks are orchestrated by the frame control plane and then executed on the Nutanix platform. That same control plane is doing the same task if you look at public cloud, but then a cloud connector appliance is not required. I see one question from audience like, hey, do we need like a subscription, like a cloud subscription to run the Frame service? That is not required if you procure Frame through named user or maximum concurrent VMs, as Stefan mentioned. That is the price you pay for the Frame subscription, and that includes everything you need to run the cloud service on one side, and then for the workload machine, so the VMs running your desktops and applications, that's where like the infrastructure subscription on Azure, Amazon, Google, or IBM kicks in, and public cloud, or you need Nutanix, HV, on-prem, or NC2 like subscription. That's what you will bring as well. Unless you have a complete offer where we will bring also the public cloud. But like as I mentioned, like 9 out of 10 customers will bring their own infrastructure for that. In this picture, you also see Frame SDA, the Frame Streaming Gateway. That is a sort of secure access solution, remote access solution. I will talk about that at the end of today's training class and demonstrate it as well. But in essence, the streaming gateway is a VM or a set of VMs running in your DMZ, and they are responsible for, well, remote access. So you're working from home, working remote, or maybe you're working in the same environment, but you want to have like secure access, so no VPN, no SSL VPN required to provide secure access to the Frame-powered desktops and applications from any device. So if I work from home, like I do right now, and I want to access the Frame environment, one of the options is to use the Frame Streaming Gateway appliance or the Frame Streaming Gateway cluster with one or multiple nodes to access the Frame-powered desktops and applications. That's what the SDA is doing. So we covered SDA, we covered CCA. Yeah, we'll go deeper on that topic for sure. About platform hierarchy, Stefan mentioned that this is like a structure, how our multi-tenant and multi-cloud platform is built and set up. There are 3 levels. There's like a customer level, there's an organization level, and there's an account level. And the customer could be a managed service provider, could be an end customer, could be enterprise, could be small, doesn't matter for now. They have a relationship with Dizzion, with us. Then you have one or multiple organizations and one or multiple accounts in one or multiple organizations. So maybe that sounds complex, but if I just go into a little bit in demonstration mode and just show how that looks like from real world, it's good to highlight that. So I logged in as a sort of support admin, so I can do like many other things as well, but right now I'm accessing the customer called Differ, you can see here. So customer level is Differ. That's the highest level in the hierarchy. So I mentioned there are organizations and accounts. If I go to organizations, there is one organization called Ruben. This one here. There's an organization called Showcase. I click on this one. So now I'm one level lower in the organization level. And if I go to Showcase EU, this one here, now I'm on the lowest level, on the account level. So if I go back to my slides here, I logged in. I have access to the customer Differ. That customer has multiple organizations. One of them is Ruben. One of them is Stefan's. Another one is Showcase. So that's like where multiple organizations can be created. And then if I click on Showcase, there are multiple accounts under Showcase. One of them is Showcase EU. One of them is Showcase Asia, things like that. So that's how this hierarchy looks like. And the value of this hierarchy is that it provides a lot of flexibility if you have like multiple regions or multiple use cases, or maybe you're an MSP, you have multiple customers. So whatever the scenario is, this is a structure you can use to match that with your sort of organization or your business setup. And another value is that you can do role-based access control on all levels. You can, for instance, define on customer level. You could say, hey, I want to configure my entry ID on customer level, which means that all the organizations and all the accounts under these organizations can use entry ID for login, admin login, or user login. You could also say, well, entry ID is configured on customer 1, but for the organization engineering, I want to enable another entry ID, or I want to enable Okta or Google like SAML for that particular organization, which means that you have 2 IDPs, 2 identity providers you can choose from. One of them which is inherited from the customer level, the higher level, and one of them is configured on organization level. And the same applies for account level as well. So a lot of flexibility on the identity side of things, and also a lot of flexibility on the infrastructure side of things. Imagine on customer level here, I configured my Nutanix A3 environment or my clusters, which means that all the organizations can use that Nutanix A3 environment, including, so you can create frame accounts under these organizations using the Nutanix cluster. But imagine on the engineering side, I want to use Azure and Google. So I just add two infrastructures on engineering level, which means that client 1 and client N cannot use these subscriptions. And I can create multiple sort of frame accounts on Azure, on Google, and Nutanix HV, because Nutanix is configured here, Azure and Google is configured here, so I can create multiple frame accounts if I want to do so on that level as well. So a lot of flexibility without a lot of complexity. So if I go back to my environment here and go to Differ, just to highlight a couple of things. So if I click on cloud accounts, you can see there are 4 cloud accounts configured on customer level, which means that all the organizations and all the frame accounts under these organizations can use these cloud accounts, IBM, Google, AWS, and Azure. One of these organizations have Nutanix HV configured, but I cannot see them here because this is on customer level. And the same applies for users here. So these are like the SAML providers I configured on the highest level, on customer level. But then if I go to organizations, as an example, and I go to Showcase, this one here, I could, I didn't, but I could add another like cloud account here. So if I click here on cloud account, I could add just another infrastructure subscription, which is only applicable for this organization called Showcase. And the same applies for users here as well. So if I go to SAML providers, there's one of them is configured on customer level. If I click on add SAML provider, I fill in the details, click on add, and then the SAML provider can be used specifically for the organization Showcase. So that's the hierarchy. I didn't talk about the different roles since that's a topic a little bit later in the training class, but the hierarchy is important and yeah, easy to use as well. In essence, even in the most simple environment, you always have one customer, one organization, and one frame account. Every customer in our platform has that. And then depending on your setup, you can have multiple organizations, multiple accounts. There's no extra frame cost if you look at like the frame subscription to add multiple organizations or multiple accounts. If you create multiple accounts and your licensing is based on like concurrent VMs, that could like eat up some of these licenses, because if you create multiple frame accounts, you do so because you likely will create multiple sort of environments and therefore have multiple VMs for each environment. All right, I'll just I'll just keep it like this into sort of slide mode, because then I can easily switch between slides and demos as well. Next topic is create and manage frame accounts. So create and manage frame accounts, next topic. In sort of a reference architecture, you can see different components here. There's a frame control plane. That's a service we operate. It's not software, it's service we run. And that service communicates through the Cloud Connector appliance or appliances with Prism Central or Prism Element. These are normally run in like a management VLAN. In this example, there's a DMZ VLAN as well with, for instance, in this example, 2 proxy servers for outbound traffic and 2 streaming gateway appliances. They form a streaming gateway cluster. I will talk about that a little bit later. And from a user perspective, user can be like sort of inside like the network in a private network, and the user can be outside in a sort of a public network. The user will use an identity provider like Entra ID, Azure ID, Entra ID to log in, to access these like frame-powered desktops and frame-powered applications. You see one frame account called frame account A1. You see one frame account called A2. There's B1 and B2. So there are 4 frame accounts created, 2 of them in workload VLAN A and 2 of them in workload VLAN B. There's a production pool. Let me make it a little bit bigger here. A production pool, in this example, with 9 VMs. That's good to highlight here. So in a frame context, every active user will have its own virtual machine. That could be a pooled machine or non-persistent VMs, and it can be a pooled or personal VM. But every user, every active user will have its own VM, persistent or non-persistent. We're not sharing VMs among users. So it means we're not using a multi-user like system, remote desktop services, session host, or terminal services, or Citrix apps, or enterprise multi-session, whatever the terminology is. We're not sharing a single OS and use multiple users on that single OS. In the Frame context, we always have every active user will have its own VM. Persistent or non-persistent, that's another conversation. We'll talk about that later as well. We support Win 10, Win 11, Windows Server, Ubuntu. That's what we support on the guest VM side. And on the user endpoint side, it's like any browser, like any modern browser can be used to access the Frame-powered applications and desktops. Every Frame account will have one sandbox. Stefan mentioned it as well, like one master machine. And this master machine will be cloned, cloned to create 9 production machines, persistent or non-persistent. We'll talk about that sandbox and practices and questions around like, hey, is it possible to have multiple sandboxes in one Frame account? Things like that as well in other chapters. Then, of course, you have your resource VLAN with your maybe directory services like Active Directory, with your database services, with your file services, with your application services, and so on and so on. That's part of this like resource VLAN. Then if I go to like a public cloud reference architecture, in this example, Azure, but same applies for Google and AWS and IBM. Maybe different terminology, or likely different terminology, but same story. Similar picture as well. You have the LaunchPads, you have the Sandbox, you have production pool. In this picture, we added a little bit more like a LaunchPad. The LaunchPad is an interface, not the only interface. Talk about that as well. But an interface the end user can use to access their Frame-powered desktops or their Frame-powered applications. We have the master machine, the Sandbox, I already explained. In this example, there's a production pool of VM type A of 9 VMs, and there's also a production pool of VM type B. I don't see how many VMs are in that one, but imagine there are 9 as well. And VM type A could be, hey, these are CPU-based machines, and VM type B could be, these are GPU, graphical processor unit-based machines. Or maybe VM type A is CPU machines with 2 CPUs and 4 gigs of RAM, and VM type B are CPU-only machines with 4 CPUs and 8 gigs of RAM, just an example. So in the same Frame account, you can have multiple production pools based on the use case as well. And then in this example, we have a VNet peer to another VNet where domain controller services, DNS services, and so on are configured and running, and an express, like a VPN gateway or an express route to an on-prem environment to access on-prem resources as well. This is sort of outside of the Frame scope because, well, this is your sort of Azure subscription. As I mentioned, the majority of customers use their own Azure, AWS, Google, or IBM subscription. So it's their responsibility to set up a VNet peer, to set up a VPN gateway, express route, and so on and so on. All right, let me go to a live environment here. Not this one, but this one. And just walk you through that process of creating sort of Frame accounts. So as I mentioned, we have 3 levels: customer level, organization level, and account level. Right now, I'm in organization level, as you can see here, and there are already multiple accounts created. But I just for demo purposes, I will create another account here. I will just call it Showcase Training Class Europe. Since I have multiple cloud providers configured, I can choose one. I will just click Azure right now. If I don't have it right now, but if I had multiple Azure subscriptions configured, I could select another like cloud subscription if I have multiple subscription configured. In this example, I only have one called Sales Azure account. That's the subscription I already configured as the cloud account. And then I want to select a region which I configured. In the cloud account creation, I select which region I want to use. In this example, I selected a bunch of regions, so I can also select a bunch of regions here. A good practice is just to select a region you want to use. So there is no waste of like resource groups and some components in these resource groups. So in this example, I'll click West Europe, and then I'm able to, from a networking perspective, use, for instance, an existing VPC or existing VNet, or let Frame create just a new VPC or a new VNet. In this example will be VNet since I'm using Azure. The Frame account, there are 3 different network types: public network, private network, and private network with streaming gateway. Public network means that the workload machines will get a public IP address. Private network means that the workload machines will get a private IP address. And private network with SGA means that the workload machines will get a private IP address. And the streaming gateway appliance, which already is configured, I will share more how that will look like, but already is available. Then use the streaming gateway cluster I created in Azure to handle the remote access to the Frame environment. So public network, private network, private network with Frame streaming gateway are the network type options. And depending on the use case, depending on the setup, you select one of the others. For now, I'll click on public network. You can customize your VNet and VPC, all good. It is possible to use Frame provided images in public cloud. It is in on-prem with Nutanix HV is always bring your own image, but in public cloud we have Win 10, Win 11, 2019, 22, and Ubuntu support. So these are the images we created. The Frame guest agent already is in that image, and that's it. So we don't do anything else. We just provide that as a Frame-based image. So that's what I will select here. I will select a default machine type for my Frame account. I can always add other machine types. I can change machine types, which I also explain. I could add resource tags, which is helpful for cost control. I could add a Cloud VM prefix, helpful to recognize certain machines if you want to do so. And I will just start with 120 gig, which is the minimum for a Windows 11 Frame provided base image. This Frame account is non-persistent, hence I will not select persistent desktop here. I have the right licenses to access the environment. So your VDA or remote desktop services, CALs or cells, depending on which OS you're using. And then I can click on next, and then click on create. And now in, I would say, 10-ish minutes, a brand new Frame account is created or will be created. It will use the latest Frame provided Windows 11 image. I've selected Windows 11 in West Europe, and we'll use a D4 V5 machine, a 4 CPU, 16 gigs of RAM default machine. So in, I would say, a couple of minutes, the Frame account will be listed here. And then another, I would say, 10-ish minutes, the full master machine will be deployed. The Sandbox will be created, will be polished, latest Frame guest agent will be deployed, things like that. That will happen in the meanwhile. We'll not wait on for that piece. What I can do meanwhile is I click on Showcase. That is the lowest level on the account level, and that's the day-to-day activities of adding apps, onboarding apps, creating a launchpad, analytics, session settings, that. These type of activities are all part of the on account level. We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Alrighty. Yeah, there it is. So it's what I've mentioned. A couple of minutes. The account is created. Let me just click on that so you can see how an empty, pristine environment looks like. You can see the cloud provider is Azure. It's using this cloud account. It has a vendor ID, something we often use from a support perspective to see, hey, which account we're talking about. When Dragan talks about Frame support, we'll for sure talk about that vendor ID as well. There's a Sandbox, the master machine, which is in maintenance mode because it's still being provisioned. Well, we'll talk about this whole topic later for sure. Don't want to spoil all the beans for that. So in essence, this slide is what I explained in live demo. All good to go. Alrighty, let's go into another chapter called Frame Accounts, persistent and non-persistent. In the frame context, we support persistent and non-persistent VMs. And for anyone who is new on that side or can use a sort of refresher, in essence, persistent means they're the active user. Well, I would say the user has an one-to-one mapping to the virtual machine itself. So if Stefan logs in as a user and he has access to a persistent or personal VM or personal desktop, the first time he will log in, he will get sort of that connection. And the second time he logs in, he will always go back to his virtual machine. So that's in essence like what persistent VMs means or personal VMs mean. In a non-persistent VM environment, you have a pool of VMs, for instance, like 500 VMs, and Stefan logs in and he will get access to one of the machines which is available in the pool of 500 machines. He will do his magic, he will do its thing, and then if he logs out, the VM will be rebooted. There's a frame filter driver we developed to make sure that the VM is cleaned, and after that reboot and cleanup, the VM will be placed back into the pool so that Stefan or someone else can reuse that machine. That is in essence non-persistent. In the non-persistent world, you can still add persistency to that non-persistent VM setup. And the persistency you can add is persistency around Windows user profiles. So imagine you have a pool of 500 machines. Stefan logs in, he is doing his magic. He's making changes into application settings. He is saving some files in his My Documents environment. He's adding some browser favorites. Like these type of things are part of the Windows user profile. And what we can do is we can use Frame Enterprise Profiles, which is using a profile disk. That profile disk is attached when Stefan logged in and will be detached when Stefan logs out. And that profile disk contains the Windows user profile, including application settings, including documents Stefan saved in his My Documents, including favorites which are stored in the Chrome or Edge browser. Things like that are all part of the Frame, are part of the Windows user profile, so part of the Frame Enterprise profile. If you don't want to use enterprise profiles and you want to use FSLogix or you want to use Liquidware, Profile Unity, or another profile container and profile management solution, that's all good. We can support that as well. But the essence is still the same. And that's there's a disk or roaming profiles, whatever you want to use. Better is to go into the direction of profile containers and not use folder redirection and the classic way of profile roaming profiles. That's a topic on its own. We'll talk about that as well. But these technologies are here and to be used in mostly I would say a non-persistent setup. In essence, what I explained is in this slide already, and also in my demo. Remember when I created a frame account? Let me just create another one. I don't need to do I already have one here. So when I created the frame account, there was one option. Let me just do that just to be sure that everyone is on the same page. Let me just create one on Google just for demo purposes. I'll use Eemshaven here in Netherlands. All good. Showcase TC NLD. Click on next. I want to use 2022. All good. I want to use a GPU-based machine with an L4. All good. And in this example, I want to create a frame account which is persistent desktop. That's why this item here is being used. So in this example, I did select persistent desktop, which means that this frame account is configured as a persistent desktop frame account. If I click on next, click on create, another frame account will be created. Showcase TC NL from Netherlands using a Google subscription in Eemshaven here in Netherlands. And that particular frame account is configured as persistent desktop frame account. Again, that will take another 10 minutes before the account is created and before the master machine is deployed and configured and so on. But that's how it's being configured. One of the things where you can see if it's a persistent or non-persistent frame account is a simple one. In this capacity setting here, I can do many things I will talk about later. In Sandbox, you see onboarded applications. If I go to a persistent desktop frame account, which I will do for an existing one, like this one here, you can see, for instance, on capacity, it looks different because, well, I will explain later. And also on Sandbox, you don't see onboarded apps because the focus with persistent desktops is desktops and not applications. These are two examples where you can see, hey, this is persistent desktop account. You can see it here as well, but like on different levels, you can find that information. Finally, on that topic is like what kind of infrastructure and OSs are supported. So I'm talking about the guest OS itself, not talking about like the endpoint OS. On the endpoint OS, it doesn't matter if it's like a Raspberry Pi or a MacBook or a Windows machine or a Linux machine or Tesla running your browser. Like if it's a modern browser, you're able to access the environment through the network. You can use a browser to access your guest VMs. We support Win 10 to like Ubuntu 21. And depending on the infrastructure itself, it is supported with a node where you bring your own infrastructure, your own OS. Sometimes it's possible to consume that OS as sort of a pay-as-you-go hourly cost. So depending on the infrastructure you are using, you can see the matrix here, what is and isn't supported. The R means roadmap. For instance, like Win 10 and Windows 11 is on roadmap, on short-term roadmap to support Win 10 and Windows 11 on AWS EC2. That requires dedicated instances and similar for Google as well. So that's something we very soon will be available, will be ready to use as well. That means that you can also bring your own remote access license or your VDA, your virtual desktop access license, if you use Win 10 or Windows 11 on AWS or on Google. All right, let me just pause and see if there's anything on Stefan's side. Any questions or comments or anything else before I continue?
There was one question, but it was answered. It was about the concept, if we do terminal services or just single VDI concept, but you explained it well.
Yeah, it's like could be a chapter on its own, multi-user versus single user. There are technical pros and cons for both. There might be financial pros and cons for both angles. So it's not like, hey, in one slide you can make a statement, XYZ is always the best. My simple summary is that like the value of single user is that there are no noisy neighbors. Very often you can reuse your existing licenses. From a scaling perspective, from a capacity management perspective, it's much more granular because it's just on VM level instead of multiple users on the same VM. But on the multi-user side of things, there could be a financial benefit. But I've also seen multiple like calculations where single user was like cheaper than multi-user as well. So it really depends on the setup and the scenario, what makes sense for you. And I would really encourage you, like, hey, connect with Stefan or myself or another like Dizzion colleague to talk about like the TCO, the pros and cons from an value and business case, use case perspective. If that's single user, multi-user topic is a topic for you. Alrighty, small sidestep into multi-user, single user. Alrighty, let's go into Sandbox best practices and management. I will go into a live demo as well, but just want to show a couple of slides before I go into a live demo. This is a screenshot of the showcase account. You can see the Sandbox. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. Let me just go into full screen mode, even better. There's the screenshot of the Sandbox. You can see there are many backups. You can do manual backups. You can do scheduled backups, which is helpful before you make any changes to the Sandbox to make a backup, so you can always roll back to the previous well-known good configuration. You see a list of apps. These are onboarded applications, which I'll also explain. These onboarded applications are detected. So if you power on the Sandbox and you install applications, the Frame Guest Agent, FGA Frame Guest Agent, will detect, hey, application XYZ is installed, or an application suite is installed, like Adobe or Office. We want to onboard these applications. And if you say yes, then the list of applications will be expanded. You can see here. And then you can use these onboarded applications to use these applications with application launchpads or progressive web applications, so that you can just deliver one single or maybe a couple of applications to your end users instead of a full Windows desktop with these applications. So we'll go into Sandbox and image management. I will do that in live demo as well. And I will talk about these, like the managing Sandbox settings. And I'll just do that in live demo setup in a couple of minutes. We'll talk about deployment groups. When the frame account is created, you can define in which deployment group you want to deploy the frame account, or you want to configure the frame account. There are 3 sort of deployment groups: early adopter, standard, and trading. In essence, it means like default is standard. If you want to be part of like an early adopter ring or an early adopter group, because the frame gas agent will be deployed in stages, like in groups, like early adopter group, standard group, and trading group. It's a good practice to have at least one frame account in the early adopter group so that you can sort of test new functionality, which will be released through the frame gas agent and through frame server. Standard is just production. Or if you want to sort of trail behind the deployment, you can also select that and use trailing as well. So there are options to select, which you can do. I will show how that looks like, where you can define, hey, what is sort of the rhythm, the speed of like deploying frame gas agent. And in the near future, I expect that you will be able to make it more granular as well and define, hey, I want to be part of standard, but I want to deploy these frame gas agent on Saturday afternoon, XYZ. And that's where you can define your own sort of schedule. That is not in place yet, but that is something which is in the making. Let me just go to live demo environment here and go to Showcase EU account, this one here. You can also see that the Showcase TC, this one here, is created at the persistent desktop account. You can also see here that it's persistent. So that one is created. Let me just go into 100% mode, all good, and go to Showcase here. So purpose here is to talk a little bit about Sandbox. I mentioned earlier it's possible to create a backup, a manual backup, before I make changes. I'll not do that now, but that's easy. It makes a snapshot of the Sandbox disk, the disk itself. You can define here how many manual backups, how many scheduled backups, if you want to do scheduled backups, things like that. All done here. Let me just power on the Sandbox. Maybe we can use it a little bit later. You see version here. That's the frame guest agent version. That will be updated by us. So if there's a new version, then this will be updated. You will see under maintenance for a second, and then, or a couple of seconds, or whatever the time is, and then you see a new version update is applied. You see disk size, OS type, which machine type is configured for the Sandbox, a G5 machine, as you can see here, and in which like data center is being used. Now I click here, I could change the instance type for the Sandbox itself. So if I want to go to like a maybe beefier machine, I could just change to like an other instance type, or maybe I want to have a smaller machine like this one here. I could just change the instance type for the Sandbox itself, if that's helpful. That's what that means. And increase disk size, if I want to increase from 265 to 512 gig, or whatever the number is, that's possible. You cannot decrease the disk. So if you increase the disk, that's it. Even if you make a backup, it's not possible to go back. So be cautious with that. If you increase, you cannot decrease that. If you want to do so, what you can do is, if you have a backup created, is just create a new frame account and copy the backup to another frame account. It's very easy to do that as well. Talk about cloning. This one here, clone to other account. What I can do is just clone this Sandbox and say, I want to clone this Sandbox to, for instance, these 5 other Showcase accounts as well. I'll click on agree and click on clone. I will not do that now, but if I do so, then this sort of Showcase EU Sandbox will be cloned to the other 5 accounts. You can only do that in the same family, so you can only see, you can see already there's only AWS here. So you cannot clone between AWS and Azure, or Google and IBM, or Azure and Nutanix HV. That doesn't apply as of today. But it's very helpful. I'll show you something. One of the Showcase accounts is called Showcase Template. And this is what I use. So this is my template. I make changes, so monthly patches, maybe an NVIDIA driver or new applications or whatever the change is. And then I clone this sandbox to other account, select the frame accounts like I just did, and then click on clone, wait half an hour, done. You can also do the same here. So if I click on publish task and click on clone, I can do the same. So different sort of approach. The benefit is that this clone already is there, so it's already there. So if I want to clone this one to another account, it can easily be done as well. Let me just go back to this one and go to Sandbox. I could click on session settings. I'll talk about the session settings later, but what is good to remember here is that you can override the default session settings and create your own session settings for that particular sandbox. Let me just bring it back to default and I'll make changes. And let's see, anything else? If for whatever reason sort of the sandbox is screwed up, you could reset the master image. It will use one of the publish tasks to reset the sandbox to like the last known good configuration. That is what you can do. Or if there's no backup, then it will reset the image to the scenario where, well, actually where you deploy the frame account, just like an empty master machine, empty sandbox. I think that's it for this section. Then if I click on sessions here, sorry, on settings here, remember the deployment group option here. That's where I can define, hey, what is the deployment group? And then you can define for this particular frame account which deployment group you wanna use. The example I want to use the early adapter is our showcase. I want to use the latest and greatest, and that's why I'm using early adapter for this showcase environment. Alrighty.
Yeah, Ruben, in this case, no questions, but Piotr just made me aware, and you see it in the chat, that the new Gartner MQ was released. So if you click on the link in the chat, you might be able to present it quickly and see where Dizzion is right now as an add-on to the first slides.
Right, I will do after break.
Sure.
And since I'm already sort of talking for an hour or more than an hour, I will continue with like sort of 20 minutes. We'll see where I'm at in roughly 20 minutes. Let me just add a sort of timer here so that I don't forget. And then we'll just take a break. And then in a break, I'll just take a look at the Gartner MQ. See, well, I already have seen the Gartner MQ, but it's good to pick it one up and share after the break. Just for now, continue with like practices. But thanks, Piotr, for sharing and making us aware. That's what I mentioned earlier. Like what I knew is that it was should be released today. And that happened, so that's good. Alrighty, so best practice around Sandbox. In this example, Windows best practices. Since the majority of our customers use Windows, we support Linux, as I mentioned, but focus for this particular slide is Windows. It's always a good practice to back up your sandbox. As I mentioned, I think twice already. You can do a manual backup. You can do a scheduled backup. It's a good practice to make backups before you make changes. I talked about these session settings. It's possible to override these session settings. Sometimes I use that, or I see that in the field as well, where customers change, for instance, like the timeout settings, so that if you install apps, you don't have any sort of session time limits or any session limits. That's an example what I see in the field. It is important to use the frame controls to power off, to stop, stop, or reboot the machine. So don't go into, and there's no need to do so, to go into like the Azure or Google, or IBM or AWS or Nutanix console to power on, power off, reboot machines. That's something which is built into like the platform itself. It's a good practice to use that. There's nothing which will break, but it's a good practice because the frame guest, when you use our interface, our cPanel, our interface to do like power control, then the frame guest agent is aware of it. If you just use like the Azure console or the Nutanix console, the machine will reboot for sure. But then there will be sort of a synchronization, a connection between like the frame guest agent again and the control plane when it's back online. Nothing will break, as I mentioned, but it's a good practice just to use the frame controls. If you look at like endpoint protection, EDR, EV, XDR, whatever you want to use. Like if you use Windows Defender or CrowdStrike or SentinelOne or Carbon Black or whatever this McAfee, whatever the solution is, I'm pretty sure that you same for physical PCs. There are always optimizations for that. The same applies for Frame in a persistent and non-persistent setup. So I always read into what are the practices for the sort of air quote AV vendor in a persistent and non-persistent environment. We also have our own documentation for that, which is more generic in the sense of add these type of like files or folders specifically for from an exclusion perspective, but also double check with your AV vendor, especially if it's like SentinelOne and CrowdStrike. Is what I've seen, where it's good to double check on their sort of notes how to configure their platform for Frame or how to configure their platform for non-persistent in general. So it's good to double check on that one. Let's see, optimizing the image. That is almost like a conversation and debate on its own. The starting point I would say don't optimize the image yet. I wouldn't start with that. I would just keep it as what it is. Make sure that everything runs, the apps are running, the environment is running. You can set up a session, like all the basic stuff, and then you can think about, hey, what can I optimize around Windows for a non-persistent or persistent setup? That is a valid topic and a valid question. What is the value of that? Is sometimes could be performance, can also be like just application or OS performance, or like OS boot time can be the value here. But also, and that's also related to the last bullet here, like for non-persistent workload VMs, disable Windows updates and all kinds of other application update services. In a non-persistent environment, that is super critical. If you don't do that well, that sort of ties also in sort of the optimizing the image from that perspective. Is yes, you need to optimize the image so that there are no application updates. There is no like scheduled tasks happening during business hours, especially in a non-persistent setup. In a persistent setup, I think also important. But the benefit of persistent is that if imagine a scan is happening every week, then the persistent desktop knows, okay, the scan did happen, all good to go, nothing to worry about. But if it's non-persistent, well, the scan will happen, and you reboot the machine, and then the scan will happen again. And the same applies for Windows updates or application updates. So that's why that topic of optimization is important from that sort of perspective. Optimizing so that these updates you are in control as sort of the operator of the platform. You need to be in control when application updates, when Windows updates, when AV or EDR, XDR updates are happening in general. Sysprep on its own, so update configuration for Windows and apps is more like, hey, what is your update cycle? It is possible to use Frame through admin API and sort of embed Frame into your sort of update pipeline, also from a sort of automation perspective, so that you can update Windows configurations, application configurations. Maybe you're using like Terraform, or maybe you're using like Chocolatey or SCCM or Intune, like whatever, like the platform or the application you're using to sort of update Windows and apps, that can be used for Frame as well. So it is just Windows. That's nothing, no rocket science on that side. Of course, there are pros and cons and some sort of guidelines if you use Intune or if you use SCCM. That's a little bit like for level 200 training class. But if you want to use like admin API or like our interface, like whatever makes sense for your setup. If you talk about sysprep, that also can be a topic on its own. Sysprep is, well, not something we invented. It's part of like Microsoft. Can be a pain in the butt, especially with like store apps or AppX applications. Some of these apps are sort of user installed and not machine installed, can cause issues. Sometimes, well, sysprep is if I would ask Dragan from support, hey, what are like the top 5 questions, support cases? I'm really sure that sysprep is in that top 5 as well. And that's why we created a Frame sysprep helper tool. If you install the Frame, well, if the Frame guest agent is installed, in a frame provided image, or if you bring your own image, then you install the frame guest agent. And that frame guest agent includes also the frame sysprep helper tool. And the sysprep helper tool, as the name implies, it will help in checking if sysprep can run successfully before running sysprep. And if it fails, for instance, the like handwriting application of the store is installed in user mode, that will cause sysprep issues for sure. And that is causing a lot of issues lately with like latest versions of Windows 11. Has nothing to do with Frame. It's just Windows and store apps or apps and sysprep. Or maybe you have a pending Windows update. Also a massive issue when you want to run sysprep. This sysprep helper tool will give insights that you have this application installed that is causing sysprep issues. Do you want to fix that, or do you want us to fix it automatically? So that's what the Frame sysprep helper tool is doing. In tomorrow's section, in tomorrow's chapter, we'll talk about these tools, where you can find these tools. But yeah, these are here to use. And from a time perspective, it's good to verify time zone, and date is correct. Otherwise, well, sometimes strange things can occur. Clear all history and caches before you publish your sandbox, and publishing means like clone the sandbox to production. We'll talk about that in the next chapter. But make sure that there's nothing left behind. If you download 2 gigs in files for the installation, it's a good practice to delete these from the downloaded folder, things like that. So clean up your master machine, polish your master machine. It's an important like asset in the Frame environment. Alrighty. Let me just continue to another chapter. Next chapter is publishing the sandbox. What is publishing? Publishing, in essence, means prepare the gold image that contains the OS and the applications, and make sure that that sort of gold image is ready, and after the publishing is ready to be used in production. In essence, it also means that this is where you install your Windows updates and where you install your application and application updates for your users. As I mentioned, in the Frame context, every active user will have its own VM. In this example, there are 3 VMs in the production pool. The 2 of them are being used. As you can see, I had 2 different users with the Launchpad accessing these two machines. And if you hit on publish, what will be the flow? If you click on publish, let me show you how that looks like just from an interface perspective. So this environment here, you can see the icon here, publish. If I click on publish, then it says, hey, publishing can take an X amount of time, 10 minutes, 1 hour, depending on how big the sandbox disk is and what kind of infrastructure you're using. So it depends how much time it is on the infrastructures and on the disk size. But if I hit publish, the sandbox then cannot be used. So I cannot make changes to the sandbox. And during that publishing process, all the end users will just continue using their session if they're in the session. That's what I meant. And new users will just use the previously published sandbox. After publishing, new users will use the sort of version 2 of that cloned of the published sandbox. Existing user will just continue using. And after the existing user session is closed, the VM will be deleted, and a new VM out of the shadow pool, which I will explain in a couple of seconds, will be placed into a production pool. So the value here is that you can do publishing even during business hours without impacting user productivity for that. And it's all done in our interface. So no need to go into any other like Azure Nutanix interface itself to make this happen. So in essence, I click on publish, the sandbox will be powered off if it was running. A backup of the sandbox will be created. That is important because you cannot run sysprep. There's a limited amount of instances you can run sysprep. So that's why we make a backup of that's one of the reasons why we make a backup of the sandbox. If the backup is finished, you can see that also listed in the interface itself. So you can see here, publish task is listed here, so all good. Then after backup is finished, like the provisioning and power on of cloned sandbox VMs will be done. So new VMs will be created. These will be listed here under the VMs tab. So another set of VMs will be added here. And as I mentioned, imagine you have a pool of 100 VMs. So there's capacity of 100 defined, and all the capacity is being used. So there are 100 user sessions active. You can still publish and clone. And then 100 extra VMs will be created. That's the default behavior in public cloud. In on-prem, there is another behavior, which is called quick prep, which I'll also explain a little bit later. But like a set of VMs will be created in a shadow pool, as you can see here. New users will be directed to the shadow pool of VMs, and existing VMs will be just continue running. And then after the session is closed, that VM of like the version 1 pool will be removed, and new VMs out of the shadow pool will be added to the production pool. It's all done automatically, so you don't see anything of that. It's all done behind the scenes. And then like the shadow pool VMs, as I mentioned, will be promoted to production pool VMs. And then will be listed as sort of VMs in this overview of VMs. So you can see here, like this is like a sandbox one. This is production, this is production, this is production. So there are 3 machines in production. If I click on capacity, I'll talk about that later as well. There are 3 VMs created here. If I add another pool of machines, like for instance, like CPU only machines, this one here, click on add. Just give it a friendly name. Click on add. Another pool will be added in a second or so. There it is. Default, there are no machines added, but if I create like a pool of 3, I click on save. Since I already published my sandbox in the past, another like set of VMs will be created in, I would say, a couple of minutes, and will be added here out of that pool of machines. So that's also cool and handy to use. Alrighty. In essence, this is what I did, like publishing multiple production pools, non-persistent. I have VM type A. Let me go to my interface here. VM type A is this one here, CPU only machine, and VM type B is a Pro 32 machine. And with 3 machines and with 3 machines. If I make it 300, I'll not click on save, but the orchestration engine will automatically create 279 extra machines out of the sort of the clone sandbox out of that one, and will just create these machines automatically. They will be powered on briefly to do sysprep and all the other magic, and then these machines will be powered off, waiting for end users to be used. Double check if there's anything else here to highlight. No, all good. Let me just continue with this one here. Now imagine you don't want to do a publish to production, but imagine you want to do a publish to like a sort of test environment. And that's something we added. It's called test publish. And what it answers means is that if I click on test publish instead of like publish, there is a different pool of machines, like a test publish pool. And there's a separate launchpad, like a test launchpad. And the value of that is that you can define like maybe a group of like special end users who are able to test the environment before you sort of promote that test to production. Maybe these are admins, maybe these are end users, doesn't matter for the conversation. And what you can do is you can define a launchpad specifically for these users. The launchpad will be used to access the machines which are part of the test pool. And if you hit test publish, the sandbox will be cloned, same process as I mentioned, but then, well, to a test pool of machines. So how does it look like? If you click here on settings, click here on general, I could enable test publish. We just do that. I cannot undo that, so I just enable that one. I click on capacity, I click on instance pool, and I select the C6 as an example, maybe a little bigger one, this one here. And then I can enable this one here as a test instance pool. Click on add. Now a third pool will be added, but that third pool will have a T, as you can see here, T like defined, like that's a test instance pool. It's all good. And then on Launchpad, I will spend more and more time on Launchpad for sure, but on Launchpad, I could say, hey, I want to have a desktop for testing. Test desktop. Hey, my caps lock is not what I had in mind. And I can say, hey, test Launchpad. So this one is the slider to define like this particular Launchpad is a test Launchpad. And then if I click on Sandbox here and I hit publish, then I have the option to use test publish instead of just publish. So same process, there's just one thing in the middle, which is like a test publish, which could be a reason to use for like quality assurance and so on. It's not the reason. There are customers who say, hey, I have a special frame account for testing purposes, also totally fine. But this is another way another like tool in the toolbox for that sort of QA type of approach. Another thing to talk about is publish versus quick publish. I briefly mentioned it when I mentioned, okay, if I hit publish, I have 100 machines, and if I hit publish, another 100 machines will be created in my sort of shadow pool, especially when I have 100 VMs up and running, or 100 sessions up running. If I don't want to do so because I don't have the infrastructure capacity to do so, then I can also configure quick publish, and that's like default for Nutanix HV. And is not default for public cloud. In public cloud, we assume right now that the capacity is there. Of course, you need to pay for that. That's part of like public cloud. But in the Nutanix HV setup, we assume that you don't have the double the capacity doing nothing available. So that's why the quick publish was developed, and also why the quick publish is enabled by default. In essence, it means instead of creating like all the VMs in once, it creates sort of batches of, for instance, like 10 VMs, which is the default. So that's the capacity you need for the shadow pool, and then the same process happens as well. So that quick publish, so you have quick publish, publish, and test publish. These are all three different items. Publish is just publish. Test publish is to have like a QA approach for like your publishing and your apps and your OSs. And quick publish is more like a streamlined option for HV, for on-prem, where you don't want to create like all your shadow VMs in once, but just in smaller batches. In essence, that's what quick publish is doing. So what happens if you increase your max of your production pool? So what happens if you go to this one here, and if I click on capacity, and instead of 3, I make it 33. And as I already mentioned it will just add 30 extra VMs to the pool of VMs. It will use the latest publishing sort of task. They use like the latest snapshot of the publishing to create the other 30 VMs. That will take, I don't know, 10-ish minutes, 7-ish minutes. It will create the VM. It will start up the VM. The frame gas agent will communicate with the frame control plane, see if everything is up and running. And then, yeah, after, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes, depending on a little bit on the infrastructure, the pool is ready to be used. Let me just click on cancel here. The VMs will be listed here. As you can see, all the other 3 machines, I just added another like pool, this one here, a couple of minutes ago. The VM is almost ready. Different sort of scripts and different technologies happening behind the scenes to make sure that the VM is running. Maybe applications are pre-warmed. All kinds of magic is happening behind the scenes. But in a couple of minutes, this VM should be ready in running state as this VM is running as well. So super simple. Cloning Sandbox, I actually already mentioned that you can clone the Sandbox to one or multiple other frame accounts in the same family. And not only in the same family, also within the same sort of cloud subscription. So imagine you have 2 cloud subscriptions, one for engineering and one for sales. You can only clone the frame account Sandbox from one frame account to the other if it's in the same family and, of course, in the same sort of subscription. And can be done by UI and also API. And talking about API, let me just go into that one here. So if we go to docs, and like that's all documented here as well. So count endpoints, like a lot of endpoints are here, all documented here. So they can embed, if that's the approach you want to use, embed like these tasks also in your pipeline as well. Let's continue with managing capacity. That's the next chapter. Capacity is on one side bound to like user experience, and on the other side bound to cost. And I will explain. So what it means with capacity is like the capacity, how many VMs are being provisioned. So imagine your capacity pool, your pool of machines is set to 3 or to 100. It means that these machines are already provisioned maybe they are powered off, maybe they are powered on. That's a different conversation, but they are at least provisioned and consuming storage cost. If it's Nutanix HV, it's all deduplicated and sort of relatively cheap, I would say. If it's on public cloud, there's no duplication yet on that side. So these machines, these disks are being provisioned and they consume storage cost. Now it is possible to make that sort of like flexible. There are options to delete these machines, for instance, at night and re-provision them in the morning. That is possible. But in essence, after publishing, these machines are created, and the default behavior is that the disks are stored and consume some money. Not the biggest chunk of money, but it's still something to keep in mind. That's the storage cost. And the VM cost, that's the VM running cost. By default, the machines are powered off. And if user Stefan logs in and he clicks on desktop or he clicks on application in LaunchPad, which I will do in a demo very soon from now, then the control plane will send a signal to the infrastructure, the platform, like, hey, power on this machine. That process takes a minute and a half, something like that. That's the time the end user needs to wait. And then after that sort of wait time, the session starts and the user can use the VM to run whatever they need to run. If you don't want the end user to wait a minute and a half, then there is an option, which I will demonstrate, to define buffers, to define minimums, to define maximums, to define like a capacity sort of setting. And that can be helpful to pre-boot machines and make sure that these machines are running before the end user is accessing these machines. That's like the balance between cost and user experience, what I had in mind. I will talk about maximum, and I will demonstrate maximum for sure. The maximum is the amount of VMs, the amount of sort of clones of the sandbox, the VM clones of the sandbox for a production pool or a test pool. In this example, you see two production pools, Pro 16 G4 and Pro 32 G5. And you see a number of 940, which means there are 940 copies of the sandbox during that whole publishing process, as I mentioned earlier. And yeah, that is 940 VMs. 940 disks are stored somewhere, depending on which platform you're using. And yeah, that is just waiting for the system to be used, to be powered on. If you increase it, as we mentioned earlier, it will just use the previously sort of published task and use that snapshot to increase the production pool. If you lower it, it will decrease automatically. If you make it 0 and there are user sessions active, that is not a good thing to do, because then it will just terminate the VM even with active sessions on. So there's no fill guard on that side. So lowering max session settings is possible through UI, as you can see here, but also through API. But then you need to make sure that there are no sessions running on these machines. This is like an analytics sort of option in cPanel, where you can see, hey, what is the concurrency of like the max settings. You can see here, lowering, hiring, increase and decrease here. If you look at the minimum, a minimum is the amount of VMs which are powered on in a production pool. And there's also a buffer, as you can see here in this slide. So there are 3 options: maximum, minimum, and buffer. In essence, if the number is 940 and you create a buffer of 10, it means there are always 10 machines out of the 940 running. So if Stefan logs in, it will use one of the buffer machines, but almost instantly another machine out of the 940 will be added in the power on state, and we will be added to the sort of buffer state, so that you always have 10 machines ready to be used. And minimum means that there are always a certain amount of machines running. So you can play around, create different sort of active capacity sort of policies, settings for the environment. And you can then use the analytics page to see how that is being used. What is the buffer? What are max settings? Is there a match, or is there like a massive discrepancy between both? That's all done in the elasticity settings as well. And you want to be as close as possible, because imagine your max is 1,000 and your active sessions is just 5, then you're wasting a lot of like in this example, storage cost, because you have 1,000 machines provisioned, but only 5 of them are being used. during the day, during the week, during the month, during the year. So you want to take a look at these sort of analytics pages and see what is sort of the match, what you configured and what is being used in active. So in this example, you see max settings, active instances, and active sessions. This is a good example why you want to sort of match that what the actual usage is and match it with like the settings you configured in this environment itself. To do that, let me show you in live environment here. Let me just log in back. Okay. So we're talking about capacity management. That's why this tab here. In my environment here, I have 3 pools. One production pool with CPU-only machines, one production pool with a Pro 32 machine. This machine has, as you can see here, is in this example AWS, but everything I've demonstrated and explained applies for all 4 public clouds and also on-prem. So same story. There's no difference on that side. This machine is using a GPU, 8 CPUs, 32 gigs of RAM. This machine is 4 CPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, and no GPU. And this test pool is sort of created later. So you've seen already in the previous chapter. Also C6 extra large on AWS. So if I look at this one here, this is the one I normally use for sort of testing and showcase purposes. There are 2 options important to check. The default capacity with the maximum settings here. So if I make it 300, it will increase capacity, as I mentioned earlier. If I make buffer instances 1 and click on save, then there will be always 24/7 one machine is ready for buffer. I don't want to do that, so I will just keep it 0. So what I did for this training class, I changed a schedule. So the schedule looks like this. Imagine I want to add a new schedule here. And for instance, from 9 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I want to have a buffer of 2 for that particular day, as an example. So in this example, you can say, okay, I want to have that here and maybe another like configuration here. So whatever the configuration is, you can just define it here in the user interface, and then the system will make that happen. We'll pre-boot the machines. We'll create a buffer. We'll create minimum machines automatically. You cannot define the maximums here because it could be tricky, sometimes dangerous just to lower the maximum sessions, as I mentioned earlier, especially with running VMs and running user sessions running on top of that. But it is possible to control your maximums through API as well. Just delete this one now. All good. So that's what you can do here. You can do that for each instance pool, and then you can access these instance pools, these production pools through the LaunchPad. So you have a LaunchPad here. We'll talk about that later. But imagine I had a LaunchPad call it like sales desktops. Click on add LaunchPad. A new LaunchPad is created. The sales desktop LaunchPad. So the interface the sales users will use. I want to only give them access to the CPU only VMs. This one here. So not to the GPU based machines here. Click on save. And I also have like a design apps LaunchPad, and only the design apps can use the GPU based machine here. So this is like how you can use multiple pools, how you can define different capacity settings for different pools. Yeah, super simple through UI and also straightforward through API if that's the approach you want to use. If you click on analytics, there's not that much to see for this showcase account. It's not a production environment, obviously. But here under analytics, you can see for each pool what the usage is, what the max settings are. So imagine I disable everything. I could say, hey, max settings is 3, and active sessions is, well, once in a while 1 during a week. So you can active sessions here, once in a while 2. So you can analyze like the usage. This is like just an environment for us internally to use. So not a production environment, so not a nice looking graph like you saw on the slide, but you can see the point here that you can define, hey, what is the minimum, what's the buffer, what's the actual capacity, and based on months, weeks, whatever the time schedule is, you can analyze the actual usage for that. Same for disk. You can see what is the disk usage per hour. In public cloud, you pay per hour for storage as well. You can see the actual hourly usage here for the production pool or the test pool or whatever you want to see here. You can also download it as CSV. You can use an API to extract that and embed it into like Power BI or Tableau, whatever makes sense from that perspective. Alrighty, let's talk about managing launchpads. What is a launchpad? Launchpad is like the interface the end user will use to access their desktops, their personal desktops, their sort of pooled desktops. Often they don't know if it's a pooled desktop or not. They don't care if it's pooled or not. They want to access their desktop or their applications as well. So we have two launchpad options, an application launchpad and a desktop launchpad. Different instance pools. You can change your background image, you can change session settings, and you can access the app through different URLs as well. And we'll demonstrate that. That's the easiest and nicest way to look at it. So this is like how a desktop launchpad looks like, or application launchpad looks like, where it is in the interface itself, and also where you can define which applications are part of the application launchpad, where you have your onboarded applications, and you can select which applications are part of that particular launchpad. And also, if you want to use a launchpad or not. But I will talk about that a little bit later. Let me just go into demonstration mode for now. This one here, and go to launchpads. Actually, we already created extra launchpads, like a sales desktop launchpad, and for instance, like an engineering launchpad, engineering desktop. It's pretty straightforward. There it is, the engineering desktop. I only want to use this machine type for that. All good. I can change the background. You can add your own background. Super simple, straightforward. What else is helpful here? If I click on the three dots, the kebab menu, there are options here, including session settings. And what you can do here is override the default session settings. So for this, for instance, engineering desktop launchpad, well, maybe make it different. Let me just cancel this one here. For the sales desktop launchpad, maybe a better example, I want to override the default session settings, and I want to limit my frame rate to 20. There's no need to try to push as many frames per second for that use case. It's a CPU only machine, so it's not a super beefy machine. It offers productivity, so there's no need for 60 frames per second. Maybe as an example, maybe I want to remove microphone, camera, print, upload, download. They cannot use clipboard. They cannot use USB. And the time limits are maybe a little bit higher. Just make it like this and click on save. So what you can do here is based on a launchpad, and then the launchpad will be attached to user groups. So an example, SAML user group sales. You can define session settings for that particular launchpad. And the same applies for engineering. Maybe for engineering, you want to just continue using the default session settings. So you just keep this one here, all good to go. That's the application launchpad, desktop launchpad. How does it look like from an end user perspective? Let me just go to the right interface, this one here. So it's an incognito session. So I already logged in. In this example, I just logged in with an email address and password. If I log in with SAML, you just see your SAML interface. You log in with SAML and then good to go. Or if that SAML token already is on your machine, then that same token can be reused to sort of auto log into the frame environment and then access the environment. This is like the launchpad interface, where in this example, this particular user is a little bit strange. Sometimes I call it Dr. Strange, because this user has access to multiple launchpads in multiple regions as well. So you can see launchpad access to desktop, this one here. I can also switch to application launchpad, this one here. I can access the environment differently as well. So there are different ways to access the launchpads. In this example, I have multiple launchpads. So that's why I see this launchpad switcher. If it's just one launchpad, you don't have access to the switcher because there's nothing to switch. I can also access my showcase environment in East US or in West US. Because this user is a little bit strange, he has access to all kinds of frame environments in multiple regions with multiple launchpads. If I just click on the app itself, I just launch my session, and I would say in 15 seconds or so, the session is brokered. It's all secured. It's checked if the, for instance, GPU licensing is ready to roll, if the GPU is ready, because I'm using a GPU. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. What you see a little bit in like, hey, allocating resources, checking X, Y, Z, that is sort of what is happening behind the scenes. And then I would say in 5 seconds or so, I should see my first session. This is my first session for this user. Hey, welcome to Frame. This is how you can sort of access the terminal interface, and this is how you can enable webcam, blah, 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 blah. That can all be done here. So the terminal interface is here, where you can enable webcam. I cannot use webcam now because I'm already using sort of a Zoom setup, so I cannot reuse the webcam. But if I enable webcam here, or microphone, or enable sound, I can enable multiple displays if I want to use multiple displays, all in browser. So there's no client, no agent, no plugin, no receiver, no workspace app, just browser. Nothing special here. I can upload and download files directly from my environment. Here. So if I just drag, see if I have a file which I can easily sort of copy into that. Let's see which one. I just drag a picture. So drag and drop of files. There's an upload and download folder here. I just dragged a picture into it. Straightforward. So that's easy. File print, easy as well. It's just a frame provided printer. Let me see if there is Notepad++. All good. If I click on file print, there's a frame printer here. That's like the option in session settings to enable to print or not. Frame printers here, if I hit print, it will print to my locally defined printer. It will use my local driver with, well, the driver capabilities of that, with the printer capabilities of the driver itself. So black and color, double-sided, whatever it is. So no driver installation for that. All done in browser. So the full desktop session is running here, all good to go. If it's an application specific, you don't see the frame, you don't see the Windows desktop, you just see the application itself. There's a small frame icon here where you can switch between apps if you have multiple access to multiple applications. And yeah, that's straightforward and good to go as well. Let me just quit this one and go to the application launchpad. I'll just create another one. Apps for training class. It's an application launchpad, as you can see here. Click on Add Launchpad. And now the Manage Application options. This one here is helpful. I just randomly select some apps. Doesn't matter for now. This is where like the onboarded applications are important. So when we talked about the Sandbox, if I powered on the Sandbox and I installed some apps, then these apps are sort of detected. Like, hey, you want to onboard the application, as I mentioned. You can also manually add and onboard applications. Just right-click on the executable or right-click on the application sort of container format. In the context menu, there's an option called Onboard to Frame. That's what the Frame guest agent adds. And then you just continue the process. Do you want to onboard the app? Yes. And then, well, the application will be listed in the onboarded application list here. I can group apps easily, like you can on a mobile device as well, like this one here. So all good to go. And this is how you define. This is what I had in mind. Yeah, this is what I had in mind. Click on save. And now if that's a different chapter, but if I go to users and I go to SAML permissions and I say, hey, this group of users will have access to this launchpad, then, well, after login, the user will see that launchpad can launch apps, can launch desktops, whatever makes sense for that setup. That's how, in essence, this whole topic works. During the training class, not sure if you noticed, but I mentioned that Launchpad is a way, not the only way, but a way to access applications and desktops. There are other ways as well to access applications and desktops, which is just, well, interesting to share and to demonstrate as well. Let me go to my showcase demo here. So click on Launchpads. and click on Design Apps as one of the launchpads. So if I click on the three dots again, I already talked about the session settings, but there's another one here called Advanced Integration. If I click on that one, what I can do is I can select the identity provider for that launchpad. In this example, I want to use Frame Showcase Enter ID. And what I can do is I could say, hey, for, let's see, GIMP, I want to create a launch link. So copy a launch link. And that launch link, if I just paste that launch link here, is a long link here. There's a lot of logic behind in that link. That's like level 200 training class, not for now. But if I share that link with someone in the organization who can embed the link and add an application icon to it, then you can do magic things with it. I will show what it looks like. Or if I create a progressive web application link, this one here, and I paste that link into my browser, I could also install the application itself. Oh, this is not what I had in mind. Doesn't matter. Let me see if I can do it differently. I'll do it differently in a couple of seconds for now. But I think if I just paste that progressive web application link into sort of the browser, or if I share that with someone else who is managing a workspace, I can do magic or interesting things with that. Let me show you. For instance, if I integrate Frame into Apps Anywhere, or if I integrate Frame into Liquid, or if I integrate Frame progressive web applications into a Google shelf, or if I integrate Frame progressive application into my Windows 10 sort of start menu and taskbar, this is all where like the advanced integration kicks in. In the Apps Anywhere example, behind these icons is a launch link, and the launch link will run the Frame app. So the end user already logged in with their SAML provider and their credentials into Apps Anywhere. Same applies for Liquid. Same applies for Windows for Workspace 365. Same applies for like Microsoft 365 as well. Like if there's a way to add a link, there's a way to add an icon to the link, then the launch link can be used to add the frame-powered application or frame-powered desktop, same story, into any interface, as you can see here. So behind these icons is a launch link. And if the user clicks on the link, then the application will launch itself. Same here, same here. Like it's the same technology. So it's not required to use the launchpad. So you don't see the frame interface at all. At the frame launchpad interface at all. You just use the interface which is available. And we see it often in, for instance, education, where there's a student learning system, an LMS, or there's like a portal where people use that portal as main sort of entry point, and you just add applications, frame-powered applications into that interface. If there's a way to add a link and or an icon, then the launch link or progressive web application is just easy to use. And with one click, copy link, copy launch link, copy PWA link, and then good to go. If you look at that from an end user perspective, that's a pity. I cannot share the other screen, but like this is a screenshot I took with GIMP, this one here, sort of in my taskbar. Right now, click on that icon. I just did a second ago. And this is how the progressive web application will look like. So it will launch a frame session, same as a frame desktop session, same as a frame application setting through the launchpad, same sort of procedure. It will start at the VM. When the VM is started up, it will start a session. It will allocate resources, and then after, I would say 15 seconds, something like that, that GIMP application or whatever the application is will just run. So the PWA application is just a different sort of delivery method, just a different method to provide access to that particular application itself. There it is. Now, like I would say in 5 seconds or so, GIMP, there it is. GIMP should launch. Actually, it's a pretty, I would say, beefy-ish application, but it runs pretty smooth on this side. And the machine itself is a powerful machine. It has a GPU. It's a G5 machine, so it's a powerful machine itself. But you can just interact with that. You can just, as I mentioned earlier, upload, download files, whatever makes sense for your setup. You can do here as well. Alrighty, Stefan, any other questions or any topics I should address which I maybe forget or didn't know yet?
No,
all
looks
good.
good.
Alrighty, let me just go back to this one here. Alrighty, there's also something else to share, and that's how everything we've done so far is all browser-based. The demo Stefan did, all my demos, all browser, no rocket science. It just works, and it works flawless as well. But there's also a Frame app, and some people might already know about that. Some people are new to that. Like, hey, what is Frame app, and when to use a browser, or when to use like the Frame app itself. In essence, the Frame app, the engine of Frame app is a browser engine. So if I go to my local machine here and launch Frame app, I just did. This is how Frame app looks like. It's a browser engine, and the interface is what you already have seen, is just a launchpad with the option to change like launchpads if I want to do so. So this is the Frame app. This one here, we have a Frame app for Windows and Mac and for Linux. And the value of Frame app are two different things. One could be there are certain things the browser cannot do today. For instance, advanced USB support or advanced USB redirection is limited in browser. Of course, there is USB redirection. Otherwise, I couldn't use my keyboard and mouse. And there are some other like human input devices which are sort of default. But if there's like a very special mouse, like a 3D connection space mouse, or maybe like a smart card reader, or maybe like a special scanner, a WIA scanner, then these type of devices, they sort of need advanced USB support, and that's where the Frame app shines. The value of Frame app is then unlock USB support, and the benefit is that everything you've seen so far with all I've done applies to Frame app. So launchpads, sessions, like everything, functionality, technology, all applies to Frame app. But then newer technology like USB support will be added through Frame app. Since the browser yet, that might change, but the browser is yet not capable to sort of support like these advanced like USB devices. Could be a security reason, could be just Google not ready yet. Well, whatever the reason is, doesn't matter. In essence, the Frame app itself can unlock that. The engine of Frame app is Chromium, and we built our own sort of like app around that engine. Like Microsoft did with Microsoft Edge, the engine of Microsoft Edge browser is Chromium, and they built their own Edge browser around that. So unlocking USB support. If you want to use multi-monitor, that is also possible with browser. If you want to use your webcam or microphone or audio playback, all possible with browser, and also possible with Frame app as well. So no difference with that. So one side is USB support. The other side is kiosk mode. So if you have like iGel or Unicorn or Tenzik or Stratadesk, these are like partners, technology partners we work closely with. They have their own, very often Linux-based ThinkLiant or Edge OS operating system. And that operating system could be used to also launch the Frame app. So you power on your ThinkLiant device, and the only thing it can do is, well, launch the Frame app. And if you close the Frame app, it will close the Frame app and will relaunch Frame app as well. So run it in kiosk mode, and Frame app can then be like very like useful for that. And that's what we see often as well. And that's why we have Linux support for Frame app besides Mac and besides Windows. There are different options you can do here. This all can be configured through a command line as well. So if you install the Frame app, you have command line options. It's all documented, of course, and also for the configuration as well. These are all registry settings, so you can also configure that on central level. But like, these are options you can configure here. Maybe auto allow camera and microphone, and then sort of enable microphone and camera in the session, or do some advanced sort of GPU internals to see, hey, how the machine is operating. Is that hardware acceleration? Is it enabled? Which is something the frame remoting protocol can leverage, which will be shared and explained tomorrow in the GPU and also the FRP, the frame remoting protocol chapter. So different things you can do here, built into the Frame app, which is helpful for troubleshooting and so on. So when to use Frame app, when to use browser, hopefully that is clear. In essence, everything you can do on browser, you can also do on Frame app. And the Frame app will unlock advanced USB support and kiosk mode support. It is possible to run browser in kiosk mode, especially with Edge in, for instance, Windows 10 IoT. But on the Linux side, I see a lot of like demand in like classroom setup, where you just use like Frame app in kiosk mode, and then control managed by the the management platform from Agile and Tenzig and Unidesk and Autodesk and so on. Let's see. Anything else? So I talked about like Launchpad is a way to access Frame apps or Frame-powered apps on desktops. Not the only way. You have also a launch link and a progressive web application. I'll demonstrate that as well. And then you have browser access and you have Frame app sort of access. So these are like the options in this chapter. Alrighty. Managing account settings. So session settings, what are these session settings? So these session settings define and determine like user experience and also functionality if certain things are enabled or disabled. Okay? Copy, paste, upload, download, ability to print using the frame sort of printing, a client printer option, webcam support, microphone support, generic USB or advanced USB support, but also how much time can the user use his session, so sort of session limits. What happens if he goes out for lunch for 3 hours, or like a typical Dutch lunch, like 5 minutes? What needs to happen with his session? Does that session need to happen to be disconnected? How long should that session be disconnected? But also, what is the frame rate, the maximum frame rate the frame remoting protocol should use? What's the maximum bandwidth the frame remoting protocol should use? Things like that are all part of these session settings. And then you can define special keyboard combinations or keyboard profiles as well. The frame, we call it terminal, the frame interface. If you run it full screen, automatically will capture specific keyboard combinations, like Alt-Tab as an example, or Alt F4, like these typical Windows keyboard combinations. These are already captured inside a frame session if you run the frame session full screen. There's one keyboard combination which cannot be sort of remoted, which is sort of Control-Alt-Delete in a Windows world. So if you press Control-Alt-Delete, you will not see Control-Alt-Delete in the frame session, but that will always be local. That's a security feature on Windows OS itself. But the major like keyboard shortcuts are captured in frame terminal. And if there are keyboard shortcuts which are not captured, maybe something specific for your application, like Alt-Shift-F9, which will do XYZ in your reporting application, that is something which we didn't capture. Is something you can also define in your keyboard profile. So if you want to define your own special keyboard combinations to be used not locally on your physical PC, but remotely in the frame session, that is something you can define in the keyboard profile section. And then there is two options called advanced terminal settings and advanced server settings, which I also will explain in a couple of slides. In essence, this is what I already explained, so no need to spend more time here. These time limits I also explained. There's like a user inactivity timeout. If I take a lunch for 30 minutes, then the idle timeout will kick in. That means that the session will be closed. It will be in a disconnected state, so it can be reconnected. That's at the idle timeout setting. And it's also possible to enable a max session duration if that is something you would like to configure. And reservation timeout is not really important for now. How does it work from a max session duration? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Like a couple of minutes before the max session duration timer is met, the end user will receive a message like, hey, you're 1 minute, you're 5 minutes. I think it's 1 minute is the default. 1 minute out of your max session duration. So please save your data and close your apps. That's what, in essence, what it means. And if it's session timeout for user activity, similar message will see, hey, you're 29 minutes like inactive, you're 1 minute out of your sort of user inactivity timer, then the session will be disconnected and will be still run, but then ready in the other like 30 minutes, if that's the timeout you configured, to reconnect to that existing session. Keyword profile, I already mentioned that, like your special keyword combinations. And these are like the advanced server arguments, and these are like advanced terminal arguments. Why are these here? Sometimes when we develop something new, for instance, maybe like a new method to enhance the frame remoting protocol, as an example, or to do a different method of encoding for the remoting protocol, or whatever the setting is. Sometimes we just want to add an argument before we add that to the cPanel, before we add it to like the interface itself, so that customers, if they want to do so, they can already use that functionality or use the technology without sort of being that exposed to the larger audience or to the cPanel itself. So there are certain settings which fit in that bucket. There are also very specific settings which might be developed for very specific scenarios, which can also be enabled through like a server argument and through a terminal argument. Server arguments always start with dash, like dash this attach timeout as an example, or dash encode, and I'm like an encoder FFCPU. And terminal arguments never start with a dash. These are just like a disable clock sync as an example. So these are all documented and publicly documented. So if you want to use them, it's not, I would say, common to just add a bunch of terminal arguments or server arguments, but I just want to share that these are there, these are documented. And if you want to use them, well, they're here to use. Another one in settings is domain settings, Active Directory domain settings, and also Entra ID domain settings. What it means for this particular one is that the workload machines then will be integrated into classic Microsoft Active Directory. So the control plane doesn't have a connection to your directory services at all. There's no sort of connection. The guest VM itself, the agent, the frame guest agent, which is running in the workload machine, is able or should be able to communicate with your directory services, with your DNS like environment, to make sure that that workload machine can be embedded, can be sort of integrated into your Active Directory. And if that machine is Active Directory integrated, then also the end user can log in with the Active Directory credentials. That's like what in essence this domain settings means. So if I get to my environment here, there are like two major ones. One of them is session settings. This one here. Actually, we already talked about it, but that's how it looks like here. You see one sort of terminal argument here. There's an option to change the terminal user interface. Default is latest. For this one, I'm using new terminal user interface, and that new terminal user interface will display the floating terminal menu, which will be the default, I would say, very soon. And the current one has like a small sort of terminal bar on the bottom of the frame session. That's what this one is doing. But everything I've demonstrated is with a new terminal UX. And probably when people watch this recording later, maybe the new terminal UI, which is new now, is the default in days, weeks, months from now. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. It's not rocket science here. Hey, it's a slider, you enable it, you disable it. And that session setting, this example is generic, but as you've seen already, you can define it on LaunchPad. So on LaunchPad, you can say, hey, override the default setting to something else, like this one here. Or let me just go back to this one as default, which is what it should be. Or go on LaunchPad level and go to session settings here and override that as well. Or hey, keep it as default. So that's the session settings. Now on domain settings, this frame account doesn't have any AD configured, so nothing configured here because there's no AD which I want to connect with this frame account. But if I would connect Active Directory with this showcase account, I fill in these details. Yeah, and that's straightforward. Like I add my FQDN here, I add one of multiple domain controllers here, same for DNS. Then there's a service account, like a frame service account, and that frame service account is responsible to create machine objects. Or also, I think it's possible to delete machine objects. And often you want to create these machine objects in a separate organizational unit. So that's what this OU is all about. And of course, the service account needs to have a password and needs to have certain permissions as well for that. So if I go to documentation, and I search for, let's see if I can do that like this one here. Let's see if I can find it quick enough. Didn't prep that one. Probably not. This one here, sorry. Didn't look good enough. Then you can see like the setup, what needs to be done on the console itself. It's it is straightforward, all good, but it's good to just double check, especially on the permission side. That service account has permissions to create machine objects, and to list machine objects and to delete machine objects, top of my head. So these are like things which are documented here, and yeah, should be used here as well. Of course, you can create like a machine prefix. So like the Windows machine name, maybe you have a prefix for that. And we talk about frame singles and on tomorrow. So that's something Stefan will demonstrate tomorrow as well. But that's in essence how this looks like. There's a similar option if I am running on Azure to enable Entra ID. So there's an option extra to configure Entra ID if I want to enable and configure this workload machine to be Entra ID enabled, which is not the case on AWS or Google or IBM. Has nothing to do with Frame. It's just Entra ID support for persistent / non-persistent Frame accounts on non-Azure. So Entra ID is like mostly like the workload machines with Entra ID support is mostly like is Azure. To use Entra ID to log into the Launchpad, that's a completely different story. We talked about that already. That is, of course, possible to do. All right, I think I have a screenshot of Entra ID as well. Yeah, this one here. That's early access. I think it's lifted already. I can check, but that's like in essence like we enable it, and that means that under the hood, the frame control plane will make sure that these workload machines are Entra ID integrated for that one specifically. All right, Stefan, anything missing here or any special questions, or so far so good?
Nothing. You impressed everybody, so they are too impressed to ask questions.
All right, then let's go into this one here. Since when we talk about the chapter account creation, I already created a persistent desktop account. But it's good to highlight like the difference between persistent and non-persistent. Anyway, again, it's an important topic. Non-persistent applications or desktops, same story. One or more instance types, production pools for each sort of pool, and you can provision max default capacity for each production pool as well. For persistent desktops, it's only desktops, so there's no like persistent application launchpad or something like that. That doesn't exist. There's one instance type for each sort of persistent desktop, so it's not possible that Stefan can have two different instance types for his persistent desktop. It's just one instance type. It is defined when the account is created. It can be changed afterwards, so I will demonstrate that in a couple of minutes. It can be changed, so imagine Stefan's persistent desktop is already sort of created and attached to him, and he says, well, I would like to use another machine type. It is possible to change that instance type for persistent desktops, but initially the machine type which is defined on the Sandbox is also the machine type which will be used for the end user persistent desktops. I talked about shadow pool already. Yeah, that is, I would say, straightforward as well. Let me just go to a persistent desktop account. I could use another one, I could use one which we created earlier, but I can also use this one, which contains a little bit more information, which is helpful. So this is a persistent frame account on Azure. Doesn't matter if it's Azure or AWS or Google or IBM, only Linux HV. Everything I've demonstrated, explained so far, and everything I will explain in like the other chapters is the same, independent of the infrastructure itself. So this is persistent desktop frame account. You don't see apps because it's only desktops. I already published the Sandbox twice, as you can see here. I see a tab called Volumes, and Volumes is like where you can see, hey, there are two sort of persistent desktops already created, one for Zach and one for Ruben. If I click on VMs, I should see them as well. You can see them here. Zach is here, Ruben is here. So these are persistent machines. I could sort of go to the three dots here and change the instance type. I can unassign a desktop and then reassign to someone else. I can start a desktop. I can also, if you look at capacity management, I could say, hey, wake up machines at a certain time. if that is helpful. So there's also a sort of capacity schedule if you want to do that for persistent desktops. You can also define how many persistent desktops you want to configure, like 40. Then let's see, it was for like 36 extra copies of the Sandbox will be used to create an extra like set of shadow of VMs, which can be used for additional users. Yeah, you can make backups of the persistent desktop. You can make scheduled backups of the persistent desktop, things like that. Let me just cancel here. Volumes. These are like the persistent desktop itself, but you can also make extra backups. These can be manually created. These can be scheduled as well. So different options here as well. And of course, you can, as admin, you can restore them as well. You cannot restore them as an end user, but it's an admin task for now. If you want to do a restore of your persistent desktop, personal desktop setup. Yeah, we already created a frame account. The option is here is enable persistent desktop. It is not possible. That's a good note. If you create a frame account, it's not possible to change the frame account from persistent to non-persistent or the other way around. If you create the frame account, that's it. What you can do if you made a mistake, oh, shit, I did create a persistent desktop account. Now I spent like a lot of time in the Sandbox already to build a Sandbox. You can clone the Sandbox, as I mentioned multiple times. So just create a new account, clone the Sandbox from one to the other. You're good to go. So that's straightforward. Yeah, already demonstrated through the interface the capacity settings here. You can always increase. And also, like the desktop will not be terminated compared to non-persistent. That is different behavior. Keep running instances, especially in public cloud, can be tricky. So keep instances running. If you are running on-prem, you already paid for that physical equipment. I would say most of the customers are fine with that. In public cloud, as with always, there's money involved, directly involved. So you need to really understand how capacity management works. It's not super complex, but it's good to read into it, play around with that, both on the non-persistent side and also on the persistent desktop side. And then if you're publishing, it's different, a little bit different compared to non-persistent. So if you publish a Sandbox, it will, you click on publish through interface or through API, it will power off the Sandbox, it will make a backup of the Sandbox. That backup will be listed in the interface, as you've seen already. And then new machines will be provisioned, depending on how many, depends on what the configuration is. New VMs will run, and then new users can access these machines. Machines which are already sort of attached to the user will stay intact. There's no termination of that machine, but there's also no update of that machine. So imagine in my scenario, I already have Stefan attached to one machine. Then I power on the Sandbox, I install a bunch of apps, I hit publish. Yeah, Stefan will not see these updates because his machine already is attached to the previous version of that sort of image. That's the whole purpose of persistent desktop. So if you want to make that happen, that Stefan gets the latest version of that sort of publish, they need to terminate his personal machine. And then if he logs in the day after or the hour after or whatever the timing is, you will get a new machine, a new personal machine with the latest updates of that Sandbox. So if you want to make changes to already existing personal desktops, the publishing process is not designed or not meant for that. So you need to use like Intune or SSEM or scripting or Chocolatey or whatever like solution you have today for your physical PCs to make sure that these machines are also remain up to date. Yeah, managing persistent desktops, already talked about that. If you click on the three dots, you can reassign, as I mentioned. You can change instance type, as I mentioned. You can also start a stop and reboot. You can check install the software. If you want to access the environment using RDP, you cannot just RDP into that machine. That is not only applicable for persistent desktop, but just in general. You cannot just RDP into the Sandbox or RDP into the frame workload machine. We disabled RDP from a security perspective, but also from a sort of conflicting perspective. You don't want to log in with like the same user using two remoting protocols. So we disabled RDP. If you want to use RDP for troubleshooting, debug purposes, then you click on the three dots in the VM menu. Let me show you. Click on the three dots in the menu, and then you click on Enable RDP Debug. It will power on the machine. it will enable RDP, and then you can access the machine through RDP with the frame user. So if I enable, let me see if I can do that for now, just this one here, enable RDP debug. It will whitelist my public IP address. So this is my public IP address for this example. You can enable. What will happen right now, the frame control plane will power on the machine, will, in some examples, will also create like a sort of exception in network security group to enable RDP to that particular IP address you just saw, so that I can access the machine, in this example, in Azure through RDP. So it's not just opening RDP for everyone, it's just opening RDP for that particular IP address. It's all automated, as you can see. This will take, I don't know, 2 minutes before the VM is booted up, something like that. And after that 2 minutes, you will see like extra information with the frame username, the unique password, and the IP address of that VM to access RDP, to access through RDP. So there's no sort of standard frame user with a, well, there's a standard frame user, but the password always will be unique for each. Every time the VM starts, there is a unique password for that frame user. And that frame user is, in this example, a local admin user to access the environment. So that's the RDP mode. Let me just go back here. Installed software might be handy to check as well. I'll just close for now. If I click on this one here, click on installed software, there's a list of software which is installed. Not much in this example because this is pretty like standard environment. But if you look at the Showcase EU environment, there's a long list of apps. Can be helpful just for troubleshooting purposes to see, hey, what is installed? Things like that. So VM is starting, but I would say in a minute or so, the VM should be started. Already has a public IP address, as you can see here. And then I can access it through RDP. So I click on enable RDP again. Somewhere in time, I wouldn't wait for that now, but somewhere in a minute or two from now, this machine should be ready to access through RDP. It's not often that I use it, but imagine something is wrong to access the environment through Frame. Could be networking related, so Frame remoting protocol. We'll talk about that in another chapter, but that requires certain like ports to be opened. Maybe something isn't working on that side. You want to access the environment through RDP. That's where I see like RDP debug mode being used. Let's see anything else on this side. If the server is in session, so if it's in session itself, then you can do similar things here, but also stop the machine if it's required as well. Already explained the volumes tab in the interface itself, so you can make backups, you can make manual and scheduled backups on that side. So that's easy. I think there's auto growth as well. Yeah, there is auto growth. There's auto growth as well. We could say, hey, there is. You can grow the volume. It has a certain size, but if there is more space required, you could say, hey, there is less than 5 gigs in this example, then increase the volume by 10 gig with a maximum of 265 gig. I just make up that last example, but that's what can be done with that auto grow setting. We talked about power management. It's different compared to non-persistent, but it's a way to keep machines running if that is applicable, to speed up the process. There's also a complete different topic. It's called hibernation in public cloud, where you can sort of suspend and resume. That whole hibernation process has nothing to do with this power management, but that's another option you can configure, where you can hibernate, suspend and resume your machines. And especially when you have persistent, it is applicable for persistent desktops, where you have like maybe 30 tabs open. The boot time of apps or the launch time of apps takes a while. So there could be an angle where you just suspend the VM, you go home, or maybe at home you have lunch or dinner with the family, and then after that, you just resume your machine. That resume process takes, I would say, normally 30, 40 seconds. But then the complete VM, including all the running apps, all the running tabs, are all there to be reused, instead of closing the session and powering off the machine. And that's what's happening here with power management. Let me just see how this one is going.
Yeah, Ruben, maybe to add on the persistent disks like profile disks and the data disks. So especially the profile disk solution that is integrated into Frame is a huge advantage against other third-party solutions. Of course, if you want, you can use, and we will talk about that, FSLogix profile containers or other solutions. But the simplicity is the key here, because we can just enable the profile disk, assign a starting disk size, and then all the options like automated backups, auto growth, all that is configured in a couple of minutes. And more important, everything in the background that you usually have to prepare to run in profile disk solutions, like creating file shares, assigning the right access rights to users to their specific shares, all that is not necessary here. So we take care of that from the back end. So we just create these disks in the same disk pools then that the VIs are running. So in Azure, it will be Azure disks. In AWS, it will be EC2 storage in the same region and the same data center the VMs are running. And it's the same for the Nutanix cluster. So you don't need to create anything, just a couple of clicks, job done, and we do the rest. And I think that's a big advantage, and it's a great fit to the whole simplicity of the product.
Yep. I didn't clock how much time you spent on explaining that. Could be 3 minutes. In that 3 minutes, I just did what you explained.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that easy.
So
right?
in essence, like to just roll back what Stefan said. So there is an option, and that's also another chapter as well, but just briefly, there's an option called profiles. I just enable that. It will create a 10 gig profile disk. We're OEMing a technology called Profile Unity. A profile disk is part of Profile Unity, I should say. So we are OEMing profile disk from Liquidware. We're not OEMing Profile Unity, but we are OEMing that particular technology. It's all embedded into Frame. You don't pay extra for that. It's just part of the subscription price. You enable it. There's no file server, file share. There's no security permissions. It's just a disk. The disk is stored on storage, as Stefan mentioned. That disk is only applicable to me. So there is security in place, but we handle that whole component. I just created like a 10 gig initial profile size. I also did the same for a personal drive. So personal drive is just a P drive, a disk which is attached to the end user, which is displayed as P from Peter or personal, and that has 25 gigs in size, and I can store. It's almost like a home directory without using any file server, file share. Like this is like a personal drive, a personal like storage location. And if I click on volumes, which is enabled when I configure this one, you can define auto growth here. You could say auto growth when there's less than like 250 meg free space, then increase the profile disk with 1 gig with a maximum of 15 gig or 20 gig or 25 gig, whatever the number is, and click on confirm. And you can make backups. The admin can make, the system can make backups. The admin can make backups. You can do schedule backups. So that's, yeah, already explained that backup topic in the persistent desktop context. Similar story here as well.
Yeah,
so
and there was
super
just one additional question to this. So there's one limitation, one thing that we can't do, and that is mount these disks from an administrator's perspective and make changes directly to the disk. So that is not included. It's just available to the users during runtime while he has a session open. So no way to mount that disk and modify that profile manually. But backups should help solving issues here. The good thing is, in all of the Frame disaster recovery scenarios, that is where we transfer like the persistent pieces of the environment, sandboxes, persistent desktops, user drives, profile drives to a second location, might be in second Nutanix cluster, second Azure region, whatever. We do DR for these type of disks, also the profile disk as well.
Yep. So and that means like we do DR for volumes, and that volume is like disks are part of that. It is possible to, as an admin, to access these disks, but it's not through our interface. So it is at the end, it's the disk stored on Azure or stored on Google or stored on the platform, which can be accessed, but it's not like exposed through the interface. It's really rare that you need to have access to the disk and do sort of forensics on that or like do some magic on that disk, but it is possible. At the end, it's a disk which is running in, I would say, customer infrastructure. It's not running in our infrastructure. We don't run that infrastructure. We don't run the workload machine. the storage infrastructure for customers in general. 9 out of 10 or 95 out of 100 customers use their own infrastructure, Amazon, Azure, Google, or Nutanix. Alrighty. So far, so good, Stefan. Then I'll go with the final chapter for today's training class.
Great.
So this chapter is all about Frame Streaming Gateway version 4. And why do I mention version 4? Because there's also Streaming Gateway version 3, like I would say for many customers current, but depending on when you watch the recording, maybe version 4 is the current platform for you. So version 4 is, from my perspective, the platform. If you're new to Frame, start using version 4. You don't start with version 3. And in essence, version 4, Frame Streaming Gateway, just call it like that right now, is providing secure external access to Frame-powered desktops and applications. Windows or Linux, persistent or non-persistent, doesn't matter. You want to have access to Frame environment in a secure manner, and you don't want to use VPN or other methods, you use the Frame Streaming Gateway. It has built-in encryption, it's built-in high availability, no VPN or SASE solution is required, no certificates are required, no F5 or Netscaler, or no load balancers are required. If you're using Streaming Gateway version 3, no special DNS configurations or wildcard certificates or special FQDNs are needed. It's just simple. And that's what version 4 is all about. As you can see in this diagram here, there are like 2 VMs running in a DMZ, 2 because of availability. Could be 1 for testing purposes, or maybe a very small use case. Doesn't matter for the functionality. There is inbound traffic, UDP and TCP 3478. And then there's communication between the Streaming Gateway and the Frame workload machines, as you can see here as well. So these network requirements are, of course, all documented, but that's in essence how this looks like. So let me show you how it looks like in real world. So click on customer differ. Remember, there are 3 levels. Customer level is differ. Organization level is showcase, and then you have multiple Frame accounts. We created already a couple of Frame accounts. Remember the hierarchy where I said, hey, that hierarchy is very powerful because you can configure on customer or on organization level which infrastructure or with which identity provider you want to use, or multiple providers or multiple infrastructure providers you want to use. And that same applies for Streaming Gateway as well, because the Streaming Gateway option here, right now I'm on customer level, differ, where already 2 Streaming Gateway clusters are created. A Streaming Gateway cluster on Azure and a Streaming Gateway cluster on AWS. One in Frankfurt, AWS in Frankfurt, and one in West Europe. Let me just create a new Streaming Gateway cluster on customer level. And if I create it on customer level, same applies for identity, same applies for cloud accounts, same applies for like the infrastructure, is that all the organizations under that customer entity then can use these resources. So if I create a new cluster here, there is an option to do that automatically or to do it manually. And in essence means if I click on automatically, then the whole deployment and the configuration of this Frame Streaming Gateway will be done automatically. If I prefer manual, maybe you want to be like full in control, maybe you want to have like specific like networking requirements where you want to sort of define deploy your own streaming gateways, like our streaming gateways in your network, and you want to be in control, then you select manual. Or if you do streaming gateway on AHV, then we cannot do an automatic because we don't have access to your AHV environment at all. We cannot deploy the streaming gateways on AHV, then it's a manual deployment, but still very simple. I will explain that how that looks like a little bit later. Let me just click on automatic now. I click on continue. Give it a friendly name, streaming. Create one on Google in Netherlands, since I didn't have that one yet. I already have one in AWS and one in Azure. So I select Google. I select the region I want to use. Now, it is possible to create one streaming gateway cluster, for instance, in Eemshaven, Netherlands, and use Frame accounts in Frankfurt or in London or in Ireland, and use the streaming gateway in Eemshaven. That is possible. Architectural wise, it is possible. So this also depends like how well your architecture looks like, but that's one of the options. For now, if I just select Eemshaven, Netherlands, and I create a Frame account, I can use like Google and in Eemshaven, as I do here. I'll create 2 nodes of that cluster and hit on create. This process takes, let's see, I would say 10-ish minutes. It will be listed here, and then the deployment of the 2 streaming gateway nodes will happen automatically, since I selected automatically. So the latest version of the streaming gateway sort of image will be used. Version 4.0.0 is the latest version we provide right now. And 2 nodes will be provisioned. There's no load balancer in front. Both nodes will communicate with our control plane, will communicate that they are ready. And so the control plane handles the load balancing for the frame sessions through these streaming gateway nodes itself. So if you want to add another node later, that's totally fine. If you want to remove a node, also fine. It can all be done here. So this is still being in provisioning mode, as you can see here. Yeah, we can wait on that, but I can also select one other one. So if I select this one on AWS, this one has 1 node. It's available, it's running. Otherwise, it should be unavailable. If I click on add node here, I just did. And in, I would say 5-ish minutes, something like that, an additional machine will be added here. It will automatically load balance between these 2 nodes, since I moved from 1 to 2 nodes. I can also see in the future, that's more like a roadmap conversation that we potentially, if it's like an automatically deployed scenario, that we automatically add nodes, or we maybe delete nodes, or we powered off nodes to help customers with that. But that's a conversation for later. But you can see how easy it is to add a node. And then this is just the creation of the streaming gateway cluster itself. And there it is. So it's pending registration, so the registration is happening. And this registration process is what you need to do manually. So there's a registration code. You add the code. You see the code when you do a manual deployment of the frame streaming gateway in your sort of console, your streaming gateway console, where you deploy the appliance. And then you add that registration code here. You click on apply, and then the appliance will register itself with that code in our backplane. And then, well, you see it listed here. I can show it how it looks like. Well, as the Google account is ready. It's a little bit faster than I thought it is. Well, it's already there, less than 7 minutes. But you see the cluster is created with 2 nodes in Google, so all good to go. Now the other thing is, okay, now I have created this streaming gateway account, this streaming gateway cluster on customer level. I'll click on accounts, and I'll use the showcase account I just created. There are 2 ways to attach a frame account to a cluster. If the account already is created, I go to networking here and click on attach SGA4. I select my streaming gateway, and then good to go. So that's one. Or if the other one, if I go to create a new account, let me just make sure that I'm in the right organization. Double check. I think I'm in showcase already. Yeah, I am. Select Azure just for testing, all good. I'll select West Europe, all good. Same story as we did before, but now I select this one here. And then I can select the cluster, since I already created the cluster. And then click on next, do the magic here. Click on next, click on create. Frame account will be created, including the configuration to the streaming gateway appliance. I should say through this streaming gateway cluster, not appliance. Appliance is a node, and cluster is one or multiple nodes. So that's how it works. Super simple. In the past, it was also simple, but this is much simpler. There's no YAML file, there's no DNS, there's no wildcard certificate. You didn't see anything of that, because that doesn't exist. And that's because the frame remoting protocol is using WebRTC. That's the transport mechanism we're using for frame remoting protocol. And version 4 is only applicable to frame remoting protocol version 8, which I would say 80% of our customers today are using frame remoting protocol 8. There are still some customers using frame remoting protocol 7, but that takes days, weeks, and a couple of months before everyone is on FRP 8. And if you want to use Frame Remoting Protocol 8 and Streaming Gateway, that's the best combination to use. Let's see. Anything else here? Yeah, I could show sort of my HV setup, but in essence, it looks, actually looks the same. So let me just search for something else. I'll do that on a different tab. 1 second. I want to show you something. This one here. So there is a video which I recorded, Streaming Gateway with Nutanix HV. Let me just copy that link into chat. This one here. And this is just a walkthrough. I'll just do that because we have time. It's helpful, and so it's the deployment of the manual, like a manual deployment of frame streaming gateway. So I select manual in the video. There he is. I click on continue. Give it a frame name, same as I did before. This one is on HV, so not public cloud. Therefore, I cannot do an automatic deployment, as I mentioned earlier. Select my Nutanix HV cluster, all good. And then you will see in sort of registration code, there it is, or activation code, that's the right term. And then I go to my Nutanix Prism Central, Prism Element environment. I already have my streaming gateway image uploaded. I already created a VM called SG. I will create a streaming gateway VM. This is node 1, basic setup. It's a lightweight machine. It's a Linux-based machine. I will select the right image. I'll select the right network adapter. This one is running in my DMZ. And I add a custom script here. That custom script is important so that the control plane knows, okay, this cluster is a Nutanix cluster, and therefore it will unlock certain things in the sort of user interface, which you will see in a couple of minutes. So VM is booting up. I did speed up a little bit. Let me just pause for a second. So in essence, this is like the streaming gateway appliance itself, running on HV. You can see 4 options. Option 1 is register SGA with backplane using unique code. That's the activation code I just copied. Set the SGA IP. That is my public IP address. And 4 is configure the networking interface IP address. That's like the private IP address, which I need to configure because that machine running in my DMZ is not getting an IP address automatically through the HTTP. So I want to configure it, in my example specifically, that this node will get a private IP address in my sort of DMZ IP scope. That's what you will see here. So I will set an IP address for the network interface. I just did. And then I will configure the public IP address, number 2 in the menu, also did. And then number 1, I register the streaming gateway with the backplane. That's where like the activation code is needed. This one here. Copy it, and then you need to sort of type it in because the console itself cannot do copy paste. So we need to type in, and then the activation code is valid. And then if I click on refresh, then it is available. So that's what you do to make sure that the streaming gateway cluster with 1 or multiple nodes is running on HV. In essence, took me, I don't know, 50 minutes. The video itself is not 50 minutes. I just removed like the slack out of that, but it's straightforward. And then I'm creating a frame account on HV with an NVIDIA vGPU, NVIDIA GPU profile as well. But yeah, same story. I attach the streaming gateway to a new account or to an existing account. Same story as I explained before. Now I'm starting a session through the streaming gateway on my HV host with an NVIDIA T4 GPU. All right. new chapter, Frame Remoting Protocol, FRP. If you look at the science of end-user computing, or the science of desktop as a service, or the science of virtual desktop infrastructure, that's like the theme where we are right now. Frame is a desktop as a service solution. And the science of end-user computing in the context of performance are these performance influencers. You have your host system. It could be like any times HV host, but it can also be like VMs on Azure, AWS, Google, or IBM. Same story, all host system with like VMs running on that host system. You have your client endpoint. Doesn't matter if it's like a Raspberry Pi 5 or a Raspberry Pi 4 embedded in a keyboard like this one here, or like a Chromebook like this one here. You have an endpoint device, and that endpoint device has certain characteristics, CPU, GPU, decoding capabilities. I will talk about that a little bit later. Monitor, resolution, all impacting user experience, or can impact user experience. Then you have GPUs. That can be a GPU on endpoint device, this one here. I would say every device has a GPU or an embedded GPU, like a CPU and GPU, a graphical processor unit and a central processor unit combined, like an APU. But also on the guest VM side, on the side where like the host system and the VMs are running, you can have GPUs, dedicated GPUs, pass-through GPUs, or partitioning, or GPU partitioning, or slices of GPU, vGPU, different type of terminologies for, in essence, you have a GPU or a partition of a GPU, which can be used for applications that require or benefit using the GPU, but also for remoting protocols that can benefit if there is a GPU or a slice of a GPU. And when I'm talking about GPUs in this context, it is sort of mostly NVIDIA, sometimes AMD. On the server side, no Intel GPUs we can support today. And in public cloud, there is no GPU support for Intel as of today neither. So when we talk about GPUs on the guest VM side, it's mostly NVIDIA like pass-through GPU or AMD pass-through GPU, or NVIDIA/AMD like vGPU, depending on the platform. But that's like for the GPU chapter, which I will cover later. GPUs are beneficial for applications, for OS, and for remoting protocol. And since this topic is about remoting protocol, I will talk a little bit later what the value is of GPUs. Then, of course, you have the network piece. You can define network in two pieces. One of them is like from the endpoint to the guest VM, maybe through streaming gateway, maybe through VPN, maybe direct connection over the network. Doesn't matter. That's one side of network conversation. That is the bigger influencer from a remoting protocol perspective. That is like between my browser and the guest VM itself. And of course, you also have networking if you look at like from the guest VM to maybe backend services or resources in other VNets, in other networks as well. Or maybe in the same network, same story. Like that is also networking, can also influence application performance and user experience in general. But in this context of the remoting protocol, doesn't have impact. The impact you will notice, and the impact you probably will know already, is that from the endpoint device to the guest VM, that type of network is a performance influencer big time. And of course, you have the remoting protocol. That's this topic. The remoting protocol also has like characteristics. If you look at capture, at encoding and transport and decoding, different settings, different features and functionality in the remoting protocol that can or likely will influence user experience. Hopefully in a positive way, as it should be. But since it's like a chain of components, all these components have influence in the user experience. And yeah, that's like the beauty and also the challenge inside of like remoting protocols. And that applies to Frame, RDP, Microsoft, or sit with ICA, HDX, or PC over IP, or Blast, or whatever the protocol is. We all have the same sort of like performance influencers here. But networking is for sure a massive component in that. And when we talk about networking, there are three, maybe four, but like three major items here: bandwidth, latency, and packet loss. From my perspective, not rocket science, but often we think, hey, well, if we have like a massive pipe network connection with a humongous amount of bandwidth, then we are golden. Well, it's a good starting point. But imagine you have a 1 gigabit network connection, but the latency is 500 millisecond, and your packet loss is 50%. Then you can do the math, but without doing the math, I know for sure that the user experience will be really bad if you have that kind of network characteristic. So the question is, why is latency so high? Can you use multiple regions in public cloud to make sure that the client endpoint device to the guest VM has lower latency, lower distance? Or why is the packet loss so high? Is that because of poor network connection? Is that network heavily oversubscribed? Like, what is the reason for that high packet loss? So these are like key topics, which I cannot answer right now, but key topics in influencing user experience. And how the protocol, how the frame remoting protocol sort of acts on that or copes with that. Yeah, of course, it depends what the settings are and what the sort of network conditions are. But the protocol will do its best to get to deliver the best user experience in the network conditions available. That being said, I would say high bandwidth, low latency, low packet loss is like the starting point of the conversation. That's like the starting point. Okay, how can we achieve that? And of course, you're trying to find balance, like you're trying to find like the boundaries, I should say, of like how much bandwidth do I need for a decent user experience, how much latency is still reasonable for that user experience. These are all topics part of like the remoting protocol and sizing and architectural conversations. So we developed our own remoting protocol from the ground up, from the start. So we're not using someone else's remoting protocol, as many others in our space are doing. So we're not using RDP or free RDP or something like that. We're not using VNC or PCI over IP. We developed our protocol from the ground up, and from the ground up with simplicity in mind. So there are not 40 different sort of session settings, protocol settings you can configure. It's sort of almost like self-service. It will sort of tune itself. And of course, there are some settings you can set, as we discussed yesterday in the account settings, but it's not like super rocket science to configure frame rate or like bit rate as an example. And the frame remoting protocol, the key components is capture. So capturing, I would say, graphics on the guest VM side, then encode, which means sort of compress it where applicable, and then transport that, what you have captured and sort of encoded. And then on the endpoint device, decode what you have encoded. That's in essence what the protocol is doing. And of course, it's an interactive session. It's not watching a video stream with no interaction. It's an interactive session. So you want to have a keyboard and mouse control or advanced USB devices, things like that. And that's what you see here as well, like the transmit keyboard, mouse, and data. The interaction, the process is happening on the guest VM side, on the server side. Yeah, these are all like the basics of the remoting protocol, including the frame remoting protocol. It's good to look a little bit back. Today we are at frame remoting protocol version 8. The vast majority of our customers are on that. I would say close to 85% of all the sessions today, so close to October, end of September, is frame remoting protocol 8. So almost finished the transition from frame remoting protocol 7 to 8. If you're still on 7, it's good to understand, hey, the value of frame remoting protocol 8, but also understand that the development is like happening and did happen on frame remoting protocol 8. So there's the right time to move from 7 to 8 if that's not done already. But as I mentioned, the vast majority of customers are on FRP 8. But some differences between FRP 8 and 7. FRP 7 is TCP based, WebSocket based, while with FRP 8 it is by default UDP based. It can fall back to TCP. It is using WebRTC as transport mechanism. It's much more resilient for packet loss and network jitter. Jitter is like the fourth element, which I didn't mention, but jitter is like the fluctuation in the network itself, and that can cause also issues. So that's the protocol itself, the transport protocol is much more resilient for that. Client support with FRP 7 and FRP 8 is HTML5 and Frame App. And then different characteristics, as you can see here. The Frame App is for Windows, Linux, and Mac. Multi-monitor with 4 screens at 4K resolution. Up to 60 frames per second for each monitor. Microphone support, audio playback, audio and video are in sync. So there are no two different buffers, not an audio buffer and a video buffer. There's one buffer for audio and video. So these are both in sync. Webcam support, since we're using WebRTC, like Google Meet is an example of WebRTC, and many other modern unified communication solutions are using WebRTC. So we have native support for webcam. There's no client, no agent, no plugin. There's also no offloading to the endpoint with regards to webcam support for Teams or Zoom or WebEx or Google Meet or whatever the unified communication or call center software is. There are pros and cons on that one. Maybe a little bit later we can talk about that. For now, we'll just provide the overview. So we do everything in session. And why do we do that? Is that we take like the simplicity, so one-click simplicity as like the starting point, and we go for like, hey, make it simple. It just works. No offloading on the endpoint. No discussion. Hey, which kind of version do you have of Teams on the endpoint? Do you have the right offloading agent? Are you using like a bring your own device or a corporate managed device? Does it meet all the requirements? If the answer is no, or sometimes no, then yeah, offloading will fail, and then you have like inconsistent user experience. That doesn't apply to Frame. In our context, it is always running in session, so in session webcam video conferencing support. That's what we do here. So USB support, we talked about that yesterday. That is applicable to Frame Remote Protocol 8. Frame single sign-on will demonstrate and explain that a little bit later in another chapter. As I mentioned, audio and video in sync. And there are different sort of channels, like virtual channels for data, for audio and video, as well with FRP8. That means, like with FRP8, there's a much wider range of use cases to support, and also use cases with like the connection to like different network conditions as well. Since we're using UDP as default and a different type of transport, yeah, we can support other type of use cases which were tough or tougher with FRP7. All right, so in essence, using WebRTC, it's an open standard. There's nothing special in the browser. It just supports WebRTC from the start. As I mentioned, UDP is a default, can fall back to TCP. Better performance for end users, higher latency, things like that. Opens newer use cases, as I mentioned earlier, but also opens use cases for a call center. If you look at Dizzion's history, many BPOs, business process outsourcing, call centers, contact centers are using Dizzion's technology and these kind of application use cases. And yeah, that's a good fit for Dizzion with Frame technology as well. USB support, of course, default USB support, basic USB support is already like supported. If you have advanced USB support, like special 3D connection space mouse or like special scanners, these type of examples, these are being used in the field. And to support these type of devices, you need like Frame App. Since the browser today, we'll see what happens sort of tomorrow, but the browser today cannot support these advanced USB devices natively, like a smart card from a security perspective. So that's why we developed Frame App. The engine of Frame App, as I mentioned yesterday, is a browser-based engine, is Chromium. And the Frame App can unlock certain things the browser cannot do as of today. And that includes advanced USB support. And some customers use the Frame App as well for kiosk mode, especially with like Linux type of devices like iGel and Tenzig, Unicorn, Stratodesk. They have their like Linux-based OS with advanced management. If you want to run Frame, you can use the browser on that device, on that OS, but you can also use the Frame app for Linux on that OS as well. And that can unlock certain use cases like kiosk mode as an example. If I just look at this sort of word cloud here, there are a lot of words which are sort of, I would say, standard for me, but maybe unique for you, or maybe you have never heard of words like 8264, AV1, quantization parameter, WebRTC you did here because I did explain it earlier. Capture, encode, transport, decode. You see YOV 444, YOV 420, codecs, bitrate, video bitrate, audio bitrate, vGPU, I already explained it earlier. So these are all sort of terminology which fits in that this sort of remoting protocol book. Maybe that's the right term. So in the frame world, we today are mainly using H.264. That's the codec to encode and decode for the frame remoting protocol. There's experimental support for AV1. I would say the main, three type of codecs we see in our space is H.264. It's a default, is very well known, high support both on the encoder and decoder side. There's H.265, and there's AV1. These are like the three major ones for remoting protocols today. We support H.264 and AV1, as I mentioned, but the majority is H.264. And the main reason for that is that for both encoding and decoding capabilities for AV1, and in some degree also for H.265, you need like modern or extreme modern GPUs. So the encoding cannot be done on CPU. When you look at AV1 and also H.265, it's too compute intensive. So that's why you need a GPU or a slice of a GPU to make that encoding happen. And that's one of the benefits of H.264. It also works with CPU. So in a frame context, I would say 20% of all sessions, all customer sessions are with a GPU or a slice of a GPU. And 80% of our sessions are with like CPU-only machines. And the frame remoting protocol works totally fine with that. Of course, there are pros and cons when you have a GPU or no GPU. If you want to use 4 screens, 60 frames per second, and want to run like high-end graphics applications, yeah, no doubt that you need a GPU or a slice of a GPU. CPU only in that context is doesn't work well enough because the application requires maybe DirectX or OpenGL or other like application APIs. Or maybe you're stressing too much from the CPU for an encoding and decoding capacity to support 4 screens at 60 frames per second. So yeah, that's a sort of side note on that side, around the codec itself. If you look at capture can be done in CPU and GPU, depending on what the platform supports. If it's an GPU, then we can use both AMD and NVIDIA-based capture technology. So the capture happens in the GPU hardware itself. Same applies for encoding. We can offload it to the GPU hardware to do the encoding, so the CPU will not be used. So that means overall it's faster, and you can sort of free up the CPU for other tasks, and not for capture and for the encoding piece. And then the decoding piece on the client side, same story. Can be done in CPU, can be done in GPU, depending on the sort of client device configuration. CPU software decoding or GPU hardware decoding is then being used. So mentioned transport is WebRTC with FRP8 and WebSocket with FRP7. Frame rate in the frame context is between 5 and 60 frames per second. Audio bit rate is 160 kilobytes per second. And a video bit rate, so the maximum amount of bandwidth the remoting protocol can use is between 265 kilobytes per second up to 64 Mbps. So that's the range. The protocol will sort of use whatever is available and also what is sort of required. If you use Notepad and you don't do anything on your screen, of course you will not consume 64 Mbps if that's the maximum you configured. So the video bitrate, the maximum amount of bandwidth, is applicable to what is happening on the screen, what is the user interaction on the screen, what is the network condition, should that apply more compression or not, things like that. Then you have color modes. YOV 420 is like the default, and YOV 444 is chroma subsampling, or is a type of compression. For like extreme crystal clear text, YOV 444 is helpful. It adds more like compute and also requires a little bit more bandwidth. But that's like the downside of enabling YOV 444. But also specific applications like AutoCAD, where you have like the crosshair itself and like the color red. These type of applications sort of require to enable YOV 444 chroma subsampling to support that kind of use case. And then you have quantization parameter, QP, is a range between 0 and 50. The normal range, the normal number, and I will show that in a demo, is around, I would say 12. And 12 means it is like visually lossless, so you will not see that there is compression applied. There is compression applied, otherwise it will be an HDMI cable where there's no compression or almost no compression applied. And And the higher that number, the more compression is sort of applied, and the more sort of artifacts, compression artifacts is what you will see. Artifacts is a good topic, maybe for level 200 training, but a brief topic on that is like there are compression artifacts. So if bandwidth is limited, as an example, there will be more compression. Maybe the text will be blurry, or maybe the screen will be blurry if it's really bad. And that QP, that is sort of not a static number, that will sort of adapt based on network conditions or based on conditions in general. And the higher the number, the more fuzzy the stream is, you can say. Let's see, anything else? No, I think that's it for now. Let me just go into a quick sort of demo mode. Let's see if that works. Pick the right screen. I said pick the right screen, this one here. Let me just resume my session, all good. In my sort of own environment here, let's see if I can show that to you. 1 second. Here's some noise in the background. That's still me, all good. But what I want to show is like this is a sort of network emulator. You can see it here. So I can set up a certain network configuration to say, hey, I want to have this amount of packet loss. I want to have this amount of latency. I want to have this amount of bandwidth to simulate like network. There's software who can do it as well. Like WAN EM is an example where you can simulate sort of network. It is not that sophisticated, that software component. That's why this expensive hardware, this one is like $5,000. So it looks simple. It is simple, but it's still expensive. And that's kind of equipment is what I use to benchmark Frame, and I will show some great examples a little bit later as well, to benchmark Frame in certain network conditions to help like customers and colleagues with questions around like, hey, how does Frame perform with this kind of network, with these kind of applications? So that's where that device is helpful. That device is not powered on, otherwise I couldn't do this. But what we can do if I have a session here, is, for instance, go to settings here and say, well, instead of like 60 Mbps, I want to use just 3.5 Mbps. That's something I can do. I will do that in a second. Before I do so, let me just run a couple of apps here. So this is all Frame remoting protocol. Let me just run full screen so you have the full screen experience here. All good. So running full screen with a new like terminal UI in floating menu, all good. And the challenge is that we are using Zoom. And if you're live, as many of you are, this is, well, what you see through Zoom. Let me go to statistics here so you can see some details. So you see the frame rate to 60, 61, 59, 60 frames per second. I cannot zoom in here, but this is like 20 Mbps is the bandwidth consumption. HQ means that YOV 444 is enabled. And this is the single trip latency. So 4 millisecond latency. So roughly 10 millisecond round trip latency between my endpoint device and my browser and the, in this case, workstation, cloud workstation in AWS. But again, doesn't matter if it's AWS, Azure, Google, IBM, Nutanix, same story. Everything will be same. But between me and Frankfurt data center is roughly 10 millisecond round trip latency. So I cannot increase the latency here. That's why this type of device is helpful. But what I can do is lower the bandwidth, max bandwidth usage, the max video bitrate to, for instance, like, let's see, let's do 2.5 Mbps. Now I don't know what you see through Zoom, so I explain what I see physically on my screen here. So it's still very fluent and interactive, but as hopefully you can see, but what I can see on my screen is that if I move the object around, then compression artifacts, compression kicks in. So it's a little bit more blurry. And when I stop that, then it's sharp again.
Yeah,
so
we can see that well.
Okay, good. So that is where like the QP, quantization parameter, kicks in, where the frame remoting protocol automatically adapts based on network conditions. In this condition, bandwidth consumption, maximum bandwidth usage is sort of limited. But the same will apply if I would add latency to it or if I add packet loss to it. Same applies. But the benefit of this demo is that I can do it just in a frame terminal bar itself. So I can just go to settings and just crank up the bandwidth, and then it will stay sharp because there's plenty of bandwidth available. It still consumes quite some bandwidth, so yeah, that's part of the game. But it's super crystal clear and sharp and very interactive here as well. And the same applies for just these type of things. Let me just stop share and share audio as well. Not sure if I did. Let me just do that for sure. Share audio. So you can, no, not this one. But this one. You can see my screen, right, Stefan?
Yeah, but without audio is there.
Yeah. So again, there's no offloading from webcam. There's no offloading for YouTube or media. It's all running in session. Yeah, it works. You can see the frame rate. This video, resolution, 4K. I could watch Avengers for an hour and a half. And I enjoy that, but that's not the perfect training class for sure. So this one is using OpenGL for web, so WebGL. So that requires a GPU. This machine has a GPU, as you can see here. NVIDIA 810 GPU. Powerful pass-through, like a dedicated GPU. And the remote protocol is leveraging that GPU as well. So if I click on to show you how I do that. So in the new frame terminal UI, there is statistics. You already saw that here. And then there is show more, which pops up and you get a lot of more statistics. I cannot zoom in. That doesn't work here, but you see a couple of things. You see which encoder is being used, how capture is being done, what resolution is. This example is just full HD. Normally, if I don't run training classes, I run at 4K resolution with like 150% scaling. You see packet loss as well. There's nothing. I have fiber optics at home, and the connection between me and Frankfurt is super solid, and also latency is low. You can see it here as well. So this is kind of information, advanced session statistics or advanced terminal statistics is very valuable for Dragon to troubleshoot or for your own IT department to troubleshoot if there is something, hey, something is strange. I see compression artifacts, or I see streaming artifacts. There is packet loss, or the user experience is not as good as it should be. Then this kind of information is valuable, and that is also captured in a session ID. And that session ID can be sort of extracted. If you click here on copy debug information, I just did, and then if I click on Notepad, then this kind of information, this session ID is something Dragan and other support colleagues will use to help in troubleshooting, troubleshooting session topics. So this one is an example, but you can also extract that session ID from the admin interface as well. Now, of course, you can, if I run just other apps, these apps, this one is an example. This one will not run without a GPU. It requires a GPU to operate well. It is running flawless on my machine. If I change the resolution to 4K, all fine. But this type of application requires a GPU, and the GPU will be used for the application, like OpenGL or CUDA or Vulkan or DirectX. These type of application APIs, but also the remoting protocol will benefit of these GPUs for the capture and encoding of frame remoting protocol. The same applies for these apps as well. For video editing, pre and post video editing, customers doing that as well using DaVinci or Premiere Pro. Especially when there's a lot of data, like large data sets, then running applications close to the data set is very valuable. So if the application data set is in public cloud, running these cloud workstations close to the data, is very powerful and valuable. Same applies for on-prem, of course, as well. If you want to have access to like this showcase environment for a brief amount of time, That is possible. Just let us know, drop us an email so we can add you to the showcase, and you can run these type of apps from your own network, from your own device as well. We also have Try Now. We'll talk about that later in another quick chapter to play around with Frame, but these are not with GPUs, or not yet with GPUs. So if you want to have access to GPU-based machines, just let us know. And of course, you can set up a Frame trial as well and use your own infrastructure, your own subscription to access that. All right, let me just go back to this one here. No, not this one here. This one here. To answer some questions specifically. So let me just go into presentation mode. Yep, there it is. Now you might ask a bunch of different questions, like how much bandwidth does Frame protocol requires? Are there any performance counters we can use to monitor Frame monitoring protocol from a guest VM? Do we need GPUs? What is the sizing impact when you go from full HD to 4K resolution? When is 60 frames per second needed? And what's the impact from a networking perspective, or maybe from a decoding, capture, and encoding perspective? And we talked about QP and what an QP number. I will demonstrate that quickly. Do we need to configure YFV 444? I already mentioned that. Depends on the application itself, and the impact is, well, more CPU or more resources to handle the capture, and a little bit more network as well, network bandwidth consumption. Talked about GPU capture encoding versus CPU capture encoding. If you have a GPU and you can use a GPU for capture encoding, that's beneficial. It will offload the CPU. Overall provides a better user experience. Compression artifacts, how to troubleshoot and solve, can be a topic on its own. How to run Teams and Zoom using a frame remoting protocol. Any sizing guidelines. What are the best things for office productivity? These questions are all valid questions Dominic and myself and many other colleagues will run into and do run into. And many of these questions will be covered in depth in the level 220 class. We don't have yet a date for 220 class EMEA for this year, but I'm pretty sure next week or maybe the week after, but hopefully next week, we'll have a chat with other colleagues to define a level 220 class. We already have 20 class. We did give 20 classes in the past, so if you want to have access to the content and the recording, we can share that as well. But these topics will be answered in depth in the FRP section in level 200. But just to answer some of them in sort of basic style, how much bandwidth will Frame use? In essence, the max amount available, sort of. Looking at, hey, what is the max video bitrate and what is being used on the screen? What is done on the screen itself? And then that's the bandwidth which is required with lowest compression possible. Then, well, you see, for instance, like YouTube playback or Inventor, like 20 Mbps. If you don't want to use that amount of bandwidth, then you can lower the max video bitrate as an example. And in the near future, we'll have some other parameters you can configure as well. So how much bandwidth will Frame use? It depends what the network is, and it depends what you do in your session, and also it depends on the display configuration, if you have one screen or 4 screens, if you have 30 frames per second, if you have 10 frames per second or 60 frames per second. That is all part of the answer, it depends. Are there any performance counters we can use to monitor Frame? The answer is yes. Let me just show you. It's valuable info as well. Let me just go to Paramount here. And these performance counters are not only helpful just for this one here. If I go to Nutanix, since these performance counters were created when we were part of Nutanix, you can see a lot of performance counters here, like average frame QP as an example, or bandwidth display 1 as an example, or the capture frame rate, encoding frame rate, estimated bandwidth, frame rate, the max video bitrate, video quantization, like all these, a couple of things I mentioned, but more as well, are all here in the performance counters. And these performance counters can then be used for application performance management, digital employee experience tools like ControlUp, like EG, but also well, the tools maybe you use today. It's just a Windows Performance Counter. If you can extract that information, then you're just, well, good to go. And the same applies for a community tool called Remote Desktop Analyzer, RDA. In this example, I'm running a licensed version. There's a free version as well, where you only get this information, but the licensed version provides more info about, well, what is the connection type, UDP, TCP, the protocol itself, what is the latency, what's the QP number here, like all kinds of information is extracted here. So can be helpful information as well to use. All right, let's see where it is. Not this one here, but this one here. When is 60 frames per second needed? Well, if you don't know needed, don't configure your session settings to 60 frames per second, because it will just consume more bandwidth. If you're just in office productivity, then very likely 15 or 20 FPS, which is like a default, is fine. If it's more interactive media, then 30 FPS is fine. If it's more like media entertainment and sort of media design, then 60 FPS likely fits. If it's like CAD design, 30 FPS is fine. So it really depends on the application. That's like the summary of that. We talked about QP and QP number. Normal number is roughly is 12. If the number is higher, there's more compression. 12 is, I would say, the visually lossless number. Do I need YOV404? We talked about that. Final one, how to run Teams and Zoom using frame remoting protocol? Well, in essence, it's straightforward. It just runs. You enable webcam here. I cannot enable webcam now because I'm already consuming my webcam. Same for microphone, but just enable it. You select your local webcam. Enable that. So this one here. If I enable it, let's see what happens. You can see it here. It doesn't work because I'm already consuming my webcam in my session. But you just select your webcam, and then yeah, good to go. Same for microphone as well. So there's no offloading, as I mentioned earlier, to the client endpoint itself. I think that's it for this. There's one final slide which I would like to highlight. And that's this one here. Let me just go here. 200 training class I mentioned. There's a website called ux.dizzion.com, which is good to show. Let me just go to that one specifically. So what we've done is we've done a lot of tests and studies with different machine types, different GPU types in Amazon, Azure, and Google, in different network configurations, using different protocol configurations. So that's a lot of information in one sentence almost. But what I can do here is I can go to one example. I will use the AWS G5 extra large with an NVIDIA A10 GPU. Well, let me just do this one. This is the same as my environment I'm running right now. I click on this example, this one here. And what it will explain is, okay, this is the machine and the network configuration in use. The system on a test is the machine in AWS. The connection I'm using for this setup is this. So this is the network configuration. And this is my client endpoint. So now you know, okay, what is the machine? What's the guest VM? What is the network? What is the client endpoint? And now the question is, what is the user experience in such a scenario? What if I run Revit? Let me just do it differently. We just continue anyway. What if I run Revit? I captured the user experience on my client endpoint device with a hardware capture device. This is what the end user will see in that configuration, in that network configuration as an example. The CPU, the frame QP, the frame rate, the network latency, the bandwidth consumed, the GPU usage, like all kinds of telemetry data is displayed here. And that is captured in that 45-second like recording I did. So I captured two different things. I captured the telemetry data on the guest VM, and I captured the real user experience on the endpoint device and merged that and combined that into one sort of video player. And the value of this kind of information is that you can use this information to understand how things work. You can use the information to help with sizing, to help with conversations. Hey, will the application work with Frame? And in certain circumstances, will it work? That's all like part of this whole sort of website. So ux.dizzion.com will help with that. So if I change that same configuration from a networking perspective to 8 Mbps with 15 millisecond round trip latency, how will Revit then work? Well, as I mentioned, network has changed. User experience is here. Telemetry data is here. I can zoom in. There are all kinds of cool things I can do with that. But you can go on your own to ux.dizzion.com and just see what already is being recorded, what the user experience is, what the telemetry data is when you're using GPUs on Azure, Amazon, Google, but similar applies to on-prem as well. Insert network configurations with different like design applications. Revit, Inventor, Unreal Engine, Enscape. These are all apps which are being used. So Inventor, Revit, VRED, Enscape, Unreal Engine are like typical design applications we consumed and we use for this test. This is like, I would say, a couple of months of work and a lot of data you normally don't see online being published by a vendor. But this kind of data is very valuable in designing and architecture, and sometimes also for troubleshooting perspective. All right, I will just stop sharing here and give Dominic the floor. Dominic is still there. I'm not sure if Dominic is still there. I'm a little bit late in my section here.
So yeah, let's just continue to give you an overview of the authentication and authorization section in Frame. So pretty much one of the first things you want to configure after you have done the initial setup is how to your end users and yourself, obviously, should authenticate to your Frame environment. And by default, Frame offers a variety of different login options. So what kind of IDP you want to use. So we have a built-in option, which is pretty basic. There is the My Nutanix option, which only works if you signed up via My Nutanix. Then there is a Google integration, and we have a SAML2 integration, which basically covers every single IDP which is able to speak the SAML2 protocol. Some examples here are ADF Azure Entra ID, Google SAML, Authentication, Okta, Ping, and whatever else there is on the market, or some self-developed tools as well. And on top of that, we have the option to authenticate using API and secure anonymous token authentications, but more on that in our 200 course. To give you a brief overview of some of those, so let's start with the built-in one. It is by far the most simple one. So the only thing you have to do is enter a valid email address, and then the user will receive an email. He's asked to set a password, and that's pretty much it. Downsides here, there is no password policy, there is no multi-factor authentication. So this is really just for quick onboarding, for quick testing, or maybe to have a second login option for an admin. So nothing I would recommend to use in production. Then let's continue with the My Nutanix option. Like I said, it's also pretty simple IDP to use, but only, again, if you have registered at mynutanix.com. So you need an account there. Google OAuth 2, especially handy for customers or people who already use Google Workspace, because then you can just leverage the full integration that you already have within your GCP environment and just use it for your Frame authentication. And then obviously SAML2, I would say by far the most used one across our customer space. You have, like I said, a variety of different IDPs that you can use. You have password policies, you can enable multi-factor authentication, you have the option to use single users, groups, different roles. So it's way more flexible and you're in full control over the whole security aspect. Like I said, multi-factor password policies and all that stuff are fully under your control, and you can set whatever fits your requirements in that area. Overall, all of those IDPs follow the same rule. So you do the base configuration, and then you invite your users, you set permissions for those users, and then you're good to go. I mean, for a built-in one, it's just the invite. For the SAML IDPs, obviously, you need to configure them first. So there are a couple of configuration steps depending on the IDP. We got a couple of them documented on docs.dizzion.com, which you can see here on the slide as well. Obviously, we can't cover all available IDPs on the market here, so there are just a couple of examples, but most of them follow pretty much the same line if it comes to configurations, right? So if you have something specific, also feel free to just reach out to us and ask if you have any struggle or need any assistance during the setup. Yeah, pretty much the same follows for the SAML ones. Well, so you have your permissions, you have your list of permissions. You can obviously also set multiple permissions for groups or for single users. You can give them permissions on multiple accounts, multiple launchpads, depending on how you want to build your environment. So there are no real limitations if it comes to that. You can also temporarily disable permissions. So if you just give people permissions for a certain amount of time or just for testing purposes, you can set them once and then you can just enable and disable them. So there's not the need to delete them all the time and recreate them. You can simply just disable them. And then at a certain point, if you need them again, just enable it. And the user is good to go to log into whatever that permission will give him access to. And with that, I get a couple of minutes left. So let's continue with the user roles section. So within the whole Frame cosmos, there are pretty much 3 levels of hierarchy if it comes to Frame itself. So we start on the top layer, which is the customer. The customer basically represents the relationship between you as a customer and Dizzion as a company. So it's the highest tier within a Frame tenant. Then underneath the customer, there comes the organizations. So an organization can represent pretty much everything that you need. It can be a department, it can be an internal customer of yours, it can be a lab environment, it can be a specific project. So it is an option to pretty much separate and allows you to build up a multi-tenancy environment. So you don't have all of your stuff just directly laying within the customer, so you can easily separate them. You can add multiple cloud accounts to different organizations. You can just administrate it way easier if you have sorted it clearly within organizations and not just have a big pile of accounts across one customer entity. And then within your organizations, as you can see here on the screen, you then have your Frame accounts itself. So those accounts can stretch across multiple infrastructures depending on what kind of cloud accounts, so infrastructures you already have connected and on what level you have connected them. So just a simple example, if you have your Azure tenant and you connect it to your customer level, then you can use them across all organizations within that customer. If you have your AWS tenant and you just connect it to that specific organization, then it is only available for that organization and obviously then the accounts within that organization. So those two wouldn't be able to see that cloud account because it is specifically configured on that level here. Couple of examples if it comes to user roles which are available. So there are way more than those couple that I will show you right now. So if you want to get a full list, go again on docs.dizzion.com. There's a full overview and an explanation of all available user roles. So what you can see here on the screen right now is the customer administrator, and obviously that role have the most permissions out of all of them, right? So highest level of access, you can pretty much add, modify, and delete everything within your customer tenant. You can create organizations, you can create accounts, you can obviously also delete them. You have access to all organizations, accounts, configurations, user configurations across the entire tenant. And you can set permissions, modify them. So you're pretty much in control of everything if you're a customer admin. So take care about that permission. So don't give it to too many people. Then directly after that, we would have the organization admin, which pretty simply is or has the same amount of permissions as the customer admin, but just for one specific organization. So let's say you have organization A, B, C, and I give you organization admin for organization A, you would be able to modify accounts, delete accounts, create accounts within that organization. Same goes for user permission configuration and pretty much everything which is inside that organization. But as soon as you need to do anything in organization B, you would not be allowed to do that. Only if you also have organization admin on that org as well, or if you're a customer administrator. And then directly followed by that would be the account administrator, which simply gives you full administrative permissions for one single specific Frame account. So you can't do anything on the organization level. You really just limited to that specific Frame account. And within that account, you can install applications on a Sandbox, you can publish, you can increase, decrease capacity, you can play with the settings, session settings, and pretty much everything that is available on the account level itself. But that's it, nothing more, nothing less. And then what a typical normal end user will get in almost every setup is the LaunchPad user role, which give them the permission to start either desktops or application sessions. And obviously he can have permissions to multiple launchpads, so he's not limited to just one desktop or one application launchpad. Those permissions can also be across accounts, across different organizations. It always depends on how do you want to structure, how do you want to build up your environment. So if you have a user and you have organizations, different locations, offices, that single user could have a desktop in every single of those organizations, and he can simply just log in and switch then between those desktop launchpads or application launchpads without even the need to log off and log in again, as long as he got the permission set.
Yeah, I want to share, since Dominic presented a lot of like content in like avalanche mode, and here's a lot of info. It's good just to connect it with like the interface itself. Some of that I already did yesterday in other chapters, but it's just good. So right now I logged in. I logged in as a support admin. That's like the role I have. That's a special role, so I can see multiple customers as well. If I access a customer, that is being recorded in the audit trail. If support access is granted, of course. So I did log in. I can see that I have access to customer entity called Diver. There are multiple organizations here. Since we're talking about authentication and authorization, then the tab users is like the main one here. Secure Anonymous, yes, Dominic mentioned all of these. These are all the tabs you see here as well. Basic. Basic is where, for instance, I added a lot of people in the hands-on lab. So I did provide basic authentication. So just email address and password to use so that you can log in with just an email address and password. All good. But if I go to SAML providers, that's what we use internal, that's already configured. So click on add SAML provider. You fill in the details for your SAML provider, if it's Entra ID or Okta, or maybe like a completely different type of SAML provider. It's just SAML. It's just, I would say, default stuff here. There's a lot of documentation about the SAML providers, as Dominic mentioned. And then here in SAML permissions, you define what the permissions looks like. So for instance, like it could be something like this. Like I want to use this SAML provider. There are multiple. You can select the right one. You fill in a description, and then you can create like a condition. So if email address, for instance, contains sales@Diver, DizzionFrame.com, then that, well, maybe still is not the right one, maybe admin, maybe a better one, then that role is, for instance, a customer administrator, just as an example. Or if email address contains EMEA admins, then it's not a customer administrator, but it will be an organization administrator for the organization EMEA, as an example. So that's how that whole structure works. And you can make it complex, you can make it easy. This is just a simple example. And of course, you can enable, disable your permissions if that's applicable. Although Dominic mentioned Secure Anonymous, he did say it is more like a level 200 training class topic, and that is correct. The Secure Anonymous one, this one here, is another method to authenticate, for not so much from an admin perspective, although that can be done, but mostly from an end user perspective. So imagine I don't want to log in with an SAML tool provider or an OAuth provider for whatever reason. That is more like a level 200 conversation. But I just want to log in with a token. So that is happening under the covers. And then a token is sort of provided by a token generation system. Let's call it like that. Token is provided to the endpoint with the user uses that token to authenticate to the Launchpad, and then sort of automatically logs in and launches a desktop or an application, a frame-powered desktop, a frame-powered application. So that's another method being used in the field. I would say 5%, 6% of the customers have that type of use case, where they don't want to use a SAML or OAuth-based identity provider to access frame-powered applications. There is another method called SAT, Secure Anonymous Tokens, and also Admin API, where you can do sort of magic things with that. But that's more like level 200 training class. But it's just worth briefly mentioning. It's well documented as well. But that's what this SAT item is doing. And here under support, you can define if, for instance, these three colleagues can access the customer differ from a support perspective. So if you don't want to access, so if you want to restrict frame support colleagues to access your customer entity, then you can also define that here as well. And if we have full access, it's still part of the audit trail, obviously. Let's see. Let me just this is all fine. Let me go to clock. Let me just set it into half an hour so that we can have a bio break. I just go to showcase. Yesterday I mentioned LaunchPads. We created a couple of LaunchPad for a couple of new frame accounts we created. Let me just go to Showcase EU, this one here, and then to LaunchPads. You can see there are multiple LaunchPads here. If I click on users and I just click on invite, this one here, I could say, well, if I'm Ruben at a training class at FRA.me, just as an example, I'm a LaunchPad user and I want to have access to the LaunchPad desktop. If I click on invite, I will use the basic IDP. I will get an email. I will use my basic email address and password to access the LaunchPad desktop of the Showcase EU frame account. That's how it looks like. And of course, like the same applies for SAML provider and permissions, but now on a lower level. There are 3 levels, as we mentioned multiple times: customer, organization, frame account. On all 3 levels, you can define, well, your identity provider, the authorization and authentication setup. It's well documented which sort of roles we have and what these roles can do. So it's in documentation as well. Yeah, really, I would say straightforward. Alrighty, next chapter is monitoring, reporting, auditing, status, and active sessions. So mouthful with a lot of information around, hey, how do we sort of manage, how do you admin the frame environment? As mentioned, hierarchy applies here as well. So there are on different levels, different types of reports you can run on customer level, organization level, account level. Yeah, and it really depends on what you want to achieve. Where do you run that report? If you want to run a report on customer level, you will see that like the info from different organizations and from different frame accounts, as you can see here. But if you go to lowest level on account level, you can see like, hey, what are the active sessions? What is the usage? What is the elasticity? What is the sort of the session trail? What is the audit trail? Any notifications? Things like that. And it looks like this as well. So we click on account level, click on notifications, and click on sort of acknowledged, or maybe on all. I'm not sure if there's notifications here. Not so much here. Let's see if there's anything help. Yeah, so could be that there's, for instance, in this example, information that there wasn't an issue that might help you with troubleshooting that particular scenario, as an example. So that's notifications, audit trail. You can see, hey, who's doing what. Ruben deleted the production pool. Ruben removed the launchpad. All the stuff we did yesterday, I removed from the showcase environment, so you can exactly see who's doing what. Stefan is busy as well. I'm busy here as well. On the analytics side, like what are the sessions? What is the actual usage? Daily for production machines or Sandbox or utility service? What kind of machine types? What is the sort of period you're using? What's the disk usage? The storage usage for the frame accounts created. Elasticity, we talked about that yesterday as well. I have some cool diagrams to show about that as well. And then user activity, like who's doing what, but also from a session perspective, like, hey, what are the active sessions? What is the bandwidth consumed? What is the latency? what is the frame rate for like all closed or all active sessions, like whatever makes sense for you. You can just zoom into that, including the session ID. And remember, in the chapter Frame Remoting Protocol, I talked about session ID, the information Dragan likes when he is like being asked, or his colleagues being asked for support. Session ID is one of the questions for sure they will ask. And you can also extract that session ID here. So session ID here will provide a lot of info for support colleagues itself. Let me just go to slides here and just give some other examples. So account reporting, I already mentioned that. Couple of screenshots of frame account with like different type of usage, so it's a little bit more visible. Actual usage as well on the storage side, as I mentioned, but this one is like elasticity. This is a great example of a customer with like 600 like VMs or 450 VMs running. As I mentioned yesterday, this is like great info where you can say, hey, how much capacity do I need to configure? What's the max capacity when we talk about capacity management? What is the minimum? What are the buffers? What is the actual usage? And you want to make it as close as possible to have less waste as possible. So that's where this type of elasticity report is important. And of course, you can extract it to CSV. There's also API where you can sort of connect it with like Power BI and other like other tools as well. Status on our VMs. So let me just go to live demo again. So if you're here on VMs, you can see a lot of data here as well. Soon you can also filter on data, but a lot of information is extracted, like the machine name itself, the Windows machine name, the workload ID, like the unique ID we gave to that machine, the frame server version, if the VM is stopped or if it's in session, the private IP or public IP where it applies, what kind of machine type it is, what kind of instance type it is, what kind of storage is being used, what is the availability zone specifically. All helpful information if you want to sort of troubleshoot or get more insights about that machine itself. Installed software, yeah, we talked about it, I think, yesterday, but this one is more interesting. Long list of apps are installed on the showcase environment, so it's helpful to get insights for the Sandbox or for persistent desktops as well. Active sessions, I already explained that. Frame rate will be helpful to get insights about user experience, latency, bandwidth, and I expect other like metrics to be exposed through cPanel, through our interface as well, and maybe other things in the future. We'll see. It's a little bit more roadmap conversation, but stay tuned on that topic. Another chapter: enterprise profiles and personal drives. What about user profiles and user profiles in a non-persistent VM configuration? In yesterday's chapter, we also talked about that, but it's good to highlight this topic again and also expand the topic a little bit. So in a non-persistent frame account setup, after user logs off, everything will be gone. That's like the default configuration. All the things the user did in his session are gone when it is stored within that VM. So if the user stores something in like his user profile and there's nothing in place to roam the user profile, then that will be gone. If the user stores something in my documents and that is local, that will be gone. That's like the default behavior in non-persistent. Nothing frame specific, just how non-persistent pooled or non-persistent VMs work. If you want to make certain things persistent, like Windows user profile, then there are multiple options to achieve that. Or if you want to make user data persistent, if I want to store my data on my like OneDrive or on my file server, well, then you need to configure OneDrive or your file server access within the frame environment. Not rocket science, it's just how things work in Windows. From a user profile perspective, there are multiple options. One of them is the built-in option, Frame Enterprise Profiles. You can also use Windows roaming profiles, which were very popular in the Windows XP days, maybe in the Windows 7 days, but it's not something which applies to the modern days. Why? Because the user profiles are becoming bigger, bigger, and bigger. In the early days, tens or hundreds of megabytes of user profile was common. Nowadays, it's hundreds or gigabytes of storage consumption for an individual profile. So just roaming Windows user profiles is not something I see often, and I would not recommend in a modern like Windows 11, Windows Server 2022 environment. And there are very good alternatives to do that. Frame Enterprise Profiles is one of them. We OEM a technology called Profile Disk from Liquidware, and that technology is embedded inside the Frame environment to support Frame Enterprise Profiles. We also work closely with Microsoft and FSLogix, and customers are using that as well to support and to use FSLogix profile containers. Similar technology, not the same, but similar technology, where you have a profile disk, and that profile disk is stored on a centralized storage platform. In the context of FSLogix, that's like a file server, file share, something like that. And then that disk will be attached to your session. Or with Frame Enterprise Profiles, the profile disk, the individual user profile disk, is stored on the same like storage platform as the VM is being stored as well. So if it's like AWS, it's EBS. If it's Azure Blob Storage. If it's like HV, it's like the HV storage platform. That's where the profile disk is stored. And a filter driver, specifically like the Frame Enterprise Profile filter driver or the FSLogix container filter driver, is installed in the guest VM. And that filter driver will sort of redirect all the like user profile related activities to the disk. We'll make sure that the disk is attached and detached at logon or at logoff, so that from a Windows perspective, it all looks normal, but the user profile stuff is all stored in a separate disk. So it doesn't matter how large your user profile is, it doesn't have any impact in the logon or logoff experience. Even if you have like a 100 gig user profile disk, it doesn't make any difference if it's 100 gig or 1 gig in size. It's just attach and detach of a small or a large disk, but it's the same time. So how does it look like in a frame context? So if I go to this one here and I click on, let's see, let me just use this one here. No, let's see, what shall I do? Let me just find something else which I can do here. Just go to this one here. For now, I'll just enable something specific to enable profiles, all good. And if I want to configure enterprise profiles for that particular frame account, I just enable it, one click. I configured the profile size of make it 10 gig. So that means that the profile disk is 10 gig in size. Click on save. And that's it. That's how I enabled enterprise profiles. And you can quickly see that there's a new item here called volumes. Each individual profile disk for each user will be listed here. And then you can also click on the Kabat menu. You can make backups of the user profile disk, but you can also enable auto growth as an example and say, well, if the 10 gig is met or almost met, if it's just 1 gig free, then increase with 2 gig with a maximum of 20 gig. I just make up an example here. So that's how you can configure your auto growth settings here. From a backup perspective, you could say, hey, backup all user volumes. Well, there's nothing to backup right now because there is no user volume in use, but you can backup all user volumes. You can individually restore user volumes and so on. And also you can also delete user volumes if that's needed. That's on the enterprise profile side, this one here. On the personal drive side, this one here is straightforward. It is just a disk with a drive mapping called P from personal or P from Peter. So the P drive is visible in the user session. It is a persistent disk. It's a disk stored on storage, similar as the enterprise profile disk is stored on storage. It's something only the user can access. So it's not like a shared disk or a group drive or something like that. It's like a personal drive as the name applies. So that can also be applied here. Just disable it for now, since I don't want to use that. If you disable it, you can see, hey, what needs to be done with the backups? Well, in this example, there are no backups. We imagine there are backups. What needs to be done? Well, delete everything. In my example here, it doesn't make any sense because there's no difference, but just handy to know that if you disable enterprise profiles, that you think through, like, hey, what happens with the existing profiles or what will happen with the existing backups? And of course, you can use like third-party profile solutions. FSLogix already mentioned, Liquid Profile Unity. The profile disk technology is part of Profile Unity. We only OEM profile disk, but like Liquid Profile Unity is much more than just a profile container. There's real profile management. There's access control. There are a lot of like other things Liquid Profile Unity can do besides just storing the user profile in a container, like in a disk itself. That's maybe a difference between profile management and profile sort of storage. I just make up that example of profile storage. I'm not sure if that's the official term, but with the container solutions, you just store the full user profile in that container. There are some ways to exclude some folders or some files. There's an exclusion list we can sort of use, but there's no sort of UI where you can say, hey, I want to sort of manage my user environment, including the user profile. And that's what Liquid Profile Unity can do. And it's not something FSLogix or Frame Enterprise profiles can do. With FSLogix and Frame Enterprise profiles, it's just storing the full user profile or the user profile in that in a disk format. Now, the question often is like, hey, what is the benefit for using enterprise profiles and when to use FSLogix? Yeah, that's a good question. It's more like an architectural question. It's a good question to ask. In essence, you use enterprise profiles because it's super simple. One click, you've seen what I've done. That's it. It's super simple. There's no file server, no file shares, no high availability conversation about file services. There's no access control list or permissions. It's just, yeah, super simple, and it works out of the gate. It also works without any Active Directory or other domain services. So if you have an environment where you don't have classic Active Directory or no Entra ID, machine joined environment, and you still want to have user profile persistency, then enterprise profile is the only solution also in the market who can support that type of use case. There are more and more customers doing that. We see that in retail, we see that in education, where they don't want to use classic Active Directory and they don't want to use like Entra ID. They want to have something else for the machines to be integrated with. Or no integration at all, just enterprise profiles, good to go. As I mentioned, it's leveraging the infrastructure as a service storage. One thing to keep in mind is that the enterprise profiles are set per frame account. So imagine there are 2 frame accounts and you enable enterprise profiles on each frame account because it can only be configured on frame account level, not on organization level, not on customer level. This is really an account setting. And I have access to both frame accounts. That also means that I have 2 user profiles. If there's a user profile in Showcase EU and Showcase West US, it means I have 2 user profiles. That's how it's being designed. That's how it works. And if you're using AWS or Google, these user profile disks are connected to an availability zone. So that is something to keep in mind as well. And as I mentioned, domain joined is not required. If you're using Azure, there are no sort of availability zones, then storage is sort of available across these availability zones. So in that setup, yeah, there's no need to select an availability zone. With FSLogix, it is less simple, but still simple-ish, you might say, or still doable, but requires design and setup and maintenance. If you look at file servers, file shares, permissions, availability, topics like that. Domain joined, AD, or hybrid joined with Entra ID is required. And one of the benefits in that type of setup is that the user profiles are possible across frame accounts. And because you install the FSLogix sort of software in the frame account, you configure your file server file share in that configuration. And if the file server file share is accessible across frame accounts, which I assume in this setup, then you can also use the FSLogix across frame accounts. So that's like what I often see as the main reason to use FSLogix. FSLogix is also free, so there's no extra cost because the FSLogix entitlement is part of the RDS cell or the RDS cal or the VDA. So I would say for all or almost all customers, the FSLogix profile containers, but also FSLogix application masking, the topic Stefan will talk about, is free to use as well. And if you want to use FSLogix, there's a handy sort of guide to read. And the main thing in that one is, let me show you something which I didn't talk about at all yet. Let's see if I can show that. You see a term called OFS. Oh, that's a little bit too much. OFS here. So this OFS, you might say, what does it mean? Well, you already know what FRP is. This account means, for this account, it means FRP8 is being used. From a networking perspective, public networking is configured. But OFS I didn't talk about yet at all. It's actually more like a level 200 topic. But OFS stands for Overlay File System, and that's the filter driver we developed. And that filter driver is being used in a non-persistent setup to make sure that the environment remains non-persistent. So the filter driver is sort of capturing all the writes in that session, and when the user logs off, these writes are sort of flushed, and then the machine remains pristine. That's what OFS, Overlay File System, is doing. Well, now the question, why is that important in context of FSLogix and sort of user profiles? Well, this is a filter driver, and with filter drivers comes also risk and benefits. The benefit of OFS is like our own filter driver. We control that filter driver. And this filter driver is required to use FSLogix. So in the past, we had a different filter driver, different type of technology. But if you want to use FSLogix, the path forward is to use OFS, Overlay File System, which is like a default when you create new frame accounts. But if you have existing frame accounts, I know for sure, looking at the list of attendees, there are customers who are like using Frame for a long time. They use like a previous version of OFS. If you want to use FSLogix, then make sure that OFS is enabled and configured, as you can see here, being listed for that frame account. That was a side note to OFS, something just which popped up briefly. In essence, like what happens when you enable enterprise profiles and the profile disk is sort of attached. Actually, I already explained. So the user logs in, clicks on the application on desktop. The user profile disk is sort of looked up. It's looked up in the gateway. The gateway knows, the control plane knows, hey, this profile disk is for Ruben. Ruben is allowed to access that disk, and then the disk will be attached. And the filter driver inside the guest machine itself. So the liquidware profile disk filter driver, or the liquidware profile disk technology, which is sort of bundled inside the frame guest agent, then is used to make the magic happen with regards to user profiles and redirection of the right settings, or not sure if redirection is the right term, but like making sure that Windows thinks it's just using user profiles in a normal way. Actually, it is using it, but it's sort of all redirected to the profile disk. Let's see, anything else? No, in essence, it's like the flow I mentioned just verbally. So it's just handy to have in a deck, so you can see it later as well. Profile disk covered, personal drive also covered, because that's what I already did in live demo.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Dragan, and I have been here for more than 7 years. I mean, in a few days, it's going to be 7 years. So first thing with Frame support is how you can reach us. There are two ways. One is if you go directly to the URL support.dizzion.com, or if you go to the Frame admin console, the dashboard, which we were showing you yesterday and today, and scroll bottom left, you will see support link. And once you click on that support link, or you go to the support.dizzion.com, you will get the page like this. So you just sign in, and you will have option to submit a request. So this is just a way how you can open a ticket. So here in support, we are doing our best to provide first response within first 15 minutes when you open a case. So even if it's a P1, like everything is down, or P4, just a question, we don't care. We just want to provide responses always in the first 15 minutes, and later on keep those tickets updated as much as possible. So with this way, we are kind of eliminating need for phone calls. But if you need to show us something, we are always open for a Zoom call or Teams or whatever you like. So if you go here, you have option to submit a request. This will just show you the regular form which you need to fill out. And this is just a common sense. You just go through this, select type. It's usually technical problem. If you want to reach support, for example, if you run into something that you see for the first time and you checked our documentation and you check notification tab in the dashboard and you still don't understand what's happening and it's causing you some downtime, you just open a case and we will check it together. Priority, we'll come to that later. So just a regular way how you open a case. Some steps that we suggest our customer is to assess the situation, check documentation, frame admin console, and toolbox. We will go over all those 4 in a minute. So opening case, just regular stuff, case subject, be concise, provide in short lines what is the issue. For example, WebRTC error when starting sessions or publish failing or something like that, just in a few words. And later on in the body of the email case, you put all the details which you need to show us. So what we appreciate is if you share account name, if you share session ID, pictures tells a lot. So if you get some error, take a screenshot, or if you are having some issue with quality of the stream, create a short video with your phone or with some capturing app on your local machine, share it with us, and that will speed up solving your issue much. So if you just open a case without all those details, we will have to change a couple of responses to get your account name, to get a session ID, to focus our investigation to directly what the issue is. Without that, we might take some time to understand what's happening. So if you share all those details, it's going to speed up your problem solving. What is also important is the scope of the problem. So you should understand what's happening on the account. If it's the issue that is making all your end users unable to start session, that is P2, let's say like P2. We have P1, P2, P3, and P4s, those severities. So P2 would be like if you have one account down for some reason. But if you have multiple accounts and all those are down, that's P1, that's the highest priority, and you should mention that in the ticket as well. It's not a problem if you just miss the severity of the case priority. We will just see during the troubleshooting and checking, and we might change the ticket priority based on that. But it is nice that our customers realize the severity of the issue. Not a big deal if you miss, but it's good to know from the start of the ticket. Also, what is important, if you run into some issue, you cannot start sessions or similar, check internally and see if you had some changes on your side. Some of the most common things is customers change some network stuff on their end, and that is just affecting whatever is running on your cluster, for example. Of course, Frame is also running on your cluster, and Frame will be affected by that. So you will have machines running, starting, rebooting, starting, never getting into running. It might be that some firewall was changed, firewall rule was changed, and Frame just simply cannot establish connection between the agent on a machine and our backplane. Or maybe you had some GPU changes that also can affect domain join machines. Windows updates very often. Sometimes publishes are failing because the sysprep is failing, and sysprep fails because there are some pending Windows updates. Those are most common things. Just have in mind, if you run into some issues, it would be really good if you write it down and share with us so we can discuss and see if it's on the Frame side, something that we can fix, or we can just help you with your infrastructure troubleshooting or something like that. And what is also good to have in mind that we have a lot of tickets where customers are asking just questions which answers can be found in the docs.dizzion.com. Me, myself, I'm using this documentation site very often because I cannot recall everything, and we have so many features. So whenever you have some doubt or you are not sure how something works, please go here and check. If you open a ticket and I get it, I will probably do the same and share the link to exactly the point where the feature is explained. Also, what is good to have under your scope of checking is our release notes and updates. You can subscribe to our release notes, and you can be informed and kept in touch with everything new that we develop. For example, if we go out with some new feature, like for the first time, it will be declared here, and we will talk about it in our release notes. Also, frame blogs are good things to follow as well, because we share industry details or how we follow the industry, let's say like that. And you can also subscribe to our frame announcement emails. We put just this link, but you can find it if you go to the status.dizzion.com. There is a subscribe option at the top of the page, and this status.dizzion.com is being used whenever we have some planned maintenance or we have some unplanned downtime. So for example, if there is some issue which is affecting all our customers, or at least some subset of our customers, we will announce it and we will post it over there. And this part, where you can collect data in the frame dashboard, I saw that my colleagues already went through all of this, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time. So if you see some issue and you want to open a case, these are places where you can generally collect some details. For example, summary page, you can get a vendor ID, you can see if there are some running sessions. On the VMs page, you can see installed software. Sometimes, for example, end user deletes something which is important for us. For example, enterprise profile driver. I had a case a few days ago with that. So for some reason, they deleted the driver from Sandbox and published. And after that, enterprise profiles were sessions on the account which has the enterprise profiles enabled were failing. Just simple check. I saw that in the installed software on Sandbox, the driver was missing. I told them how to install. They published. Everything was working fine after that. In the sessions, you get a session ID, which is most important for us. So for me personally, if you miss to share the account name and you share the session ID, for me, that is usually enough. I just check in our logs, a vendor ID, and from that, I have everything. Also, what is important, and we are working on this in last 6 months or a year, we improved it a lot. There is a notification section on our dashboard. Notification is getting more and more details about the issues which you get when you try to publish or start a session similar. So pay attention to the notifications tab. It can tell you a lot of things. Also tasks, you can see if you started some task and you see it's failing or failed, you get some info why it failed. That's also useful. And audit trail can tell you if you did something as administrator on the account. For example, you enabled some session settings feature or something like that, you will see over there. Or you enable enterprise profiles, you will see that action over there. Sometimes customers do like delete enterprise profile volume, and then they ask what happened with this volume. Some other account administrator on the account asked that. So I just go to the audit trail. I see that his colleague deleted the enterprise profiles volume. The end user lost his data if he didn't back up or something like that. And then I can clearly tell them, please ask your colleague why he deleted the volume. So this is just an example of audit trail use case. And the elasticity under analytics, you can see the usage of the machines. For example, sometimes you can see if you have the same number of running machines and the same number of sessions, and you have previously set up some buffer, and you don't see that buffer like more running machines than sessions, then you can suspect there is something wrong with the starting machines or with a buffer or something like that. So this is just to have in mind about those places where you can get a full picture of the issue on your Frame account. And about troubleshooting, these are just some basic steps. We have some tools in Program Data Nutanix Frame Tools folder, and we strongly advise our customers to use at least some of them. Sysprephelper tool is very useful when you want to check why the sysprep is failing during the publishing process. You can even, there is one checkbox, you can even use this sysprephelper tool, which we developed to use our sysprephelper during the publishing instead of native Windows sysprep. And this one even has some logic which will solve issues like APPX missing packages or something like that. So this is a good tool. AD Helper tool also helps if you are setting up your domain join for the first time. There are some steps under that you can check in our documentation, and really handy. And the Frame Agent Setup tool, also known as FAST. This is a tool which can help you maintain all the Frame components up to date. So you can run it, and you can see that, for example, enterprise profile driver is not up to date. It would be good to be all up to date, and you can do it manual upgrade on the Sandbox from this tool. SGA2 box soon will be deprecated because it was developed only for SGA2 and SGA3 versions. With the SGA4, we don't use it anymore, but it is also good to have it. We in support are using it to check the certificate of the SGA domain. Really easy to use, and even during the setup of the SGA3 point, whatever, you can generate your YAML file using it, and it eases setting up SGA a lot. And one of the most important things sometimes is this RDP debug mode. So there is an option on Frame to access your machine over RDP. For example, something happened on your machine. Let's say CrowdStrike blocked our Frame server, so you cannot stream anymore. And when you start a session, you won't be able to go into the session because the server is blocked. In that case, you can access your machine over the RDP. There is a detailed explanation in the link we shared here, but the idea is to go to the machine, not using a Frame server for streaming, and you can see what is actually happening over there. And that's in short lines what we want to share with you in the Frame 100.
Nice, thanks. Let me just so one extra note here. So the FAST, so the Frame Agent Setup tool, is an important one, especially when you bring your own image. So in the Nutanix HV context, or if you bring your own image in public cloud, then you need to install the Frame Guest Agent, and that's being done through the Frame Agent Setup tool, FAST. As Dragan also mentioned, FAST also is used not only for the initial setup, as I mentioned, but also where it applies to update specific components, and like the profile disk as an example. There are also components like the Frame Server and Frame Guest Agent, which are automatically updated by us. When there's a new version, it will be just pushed in different sort of deployment groups, as I mentioned in a previous chapter. But certain components can be also deployed and updated manually, and that's done through FAST. So FAST has two modes, like the initial deployment mode and also a sort of component update mode. And that's what's helpful in FAST. I use it a lot. AD Helper, I use it a lot, indeed, with classic AD join scenarios, just to double check if all the sort of the OU setup is correct, that the service account is set up correctly, these type of things. I also mentioned sysprephelper yeah, there are like, if I ask Dragan, if I ask you where is sysprep in the top 5 of like support cases, like sysprep related issues, is it in the top 5 of support cases?
Well, it is. It is. Actually, it is. We from time to time we get a lot of publish failed tickets, and it's usually something about sysprep. And right now we show those messages in the notification center, and that's awesome because in every second case which I'm working on is I tell people that that's exactly the message from the windows that we are just extracting. So it's not something Frame caused, we are just reading. So people are getting a sense where that comes from. Of course, the publish in Frame is failing, so they think the Frame is to blame, but actually sysprep fails, which is Microsoft process. And we just use the sysprep helper tool to solve issues, and even using that for publish. And after customer go through that once, I think they are completely fine in the future, because sysprep is made, the sysprep helper tool is made to have to fix some of the issues. So it's a good tool.
Yep, exactly. And yesterday I explained the RDP debug as well, and also talked briefly about SGA Toolbox. Is a good one that you did it. Yesterday I had a chapter about streaming gateway version 4. So that's where you don't create like a YAML file anymore. So that's one of the things that SGA Toolbox can do. So with SGA 4, as you also mentioned, the need to use SGA Toolbox will disappear over time. Exactly. So that's that's good. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your time, Stefan. Floor is yours.
We start with FSLogix Appmasking. So what is FSLogix? It's Microsoft. FSLogix was a solo company since 6 years ago, and then Microsoft acquired FSLogix. They're well known from their product profile containers. Ruben mentioned that already, and a couple of you guys are using it already. So it's kind of an industry standard. But there's another product side by side to profile containers, and it's called application masking. And that is the topic of this part of the presentation. So what problem are we trying to solve? So it's not really a problem, but we have many options with this product to make it easier and more comfortable to work with Frame, specifically in big enterprise environments. So as you have learned about the nature of Frame accounts, usually it's VDI, it's not multi-session, it's no application streaming, but we are able to separate applications out and provide them using an application launchpad. That said, it's super simple, it's easy to manage, and it's easy to achieve a goal in small, medium-sized environments where you have a couple of different use cases, meaning a couple of different user groups with the same set of applications. But it can get more complex if you think about huge enterprise environments with hundreds of applications, and then the combinations of user groups, and application groups can be very high. So a high number means high number of launchpads, and that is not so easy to manage. So to avoid that, we can use FSLogix Appmasking and can still keep the number of frame master images as small as possible and provide several use cases out of the same master images. And also integration is a huge part of this story. So let's have a look at this. So in a standard Active Directory joined Frame account, you will see the same components. We have our master image with Sandbox. We have different type of production pools, maybe a pool with GPU and another one without a GPU. And of course, different launchpads with user having access rights to desktop or applications. And of course, somewhere you have access to a domain controller to get these machines joined to the Active Directory, maybe additional file services, whatever. And yeah, as I mentioned, the limitation here is that for small, medium use cases with lower number of user application combinations, the launchpad application launchpad approach is great. If it's getting more complex, we call it a limited flexibility here. And so if we think about it from a desktop perspective, if we don't do anything and just provide a desktop to all the users, they might see all the applications, what is not useful. And the complexity on application Launchpad, I mentioned that. Easy if you have a small number of use cases, highly complex if you have a large number of different use cases. So if we look at the different type of applications that are usually installed in VDI environments, then you have some applications that are applicable for all users, like base applications, let's say Microsoft Office, right? And then maybe mainstream applications. And these are applications like an ERP system or tools to run your expenses or whatever. So where most of your users will use them. So they, of course, should be considered to be provided by VDI systems as well. And then some selective applications, maybe for some departments like HR applications, finance applications. So from left to right, the number of users per app using an app is shrinking. So the benefit of providing them in the same VDI instance is going down from left to right. And of course, there might be some unmanaged apps, some smaller apps that are really used by just one or two users in your organization. And there are different methods that were used in the past to cover all these areas. So like base images, install everything into the master image, job done. But then there are components, for example, technologies like app layering, having the operating systems and then different layers of applications assigned to different user groups. This is possible with Frame as well, but it adds complexity and it adds log-on time to the whole scenario. And then for the rest, there are options to package applications and to containerize them. Very old solution here is AppV from Microsoft, but there are many other solutions around as well. So from left to right, more effort to provide these applications and to manage them. And to bridge that gap, we can use application masking, and I will come to that later. So basically, the idea is to put almost all of your applications into the master image, but just grant access to users and user groups where needed. Much easier to manage, and also from a cost perspective, very easy because FSLogix is basically for free. So what is it? How does it work? So basically, it's a kernel filter driver. We heard that earlier. So Frame also has kernel filter drivers. So sometimes applications that have filter drivers conflict to each other. So this is not the case with Frame and FSLogix. So that's why we like to use it. And this filter driver can hide components. And components can be folders, files, application icons, registry keys, all these type of information that is assigned to a specific application or application group. So for example, in this way, and there are many decision criteria if an application or application group should be hidden to users. One way of doing it is based on on Active Directory group memberships. So in this case, the filter driver decides if a user is part of a specific group called Office users, then the standard Office application should appear on his desktop. And if a user is part of the Visio user group, then Visio additionally should be displayed on the desktop. And to achieve that, there's always a kind of a rule set. We call that hiding rules. That means for each and every application or application group, there's that kind of rule set that defines what should be visible and what not. And this could or should be based on Active Directory. And that makes it easy as well to integrate into other systems. So think about self-service portals. Makes a lot of sense. So how does it work with Frame? So we can define everything that is needed just on the master machine. Imagine you would install an application. In this case, it's Chrome. Second step is that you build your hiding rule. So what should be hidden if Chrome is the application to manage? And then the next step is to link that hiding rule to AD groups, like maybe a user group or a resource group that is reflecting Chrome. And then if a user is part of that user group, he will get Chrome. If he's not part of that group, he won't see Chrome at all. And that makes it super easy because if you have managed to set all the rules for your specific applications, then the real management of users towards applications can just be done in the Active Directory. You can assign applications to users or user groups just without touching Frame. So that would mean if a user is not part of a group and he or she starts a desktop, then maybe he or she won't see Chrome on the first day because not part of the group. And then maybe a ServiceNow request will be started with approvals and back and forth. And at the end, it's just necessary to put that user account into a specific Chrome group. And the next time the desktop will be started, Chrome will be available on the desktop without touching Frame. That should be the goal. Yeah, let's see how that looks like. I've got a Frame account here. As you can see, standard Frame account as you know it. It's running on GCP. Just upfront, this is not a high-performance account, so it's just for functionality, not for speed, not optimized. So Sandbox is up and running. I've got mainly 2 applications installed. It's OpenOffice and it's GIMP. So one application for graphic designers and one application, let's say, for sales. And what I have here is utility server. I don't know if we mentioned that already in the training. So that is a kind of server that usually runs 24/7. It's part of the Frame environment running in the same network and is mainly used for services like license servers and stuff like that. So sitting in the same network, users have quick access, same network range. That's great for these use cases. In my case, I created a domain controller on this utility server for this specific use case. Don't think about it. It's not supported. It's super tricky to set it up. So it's just for demo purpose. Don't do that in production. And then we've got a little bit of capacity here, like 3 machines. I've created a buffer for the demo today. And as you can see here in the domain settings, I have created a domain here. That is my utility server, domain controller, and everything is set up correctly. We will enable SSO shortly, but for now it's not enabled. And as a result, you can see the VMs are up and running. This is my Sandbox. This is the domain controller and a couple of production machines. And this small sign indicates that all of these machines, including the Sandbox, are joined to my classic Active Directory. So let's go to our Sandbox and let's see how this works. So in the background, I don't want to run a session to the domain controller yet. I have predefined 2 user groups, one for graphics designers, the other one for sales. And every group contains just 1 user. One is called sales, the other one is called design, and they should have different type of applications. So I'm logging in as an administrator here. Need to provide the domain name here. Do it fucking right. There we go. So I have my Sandbox joined to the AD just to be able to configure FSLogix correctly and to have access to AD groups here. And yeah, you can see OpenOffice is installed, GIMP is installed, and this is managed by FSLogix in this case. So I do have 2 of these hiding rules. And if we look at GIMP, for example, it has a directory, it has a couple of files and registry keys installed or included. So all these components that are part of GIMP should be hidden. And the question is to who? So here's the manage assignment rule set. And that means think of it like an application firewall. So basically it goes top down and it says everyone in our Active Directory applies yes. So GIMP should be hidden to everyone. But, and this is specific to Frame, there's an environment variable. So if I'm working on a Sandbox as an administrator or any other user, I should have access to everything that is installed. So nothing should be hidden here. So this rule should not apply to me. And also, if I'm part of the Active Directory group graphic, it should apply to those users as well. So as a consequence, on production machines, users in this group should see GIMP. Easy. And the same for OpenOffice. Other components that are hidden, of course, but the same rule set, like block to everyone, available on the sandbox at every time, and only for users that are part of the Office group, Office should be available. So how do I create these groups? So let's delete GIMP and create it from scratch, just to show you how easy that is. So GIMP is gone, and we create a new rule set, and I call it GIMP again. Oops. So I can do all the stuff manually, but that would mean I need to know everything about that application. If I have my own developed applications, I could do that. But in this case, it's easier. I can just pick and choose from an installed list of applications. This is GIMP. Scan this application, please, and give me all the components that belong to GIMP. Job done. And I've got my hiding rules. I can modify them. I also can add printers. Maybe I have a specific high-end, super expensive printer that I just want to make available to graphics users. That's the way how to do it. So what will happen if this rule is active? I can simulate that on this machine. So just looking at the file system here. So if we go to our local disk, and GIMP should be installed in program files, hopefully. GIMP, there it is. And we have a couple of subfolders and everything. So if I go to my FSLogix console here and say, okay, where is it? Apply rule to this system. Then if you look at this folder, it disappears. And now this kernel filter driver has kicked in. It's not just hidden, like I could go as an administrator and say unhide folders. It's completely vanished. So the filter driver is not presenting that anymore to the operating system. It's gone. And that, by the way, is also license compliant to Microsoft licensing, like which Office component would be available and all this stuff. It's a Microsoft product. Reporting is included, everything. So yeah, that's how it should work. So I can apply this rule, job done. Let's see how it looks like for the user. And I just go out of my sandbox and start a user session here. And we are just starting a full desktop here. That's a desktop, production pool. Launchpad looks like this. And I start a session. So we have two users, a user called Sales. Sales could just have OpenOffice, and we have a designer user account, and designers should have access to GIMP. So let's start with Sales. Yeah, as I said, not optimized for performance in this case, small machines, because in public cloud it costs money, but the functionality is there. So yeah, I'm Sales. I have access to OpenOffice. And yeah, basically that's what I need. Explorer is still starting up. Some background tasks. Yeah, so you can see username Sales. GIMP not available as it should be. So let's do the other example here just to show the complete picture. Of course, different machine now. This one will be rebooted. Another one should be available already based on the buffer settings that I've created. And then I just start another session. And now I will log in as design user. The other, both hiding rules will apply, but in this case, as design user, I should see GIMP and I shouldn't see OpenOffice. Nope. That machine was not doing correct. I don't have a relation between the machine and the That's not good. Yeah, that is absolutely fine. Let's do it again and take another machine. That's the flip side of running a domain controller on an utility server. It's not reliable. Sometimes it works, sometimes not.
Especially when you don't use it. Power it off for a while.
If it's silent for 2 months, then it's
thumbs down to 80, thumbs down. Yeah, well, this looks better.
Yeah. And it's even worse if you reboot the utility server to get a new frame agent. That's a nightmare. So don't do it in production. But basically, it works with the.
Yeah, the key here is just to show the functionality itself, not like in production-ready setup.
Correct. Yeah, and as you can see, this is a design user, no Open Office logo icon, and yeah, GIMP is showing up here. I could start it, but doesn't matter. So that's basically how it works. Different approaches, full desktop to all users, different set of applications, all out of the same master image. That's basically what I wanted to show. And the good thing is, let me go back to my console, back to the slide deck. It's for free. So what I missed to tell you here, so Microsoft bought FSLogix, but they included it for free in all remoting virtualization license types. So if you're on a Microsoft 365 E3, E5 plan, it's included. Same for education. If you have Windows 10 VDA, it's included. If you have RDS CALs or RDS SALs in the cloud, it's included. So every time you are doing remoting into a Windows box, server or desktop, FSLogix, the whole package, including profile disk, application masking, and other stuff is fully included. So that's a great tool to use, and it's a perfect fit to Frame if you want to have more flexibility and want to look at deep dive automation and managing all your stuff just out of the Active Directory here.
Stefan,
okay.
quick
Any
note.
Questions to SSO to FSLogix so far, or
quick note. I did add a link in the chat for everyone. Although a while ago, a couple of years ago, I wrote a blog post exactly about this topic with a video about this topic, which explains again, sort of in video, what you described, but also goes a little bit further with different machine types and different launchpads. So link is in the chat for everyone who wants to take a look. Click on the link and watch and read later.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's super flexible. So in my small example, I had just one rule. You remember that if I'm a user on the Sandbox, everything should be visible.
Yep.
It could also be a kind of question, do I use a machine type including a GPU? Then please show the graphic applications. If not, right? So many options. Single sign-on, what does that mean? So single sign-on means if you want to use Frame, we learned that in Dominic's sessions, we have multiple options to sign into Frame as a user. Could be Entra ID, could be Okta, could be Google, and so on. And then if you, like I did before, if you start a session to a machine that is joined to an Active Directory, you will be prompted for your AD credentials. That's usually how it goes. And then there are sometimes options to do a single sign-on. You know that maybe from Citrix, there are server components like the fast server where your primary login, maybe to a NetScaler, is taken and the token will be converted and transferred and give you a single sign-on experience so that you are not prompted to log on again. And we thought, how can we manage that with Frame as well, but still keep the simplicity with it? Because we don't want you to set up servers. We don't want us to set up servers for each and every customers, but we still want to have that kind of single sign-on, auto log-on experience. And since we are using multiple different sign-in methods for Frame, imagine you come in with a Google account. There's no way that technically any token from a Google account will be used to do a sign-in to an Active Directory. But we thought that still something should be possible, and also having a better user experience here. And How we do it is super simple. It's just one slider in the Active Directory configuration. And once this is enabled, kind of magic happens. So we thought we will do that completely without additional servers on your end or our end. And what we do is in kind of client-based auto log-on. Let's call it auto log-on, not single sign-on. So what happens if a user logs on for the first time is that we get the credentials and we register them in our backend. There are private keys to encrypt them. There are public keys on our side. And then we will keep a copy of these credentials locally in the cache of the local client, in the browser cache or the Frame app cache. And then if the user logs on the next time on the same client and has access to these credentials stored in the cache, then we will take the credentials on the fly, put them together, decrypt them, and the user will be signed into the Active Directory without being prompted additionally for the credentials. So that's basically how it works. There's a nice blog article about that, deep dive information compared to other solutions on the market. And yeah, I can just show you how that works. There is my environment. So we don't need the Sandbox for that, but we need production machines. But what I need to do is to just enable single sign-on. Click. So that is usually, if you think about Citrix or VMware Horizon, instead of just doing this slider, is a task of a couple of days to set up the whole environment to make it run. So let's go to our Launchpad again. And I will just log on to the same machine. And now the appearance will change a little bit. So I won't end up at the prompt to give my credentials. I will be prompted for this Frame SSO. One main difference here, I don't have to put my domain credential, my domain name here. I can just say, okay, my username is sales, the one we used before. Same password, of course, and sign in. So now Frame is checking that this is a new user to the single sign-on component and will register the credentials and keep them on my local Mac in my Chrome browser cache, encrypted for my next logon, and I will be logged in with these credentials to the machine shortly.
Yeah, there's like a key pair. One side is on the browser cache, as Stefan mentioned, and the other side is in our backplane. And sort of these two sort of keys will be matched the next time Stefan logs in. You will see that in a demo. So it's not like, hey, one key. It's just like a couple, and they need to be connected to decrypt the encrypted sort of credentials. There's also like a pattern we filed and also got a couple of years ago when we developed Frame single sign-on.
Yeah. So usually that should work faster. I assume I've got the machine that is not trusted in the domain anymore because I have not deleted it, but let's see what has happened here. There's that session that we really don't want to use anymore. This one. Yeah, I think that's a broken one. Kill it. And let's just try again quickly, because what we can see if I go to my browser and look into, sorry, it's German, so these are the developer tools. And you can see that there is a kind of cache for this specific logon. So that's exactly where the cache is partially stored, not correctly, but let's see what happens if we try again. Yeah, still closing my session here behind me. So now you should be able to see. And now I'm able to log in again. Maybe it's just sales that's not working. No, it should usually work.
Or the demo gods, you never know, right?
Yeah. Right.
So far the demo gods are friendly with us. So
now it works.
Today and yesterday were so far so good, but you never know, right? And otherwise, no worries.
Yeah. We can call back Dragan and then things will be fixed immediately. There we go.
Yeah.
So logged in, no additional credential, all good. So, and just to prove, I will log out and log in again, and then we're good.
Yeah.
So my local cache should be filled right now when I'm logged off. Have another look. Yeah, there we go. We've got the passphrase, we've got the key, all good. And start the same session again. It just has one cache credential pair in the browser cache. So yeah, can't enter anything. And it is just getting all the information now from the cache and from the backend to build the credentials again and pass them through to the virtual machine to log me in. Just important to note, this is working because I'm using the same client with the same browser and the same browser cache. If I would change to another client or delete the browser cache, then of course I will be prompted to enter my password again. Same if my password would expire, then of course I have to enter it again. So these are the small bytes, small limitations here, but basically it's a huge improvement without any additional servers, very, very user-friendly, and of course, very admin-friendly. Just one slider, job done, and the majority of your users will be happy. That was it from my side.
Nice. Good stuff. Great. Well, let's dive into a new chapter, GPUs and Frame. And even if you don't use GPUs, it's always good to know more. As I mentioned in a previous chapter, I would say 20% of our sessions in total are GPU, NVIDIA full GPU or NVIDIA slicing, like a vGPU or AMD GPUs based. 80% are CPU based. So Frame supports both CPU and GPU, NVIDIA, AMD, slicing, dedicated or pass-through GPUs. Topic about GPUs is like simple. Why GPUs? What is available and supported from a GPU, vGPU from an on-prem Nutanix HV perspective? What is supported in public cloud? How to size it correctly? Talking about NVIDIA vGPU on HV and Frame. Some GPU tools in the toolbox and common mistakes and lessons learned. These two topics are specifically for level 200 training class. So we'll cover like the majority of like on this topic. So GPUs and Frame, the science of end user computing, performance influencers. In a previous chapter, talk about Frame remote protocol. We already covered like the major performance influencers, but just to be sure everyone's on the same page, if you watch the recording later or just watch this chapter later. So you have your host system, could be Nutanix HV on-prem with like your VMs, persistent and non-persistent running, or if it's public cloud, Azure, Amazon, Google, IBM. The host system is sort of invisible. You only consume the VMs, but I can assure you there is a host system. That is, of course, the sizing, how it's being sized, what kind of CPUs, what's the clock speed, what kind of storage, what kind of performance of storage. These are all topics which influence the user experience, the performance of the session. The client device itself as well. Many people think, well, everything is running in the data center, in public cloud or on-prem or hosted, so the client doesn't really matter. That is not true. There is a decoding component on the client side which impacts or could impact the user experience. So the client device, the capacity of decoding, but also the screens, the real estate on the screen, the amount of screens, the resolution, maybe the frame rate, the refresh rate on the screen also impacts or could impact the user experience. Then you have GPUs on the client side to run maybe apps locally or use a GPU to decode like the Frame remoting protocol. And you have GPUs on the server side to run the OS smoothly, to run applications smoothly, to support application APIs, DirectX, OpenGL, CUDA, OpenCL, Vulkan, like application APIs which are being used to run these applications smoothly. And the same GPUs or the same slices or partitions of GPUs can also be used for the capture and encoding piece of the Frame remoting protocol. Then, of course, you have the network to transmit bits from A to B or from A to Z, whatever you would like to use to transfer data like a highway. How big is that highway? How many lanes? How many other vehicles or other topics are on that highway, of course, impact the experience. And then you have the remoting protocol. How advanced is the remoting protocol? Is that protocol really advanced in a browser-only scenario, or is the browser a backup plan? For Frame browser and also Frame App, and Frame App is a browser engine, so same story. The browser is the main plan, with webcam support, with microphone support, with 4K resolution, multiple screens, 60 frames per second, all in browser. No client, agent, plugin, receiver, workspace app, or whatever needed to have that great user experience. And the frame remote protocol in the GPU context, which is the chapter we're talking about, also applies to like capture and encoding, as we covered in the FRP, the frame remoting protocol chapter. So in essence, you have the client side on the left, you have like the guest VM side on the right. Guest VM can be public cloud, can be on-prem, doesn't matter for the conversation. You have a display, you have a capture component, you have a decode, an encode. I'm mixing up links left and right, so sorry for that. Right is the guest VM side with the host in public cloud or on-prem, and left is the client, the endpoint itself with running the browser. On the right side, there is the capture and encoding, and then there's transmit through frame remoting protocol using WebRTC to the client where the decoding is happening. And of course, there's interaction with the user on the left with keyboard and mouse, which interacts with applications and OS on the right side. That's just how it works. And the GPU is being used for the capture and the encoding, and also the decoding side, or can be used, assuming there are GPUs. So what is available and what is supported when you look at public cloud, and also what is available and supported when you look at on-prem. Let's first look at like on-prem. We use Nutanix HV. One of the questions I did see in chat yesterday is, hey, do we support Nutanix AHV and VMware Broadcom ESX as well? Well, we do support both, but from a workload VM perspective, we only support Nutanix HV. The streaming gateway appliances can run on HV and Nutanix HV and VMware Broadcom ESX, but the workload machines itself can only run on Nutanix HV. And we consume what is available on that platform. So if there are NVIDIA L40, L4, A16, like these type of like GPUs available on that infrastructure, that is being exposed through Prism Central and Prism Elements like to Frame, then we can use that as well. So what is supported? That's not really a Frame question. It's more like a question to the Nutanix like software and also the underlying hardware like Dell, HP, Cisco, Supermicro, Lenovo, and so on and so on. So that combination is something we can consume. We don't sort of dictate what we can consume. It's just the underlying infrastructure what we can use. Of course, we know well what other customers are using, and we have like of course history with Nutanix since Frame was part of Nutanix for many years, and we spin out of Nutanix last year. So we have many connections, business and technical connections with Nutanix. So we know that technology really well, but we consume the platform, and it's important to understand, hey, what kind of GPU do you want to use? Is that supported in that hardware chassis? Is that supported by the Nutanix AOS software itself? And if this check, yes, green, then it's being exposed to Frame. How that's being exposed to Frame, I will show you in a couple of minutes. So we consume the infrastructure platform. It's like NVIDIA only. So there are AMD GPUs, there are workstation and also data center GPUs, but these are not supported on the Nutanix platform from an end user computing desktop as a service platform as of today. That might change in the future, and the same applies for Intel. Intel, they also have data center GPUs, but as of today, which is like September 2023, these are not supported and not available on Nutanix HV. And as I mentioned, therefore, we cannot use them as well. And even if, like, imagine AMD or Intel GPUs are available on HV, the way of like the capturing and encoding method is maybe or likely different from Intel and AMD compared to NVIDIA. NVIDIA have their own sort of encoding and capture method compared to AMD. So it might be that if Intel is being used in the future, that we need some extra development work to use the sort of Intel software to capture and encode using the GPU. So yeah, long story short, NVIDIA is the platform to use. If you look at GPUs on-prem, AMD and Intel GPUs are like no-go, doesn't exist. If it exists, stay tuned, see what we can do from a support perspective. If you look at GPU and vGPU options in public cloud, I should have added IBM as well, but I will just do it top of my head. There's a great overview of like instance types we support from Frame. There are hundreds and hundreds of instance types. If you just look at Azure as an example, but it applies to all the public clouds, there are tens and sometimes hundreds of instance types. It doesn't mean that all these instance types make sense for the desktop as a service use case. Why should I have an 120 core machine with 1 terabyte of RAM? Doesn't make any sense for desktop as a service, right? That might make sense for other type of use cases, but not for desktop as a service. Just a simple example. So what we have sort of a curated list, a list of instance types we see often. We sort of productize these instances, and you can use these instances in Frame. Applies to all 4 public cloud platforms. In on-prem environment, you build your own sort of instance type. I can show it in a quick demo. You define, okay, this is the machine name, the amount of CPU, the amount of RAM, the amount of like frame buffer, the amount of like vGPU profile on the NVIDIA side. You build your own instance type, but on the public cloud, you consume the instance type, which are made available by Azure, AWS, Google, and IBM. If there is an instance type which is not listed, and you want to add that machine, then just file a support ticket and ask, hey, I don't see this instance type listed in this region, or I don't see the instance type listed at all. Can we add this instance type to Frame? So that's like the simple, straightforward story around that. If I just look at AWS instances, there are 3 links here where you can see, hey, what kind of machines are available. But just I would say in general, top of my head, if you look at AWS, there are currently G4, so generation 4, generation 5, like GPUs. On a G4, there are both AMD V520 and NVIDIA with T4 GPUs. These are, I would say, very common. G4 very common to use. It's a complete different topic about performance and data. There's a lot of data we have around which machine types provides which kind of performance. It's out of scope for this training class. If you want to know more about all these machine types, how they perform, what kind of machine performance you can get, let us know. Happy to share some details on that. But simply AMD V520, very cost efficient, price performance machine. The AMD G4 machine with like a T4 GPU, dedicated powerful machine as well. Both are dedicated GPUs, so there's no slicing of GPUs on the AWS platform. There's also a G6, which has the Ada Lovelace L4 GPU. That GPU and that instance is available in Frame as well, but the regions are only in US, so the G6 itself can be used in Frame, but the availability of that machine type in like global reach is not there. Has nothing to do with Frame, it's just like the availability of that instance type in AWS globally. If you look at GCP, there is like T4, there's also an L4 GPU, also with just pass-through or dedicated GPU. And that means that every VM will have a full GPU, so no slice or a partition of a GPU. There's no AMD GPUs yet on Google, and the same applies for IBM. There are no AMD GPUs yet. On the Azure side, there are different family types like an NV and an NC family members with a lot of different options, like pass-through GPUs with like T4, like an NC AS T4 family type, very commonly used. There are also older generation of AMD GPUs with an MI25. Be very cautious with these machines. These are older generations GPUs with a lot of sort of downsides as well. And there are newer generations of AMD with the V620 GPUs, the NV ADS V620 family members. That's a slice of a GPU, a partition of a GPU, depending which sort of instance type you select in that family. You get 1/8 or like a full like AMD GPU or something in the middle. And the same applies for NVIDIA. There's also a slicing or vGPU technology available on Azure. And that's using the A10 GPU. So you can use a slice of A10 on Azure as well. So that's, and the benefit of slicing is that you also slice the cost, the licensing cost or the GPU cost in general. So you get a partition of a GPU and also I wouldn't say a fraction, it's still like real money involved, right? But you get a fraction of the GPU and you can share the GPU is shared with other people. That brings us to the question like how to choose the right vGPU, the virtual GPU or GPU, and how to size correctly. That's like almost maybe like an hour and a half workshop on its own. Sizing GPU or sizing in general, sizing hosts if it's on-prem, selecting the right instance type if it's Azure, Amazon, Google, or IBM. But it all starts with, hey, know before you go and know what you have today or know where you're heading tomorrow. What kind of OS, what kind of apps, what are the sort of data sets of these apps? How are these apps being used by the users? These are simple questions. And if you don't know the answer, it's really tough to size. So if you don't have the data, like historical data, then I would advise to add some tools which are part of the GPU toolbox, which can be used to grab that kind of data. Of course, you can use like Performance Monitor, use that tool in a previous chapter, but there are also tools in the toolbox which can sort of grab that kind of data for a longer period of time with a lot of details, with like interesting reports. And that is the data you need to size correctly. So if you don't have the data and you ask me, okay, what do I need? Well, then the answer, the answer is it depends. And of course you can say, well, I'll just buy the beefiest instance type available because that likely will work. And I agree, but it also comes with a cost. So finding that right instance type or finding the right sort of sizing details for on-prem is important because it impacts cost directly. Also look at frame buffer or memory, like GPU memory. Yeah, what is the frame buffer usage? And that's a simple tool to just check on your own local machine is called GPU-Z. So GPU-Z is a tool where you can see what is the frame buffer consumption. Yes, I have an A6000 GPU in my machine here at home. That machine has, for instance, 24 gigs of RAM or 48 gigs of RAM, but is that RAM also consumed? Maybe I'm just consuming 4 gigs of RAM with my two 4K screens. Well, if you say, well, I need 48 gigs of RAM, then the cost impact is there as well. If I just consume 4 gigs of RAM and I can share the GPU frame buffer with more users, then the cost will go down. So therefore, it's important to understand, hey, what is the usage from a frame buffer perspective, from a streaming processor perspective, maybe from a ray tracing core perspective, maybe if you're more on the AI side of things, on the tensor core side of things. So different side to look at that kind of data, which is important from a sizing perspective. And use tools in the toolbox like GPU-Z, like PowerMon, but also tools like Liquidware, like Lakeside, like ControlUp, like EG, to get insights about, hey, how are the systems being used? That could be physical systems, if that's the current baseline, or it can also be virtual environments, if that's the current baseline. So choosing the right GPU and how to size correctly. If you look at capture, encoding, decoding, I already talked about that a couple of times. So modern GPUs can be used from capture and encoding and also decoding capacity. So not rocket science. We support on the AMD and on the NVIDIA side, we support that capture and encoding and also decoding capabilities with frame remoting protocol. Understand the impact of client display configuration and resolution. Not so much on the, I would say, GPU side, a little bit when you look at frame buffer. So if you have two screens, for sure, it will consume more video RAM and more frame buffer compared to one screen full HD. But also on the remoting protocol side, the network itself, the consumption, the bit rate, the video bit rate will be much higher. The consumption will be higher if you have multiple screens and different things are happening on multiple screens. It's just a higher screen estate, and the same applies for resolution as well. So that's not only on the GPU side, but also on the remoting protocol side, also on the networking, bandwidth, consumption side of things. So NVIDIA vGPU and Frame. So what's in the name? Sometimes people refer to NVIDIA Grid, which is like the previous name of the NVIDIA software itself. So when you look at NVIDIA, it's not only the GPU itself, like this one here. So this is like a beefy, I would say, relative modern NVIDIA GPU, like a data center GPU. That's like the term you can see here, or Tesla also being used in the past. The current sort of naming convention is NVIDIA vGPU. That's the software itself, which should be installed, configured with the data center GPU. So when you want to use NVIDIA GPUs or vGPUs with Frame or any other like DaaS VDI solution, you have sort of two components. You have the hardware itself, and you have the NVIDIA software. And that is in the on-prem environment, something you need to sort of procure. And in the public cloud environment, is something you can consume. In public cloud, you consume an instance. You don't worry about the underlying hardware because that's what you consume. And also you don't worry about the NVIDIA license in general, because normally these are also part of the instance type. The only exception is on the IBM side, where you need to bring your own NVIDIA license. But on the Google and AWS and Azure side, these instance types include an NVIDIA vGPU license for RTX virtual workstation. That's like the topic on the second bullet. So the second bullet is, hey, what are the licensing options? If you look at NVIDIA vGPU, and this is not like a training class for NVIDIA and software options, but just to be sure that everyone knows the basics, there are 4 sort of software versions: virtual apps, virtual PC, virtual workstation or RTX virtual workstation, and virtual compute. There are 2 relevant for Frame. That is called VPC, virtual PC, I should say, and virtual workstation. Virtual apps is targeted for multi-user, like application publishing, application remoting scenarios, and the virtual compute is targeted for like AI type of use cases. And these are sort of bundled in a software package called NVIDIA AI Enterprise. Now, what happens if you don't have the license, or if you don't have the right license, or if you don't have the right configuration? That is, well, it's a good question, and also ties into sometimes support and support related questions into Dragan and his team. So if you run the right license and the GPU is configured correctly, the GPU is running in Windows WDDM mode and not in compute mode, not in TCC mode. If you run that, you can see a couple of things here in my screenshot, and I'm sharing my screen. Yeah, all good. I'm running NVIDIA SMI, and you can see in the software license product that the NVIDIA RTX Virtual Workstation is licensed, and that the WDDM component is running. That's NVIDIA specific, like command line details. And on the advanced terminal statistics, as I mentioned in the Frame remoting protocol chapter, you can see in this example NVEnc and NVIDIA, so NVIDIA encoder, and capture is NVIDIA frame buffer capture, NVFBC. That might change in the future if we use different type of hardware encoders and different type of capture mechanisms, but this is still a good example where you can see how that looks like. And if I do that in a live environment here, you can see WDDM here. And if I go into NVIDIA SMI-space-q/more, typo here, then it will just display all the details, which driver version, what's a GPU. If I go one level deeper, also what kind of license is being used. And in this example, this one is running in AWS. I'm using a G5 machine. That G5 has an NVIDIA A10 GPU or A10G GPU. It's all done. And the license, as I mentioned earlier, is already sort of embedded into the instance type itself. That whole licensing conversation is a different one. This is not a screenshot. This is like a live environment of NVIDIA licensing where you can run licensing as a service. You can also run your own license server. But this example is a license service which hands out NVIDIA workstation licenses to a sort of a test cluster in Serbia. And that's all done. And the licensing component is all done through this sort of licensing portal. Nothing to do with Frame, but you would not be the first. You wouldn't. I hear more often that people think, well, I just bought NVIDIA GPUs and forgot about the licensing, and yeah, that's not handy. So NVIDIA GPU means hardware and software combined. A quick thing which reminds me when Stefan in his chapter talked about sort of the app masking and FSLogix Appmasking component. If I look at the variables here, just a quick side note, there are many frame specific variables. You can see here frame cloud, Amazon, which data center, which image, which instance, which pool group, Sandbox as an example, session ID, event. So there are many different frame specific environment variables, which can be used in, for instance, what Stefan mentioned in the application masking, but I can also see this in DaaS, digital employee experience solutions like EG and like Console App, where you can get additional information just out of the session itself, the user session itself. These session variables are dynamic and can be used as well. Just a quick side note. In this example, let me just show this screen here. For whatever reason that is unknown here, for whatever reason, the license isn't working correctly. You see that NVIDIA Virtual App is licensed. That is not good. You can also see that in this example, the wrong mode, the compute mode is running. So something is wrong. Doesn't matter what it is right now, and that impacts user experience for sure. It could be that maybe the frame rate is limited to 5 frames per second, or maybe the resolution is limited to to a very low resolution. And you can also see in the advanced frame statistics that, hey, something is different here. So combined with the NVIDIA SMI command and the advanced terminal statistics, hey, this is a good sign, hey, something is wrong, which impacts user experience for sure. NVIDIA vGPU and Frame, how does it work? In general, I'll just explain. I could hide my slide, but I will just keep the slide here. In essence, if you use NVIDIA vGPU and Frame on Nutanix AHV, you install a vGPU manager on your AHV host. That can be done sort of like through like the Nutanix platform itself. That manager is responsible for like scheduling tasks of that GPU. Slicing of the GPU, there's a scheduler involved in that. So the vGPU manager is something which you need to install, which you sort of download from the NVIDIA side itself, or from the Nutanix side of it itself. It depends which kind of component you use, if it's like the guest driver or if it's like the vGPU manager. That's one component. So you install the vGPU manager, and then you install the guest VM driver inside the Sandbox or inside the master machine. And then you need to define instance types. And I can show you that in sort of live. Let me just go to an environment. Let me just switch to an environment right now. Let me just do that right now in this screen. Be right back. There it is. So this is not differ. This is a different customer. You can see rsprout.com, sort of my own custom environment here. In my environment, I have an HV cluster here. It's offline. I didn't power it on, but it doesn't matter for now. I can still, or I think I can still look at the instance types which I configured. So this is where you configure your own instance types. And during the process of connecting Frame with Nutanix HV, you define your instance types, or if that environment is already connected, you can just add instance types here. I already created many different instance types for different sort of OSs, but if I just hover over one of the machines here, you can see here, this is the instance type I created. I named it Pro32 8Q. In essence, it means 4 CPUs, 32 gigs of RAM, and I did select the grid T4Q 8Q profile. So when I add the instance type and the NVIDIA vGPU manager is installed and operating successfully, it knows, okay, what kind of GPUs are available. It knows what kind of GPU profiles are available and exposes this information through Prism. And that is something we read through API. So when you create new instance types or when you use instance types, this is out of the characteristics of that particular machine. In public cloud, this all doesn't apply, but in on-prem environment, and many people still use that and use that today and tomorrow. you need to define your instance types, looking at GPU, but also CPU. Sometimes you see like an R4, that's an instance type. I did create 2 CPUs, 4 gigs of RAM, but no GPU or vGPU profile selected. Other small topic, where do you download the drivers from for NVIDIA or AMD? If you look at Azure, AWS, and Google, well, in general, you download these drivers from their particular sort of website itself. So if I just search for Azure, NVIDIA driver GPU, although this is in Dutch, but doesn't matter, you will see there is a specific driver for Grid. Remember the name, that old name, vGPU driver, 520.78 is for this particular older version. If you look at Windows 11 and 2022, 2019, like the 538.46 is like the latest version. 16.5 is like vGPU, 16.5 is the version Microsoft supports. So this is where you download the driver, in this example for Azure. So don't go to the NVIDIA sort of page and download a driver for your T4 or whatever the GPU is, because then you will run into licensing issues. Because if you download this driver and use this driver, which is what you need to do, then the whole licensing topic is sort of out of scope, because Microsoft then will handle the licensing. And this is like the approved and certified driver for, in this example, Azure. Similar story for AWS, similar story for Google. And as I mentioned earlier, for the IBM one, this is where you need to bring your own sort of license, and also need to install your own driver, which you can download from the sort of NVIDIA sort of licensing portal. Let's call it like that. Stefan, anything else I forgot, or any questions specifically here, or all good?
No questions, and I'm pretty sure there is a lot of more to tell about GPUs, but I think it was a great overview.
Good. Right, let's just finish up. All right, quick one. Try now. There are multiple ways to try Frame, and one of the easiest way is try now. So if you go to try.dizzion.com, which I will do in a second. Let's do it right now. Go to try now, try.dizzion.com. That will give you access to this sort of form. You fill in the details, click on try now. You can use your email address a couple of times. 3 times in total. So you can start Frame sessions 3 times by using the same email address. There are different regions you can use Frame, depending where you are, or maybe you are in EMEA, but you want to see what the performance looks like using a Frame account in Singapore. All good. You can just start session, and I would say in 20 seconds or so, or 15 seconds, or something along these lines, and Frame session should be up and running. In that region, it will be valid for 30 minutes. You can play around with that. It's all end user based. It's a 4 CPU, 16 gigs of RAM machine, so it's a complete okay machine. And yeah, this is it. Frame terminal kicks in, welcome screen, with some options. Hey, how does things work? And well, just use Frame out of that. So straightforward. Try now. It should be easy to try a solution or show a solution to others, and yeah, just play around with the solution yourself. That's like the whole purpose of Try Now. But there are many different apps, like Office Productivity is here, Teams is here, Zoom is here, Media Player is here, YouTube is here. So yeah, many different apps are here to use as well. Funny thing is that this machine runs in public cloud.
We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
A little bit noise, all good. Speed test. The machine is running in public cloud, so if you run a speed test, you'll get good performance on that one as well. So yeah, just a simple, straightforward setup. If you want to play around with it, feel free. Try.dizzion.com. With that, I would say big thanks, Dragan, Stefan, Dominic, for supporting. It was 2 great days, or I would say half days, or maybe even less than half day. But that's like the whole thing, right? So if we can do it in like 2 half days or 3 hours a day and cover like 360 view on products, level 100, we can go 1 level deeper in level 200, and we'll do. Feel free to reach out if you want to sign up for 200. or if you want to provide feedback, or if you have any questions or anything else, we are here to help. And again, thanks for joining. Thanks for participation. Thanks for questions. And thanks, colleagues, for helping out and making it a great success. Thank you, and see you next time.